expectation as we head into the weekend. A few Fed speakers to come this afternoon as well. We'll get Goolsbee, we'll get Cook coming up later in the afternoon with their take on, I'm sure, what happened earlier in the week. There's Tesla now 2% to the upside after a huge gap, not only in the aftermarket yesterday, but again here this morning. We did get a little bit of selling early on, but if you missed it, shocking, Elon's getting paid.
Oh, he's getting paid, and he's got ambitious goals, Brendo. $25 trillion he wants the valuation of Tesla to be after they roll out the Optimus. With respect to Optimus, he's quite ambitious, obviously. He wants 1,000 of these working at the Tesla facility by next year, so we'll see exactly what he gets. Adobe as well reported.
Yeah, huge move for Adobe. We'll get into that, I'm sure. But, I mean, they were saying earlier in the week that they already had, I think, 2 of these things. Oh, yeah. Working on the line in the manufacturing facility for Tesla in Texas. So yeah, it seems like it's coming faster than I think most are expecting.
Yeah, and it's exciting things, Brendo, here. We saw last time it putting batteries into the pack itself. It was kind of programmed. It was tethered to a computer. Obviously, we're waiting, the untethered version of it. We'll have to see how it comes out.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were saying, I just want... I mean, there was videos of them folding laundry and doing dishes and things like that. I think the opportunity here is endless for these things. There's 15, call it, 14.75% for Adobe. Absolute monster on a better than expected report after the close yesterday. I mean, there was no downtick. It was just straight to the upside right from the word go. 525 coming into play. Is this the next one to jump on the split bandwagon?
It looks like it. It looks like it. And I got to tell you, I was completely wrong about this company. I thought that they would get outdone by, cheaper competitors that were creating versions online that were free of charge or much cheaper. It really looks like AI here was the catalyst for this strong adoption of their AI features in the Creative Cloud and the Document Cloud as well.
Yeah, a lot to take in this morning. Happy Euro Cup Day as well. It's
Germany.
Day 1, yeah. It's a month long?
Month long.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot coming up in the next few weeks here. This city going to be very exciting. Oh, yeah. Lots of different multicultural areas all over Toronto going to be celebrating, I'm sure, Euro Cup. Sean's off, having a nice long weekend. Obi in for Sean. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. And England plays on Sunday. That's who I am always going for. They play Serbia. I know Sean will be cheering for India. Not India, for Italy. You into the Euro Cup at all?
Not really. I don't necessarily watch too many sports, but yeah, no, it's definitely exciting, exciting stuff.
Go sports is what it's all about. But look, it's setting up to be a wild one today. Elon, just because he got the vote and he got an overwhelming number of votes doesn't mean he's going to get paid. They gotta, they got to take it to the courts, and it's definitely going to be good for them that they have the goodwill of the.
Pay the man.
Look,
pay the man.
I'm just telling the truth. I say pay the man as well, but at the end of the day, it's not over yet. All that said, some of the cool stuff that he was talking about, I think is a long ways away. At the end of the day, we got to be able to trade the price action on Tesla, so let's keep it to the vest. Nvidia has broken 130. It did already in the pre-market a couple of times, so this is like a second break of $130 for Nvidia. That trend is still going to be intact. ARM is going into the NASDAQ 100. Didn't take very long, but it's been around for a while, so you got to be able to expect that for ARM. I actually had this conversation with my dad literally last night before I went to my daughter's strawberry social for a few minutes. He came over to drop some things off, and he was talking about Apple and the amount he's like, I knew all that power they're putting into the new iPhones needed to be used for something. And then it's like the light bulb went off. Like, why weren't we just long ARM right away after the event? Because power efficiency is their thing, and if there's any super cycle or if there's any boost in handset sales that comes from this, ARM just gets more out of it. And the valuation, be darned, it's just a catalyst for the stock to go up. It's up again today, so it should be on watch.
Yeah, that event really brought in some oomph to the ticker. Apple, of course, 2 days in a row almost, what is that? Almost 7% 2 days in a row. Tuesday and Wednesday, absolutely wild, crazy stuff. And Nvidia as well continues to push all-time highs. So definitely AI is nowhere near done with the Apple intelligence, right? So it's funny that they have to kind of coin that term as well. You know, Apple does what Apple does. But it should be an exciting future for us, and Elon with the robots as well. I don't know if you saw the investor meeting last night. I saw some snippets of it, but definitely an excited man for sure. I'm sure you're getting paid out $56 billion. But I say, definitely pay the man so he can do some more good work for the people, right? So let's see what he does with that. But
you get the robot when it comes?
Oh yeah. Oh
right?
yeah.
Okay, so hold on a second.
Early adopter.
You'll be an early adopter.
For sure.
So you're one of the ones that wants you want the Neuralink the second it's available.
I want. Well, I don't know about I definitely want the Neuralink, but like maybe not the second it's available. But the thing is, it's already available. There's been some like leaps and bounds in the medical field. I saw this documentary about this paralyzed individual who's been using it, and he's able to use the computer and do a lot of things so it's like it's very, very promising, and this is just the beginning. So for the medical field, for mankind, I think it's definitely a leap and a bound.
Well, what's interesting is for somebody who wants to have it right away in your house, the robot at least. Right before we came on air, we were literally talking about Chappie, District 9, and all different kinds of movies. iRobot. So being someone who loves science fiction novels, I don't have any problem getting one of those eventually. But I will not be like the first person to have that. I've read way too much science fiction for that nonsense. Let them get it right. But I do believe, Sharif and I were having this conversation, I actually think the way it's going to work the best is to not have it be ridiculously expensive, and then it'll be like a software as a service where it's like the updates and that the upgrades are kind of where you get paid.
Right.
But it's got to have a price point eventually that everybody can have it in their house. Like that's the idea. Like it's if you have a home, then you're going to have one of these in your home long term, as opposed to it's only for the people that can afford it. I don't see that as the way that it eventually goes. But who cares? We're here to trade price action. Tesla's up 2%. That's what matters.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that it'll definitely change the household dynamic for sure. Again, like Tesla robot is one thing. I'm sure there's going to be competitors that come out that have competing products that'll give them a run for their money. But I think the subscription model is definitely a good one for that, because it'll make it more available for everyone. And with the updates and everything, you kind of stick with everything, kind of like a Peloton, right? It's similar to, but maybe not the same trajectory as.
We want them to succeed. Why are we comparing it to Peloton?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's pivot away from comparing them to Peloton, because I own shares in Tesla. I don't want it. I don't want that comparison at all.
Okay.
Let's go back to the desk. Oh no, Peloton.
Yeah, I mean they can take my money tomorrow. I will be 100% first in line for not one but two of those things if I have my way. All right, GME a little bit active here this morning. Roaring Kitty is now, I don't even know if I can say this. Roaring Kitty is now one of the largest shareholders in this company, and it's not even to the tune of small amounts. But $30, I mean, we were sitting here yesterday, $30 came into play the past couple of days even, but a bit of a sticking point here this morning as well.
Yeah, this morning, Brendo, he shared a new screenshot of his position yesterday. He's now holding 9 million shares and $6 million in cash. Unsure how he acquired the new shares, whether he exercised early some of those options contracts that he had, or he went back into the equity market to take it. His total portfolio value now is $268 million compared to the $210 million on June 2nd. That's as a result, obviously, of the appreciation in the GameStop's value went up over 14% yesterday, Brendo, so we'll have to see how it trades today.
Yeah, definitely active, back on watch here, up 1% as you mentioned. Michael Noss coming up here in a couple of minutes. He's going to talk about a single trade idea that we mentioned going back to the beginning of the week. We'll see how that panned out a little bit, and going into next week, what Mr. Noss is looking forward to as well.
Yeah, I look forward to having Michael on there. And, ultimately, it doesn't necessarily matter that much. Like, which way Roaring Kitty went about getting to 9 million shares, as Sharif mentioned, certainly could have sold just enough to exercise early or just sold all at a profit and then rolled it into the shares. But you had an interesting point. I'll let you get to that specifically, Obi. But look, the price action in the aftermarket was intense. We talked about this, how, of course, it's going to make the break of that key level. It was about like 29.70. It'll do it at 4 o'clock or after 4 o'clock always. That's just how it seems to go. But it's interesting that in the pre-market, we've got a pretty defined, like you could almost just, I could almost just snip it if there was a tool that did that in our system. You could snip this and I could just paste it as the pre-market range. Like from 6:30 to now is not a carbon copy, but more or less exactly what we got in the afternoon. You got this 28 from tops to the bottom again here, and then some rejections over the $30 level to 30.5. So, I think I want to respect that as long as it's in here. So there'll be nothing for me at like 29.5, like that resistance spot. If you're not taking out the high or playing off of the low, then forget about it. If it's losing underneath 28, I think that's probably shortable back into 26 even. So sometimes it's just, I don't know, like history likes to repeat itself or at least rhyme, and the afternoon trade range is exactly what we're seeing here in the pre-market. And when that happens, I tend to want to respect it. So I'm not going to get too far out of the pocket here unless GameStop is breaking well past that 32 level that is key, or failing this 28 level, which is still holding pretty nicely on the bid. It's going to do volume. I'm not really looking at it. I've paid for locates on AMC, and I do that every single day, just on the off chance, like if GameStop does like a huge tank and halt down, and I can't get into position on it, then I can just go over to AMC and maybe catch a quick little short. So they're so cheap that I'll pay for it every single day for that opportunity.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, the whole how GME has kind of played out here. Now I've done some technical analysis on this ticker right here. Now you can call this a bit of a roaring kitty pattern. You see the double cat ears right there, and some trend lines with a little bit of point of control potentially in the middle right there. No, I'm just joking there, guys. But something I do want to mention is those anchored VWAPs, right? We were talking about those last Friday off of the high volume, and then look at that. Every time it kind of came back up into that level yesterday, we kind of sold off of that. So that's definitely interesting to me. I'll definitely be watching this 31, 32 level. We can see that that's kind of like the shoulders here as well. But yeah, interesting that he kind of waited until a couple days ago, but he could have definitely sold much earlier for a lot more profits, and then he would have been able to buy a lot more shares.
Yes.
Right. So it's like if his intent, I don't know, a little bit of a interesting decision making there by.
It is a bit odd.
Yeah.
It is a bit odd
Yeah.
because if you really think about the long term, like the whole thesis that they're putting up, and of course essentially taking up more of the available shares and then never selling them, being part of what the whole thing is about. Well, then if he had just taken more of a profit to own a bigger piece, it's almost as if, I get it, he'd have been selling in the 30s and the 40s. When a lot of people were getting stuck up there. But at the same time, he'd be supporting the stock with much more than 9 million shares. Like he'd have tens of millions, he'd have more than, I forget the actual percentage that he has right now, but it would be pretty significant. And then if he's determined not to hold them, then suddenly you start squeezing again and there's even less. And that's more important when they're doing more dilution here. The other thing we should mention is that event postponed till next week, or the week. Right. It's the 17th, or I suppose. So that event, at one point it was supposed to be yesterday, and then it was supposed to be today at 4 o'clock. They're putting that off until Monday.
Yeah, I think they were having some problems with the website as well. It kept on crashing as well. But yeah, it should be interesting to see where this kind of goes and how. Again, the calls were supposed to expire on the 24th, I think, or something like that. I don't remember quite.
It was supposed to be. They were 21. So next week, Friday, was the expiration.
Yes.
Maybe he exercised. Maybe he just sold for profit. Either way, it was 9 million shares of GameStop.
Yeah. So he's definitely a major shareholder. Shout out to the kitty himself. But it'll be interesting to see going forward what GME and the other meme stocks will do. Definitely brought in some good volume into the markets for sure. So that's definitely a positive.
You and I were just talking about this. Microstrategy, it's actually high. This is a weekly chart. I'll zoom in here a little bit. Higher from where we ended yesterday, but Bernstein coming out this morning, initiating coverage of MicroStrategy here at Outperform. They also revised their overall Bitcoin price forecast to a cycle high of 200,000 by 2025, up from 150,000 in less than a year.
Wow.
Huge potential move.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's a blue sky setup at this point, but like I was telling you off camera, I mean, we're at 70,000 or thereabouts with no stimulus checks, no artificial money being pumped into the economy like we did earlier this decade. With respect to the MicroStrategy's upgrade over here, a couple things I want to note about this, Brendo. They are raising $700 million convertible debt offering that just came in this morning. To the tune of $700 million. With respect to Bernstein, really liking MicroStrategies here as opposed to some of these ETFs. They say they like the strategy of Michael Saylor and they're really investing in him. Price target of $28.90.
Yeah, actively managed Bitcoin, ETF essentially. So they're putting their money where their mouth is a little bit there. Worth noting, here's TEM, nothing to see as of yet for TEM on a 15-minute chart. There we go, thank you. TEM, IPO today. It's not a huge one, 11.1 million shares, but it's AI related, so you never know. Priced around $37 a share, raising $410 million for Tempus AI coming to the NASDAQ at some point today. It's in the healthcare space.
Yep.
Again, not a lot of shares, but worth noting.
Yeah, I didn't really have eyes on this one, Brenda, so you're putting me a little bit...
No problem.
Yeah,
no, it's just, it's interesting because of the AI angle, but we'll keep an eye on it anyways. As promised, Mr. Noss is with us on a Friday morning here to talk us through what we were discussing earlier in the week and how it played out for him on the Crocs train. Mm-hmm. Michael Noss, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. So today I'm going to just wrap up the Crocs trade from the beginning of the week, just to more talk about how I manage these swings, manage risk, take profit off. And then I've got another idea in the China space. You guys were talking about TEM and I'm talking about TME. So make sure you don't get those two confused. But yeah, so right off the bat, we had a trade, an idea that I had from Trade Ideas, obviously, for Crocs here. And the idea was based off of this new indicator that we built in the system, a new scan, talking about an EMA cloud. So if we go to, this was the setup, this was the idea. I was looking to, buy some if we broke out of this cloud and then put my target for at least part of the position at that all-time highs. And this was the chart that I gave you. So again, this EMA cloud you can find within Trade Ideas. You can find a scan for it, which looks for stocks that are pulling back into it. And just to summarize, it's the difference between two moving averages that helps identify trend and helps identify kind of a fair price in that trend. So that was the idea behind Crocs, is that if it held this zone, then I wanted to get involved and, risk under this zone and try to target those prior highs. And then if we go to the next chart, that's what it just looks like today. I got a bunch of emails asking, am I still in it? How did I manage it? So I just talk a little bit about this. So I talked about how, based off of where I got in and based off where my stop loss was, if we got to this prior high, that was a 3-to-1 risk reward. So that means, say, for example, if you're risking $100 on the trade, it means it was worth $300 when you got to that prior high. So you can see we achieved that a couple days ago. Now, for me, I'm not just going to exit the entire position there, although I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You've covered your risk and we've booked in a profit. That's great. With I think a 25% win rate, a 3-to-1 risk reward ends up working out for you. But what I wanted to do what I always want to do is try to see if I'm going to get a bit of a winner on this. If you look at the monthly chart in the lower left-hand corner, you can see that Crocs is sitting right at a monthly high. Oh, just up one more chart for just 1 second there. There we go. The idea is that I'm going to sell part of the position here. I sold half of my position for a 3-hour play. That means if I was risking $100 on the trade total, I've put $150 in my pocket just to make the math simple. And now my game plan is to hold as long as the stock remains above this cloud. So I'm just going to hold potentially for hopefully, days or weeks or months if things keep going. Because if it comes back and it breaks that cloud and I end up getting break even or even a little bit worse in the other half, I've already covered my risk and put a little bit of money in my pocket. So that's how I look to manage those. Again, just to help people who are swing trading try to keep in mind that our advantage is that we can hold for very long periods of time, right? That's the whole advantage of swing trading versus day trading. So when you're in a winter, not all of these work out this well right away. Actually, most of them don't. So when I get someone, I want to be able to stick with it. So now for the idea that I have that I found last week, we're going to talk about TME. So it actually starts with the next chart here and KWeb. And me and Sean on the after hour shows have been talking a long time, months and months now, about how we liked the idea that, everybody seemed to hate China, but the chart was holding up. It was doing pretty well. So when I'm looking at KWeb periodically, I'm looking for ways to express that thesis that in the long run, I think China has a chance to outperform the US, or at least outperform most of the US markets. So I want to get involved. So this indicator on the bottom is just a stochastic. It's an overbought, oversold indicator. There's thousands of them out there. But notice the last times in this uptrend that KWeb has gotten oversold, there has been some entity out there buying. So we're in that state right now. If we are going to take another push in KWeb, I wanted to take a look at what stocks I could potentially trade. So that's where TME comes into play. So TME is Tencent Music. I guess they own musics and games and all kinds of stuff. It's a big, big software provider in this. And the trend in this one has been absolutely insane. If you look at that monthly chart in the lower left, it's just kind of rocketed for the past 2-3 years now. Very much one of the strongest Chinese names out there. And you can see my post earnings gap that I talk about all the time had a nice earnings gap. It's been holding on here for a period of time. So here's the play that I'm going to look to take here on Tencent, knowing that it's a strong stock. We had a $15 rejection yesterday, hit 15, pulled back into that zone, got rejected there right away. If we can hold above 15, I like the look of that. If it also has a 1475-ish support area. If we get some support near that area, maybe I'll take a shot there as well. And then 1425 to 1420 or 14 even. If we break that, that's where I'm wrong and I need to move on. So the last chart here is again just going to express the trade in a little bit of a longer term. If we break out and I get that $15 area and my stop goes at that 1425, then I'm risking about 75 cents, give or take. I think it's possible that if we get to those all-time highs, that's about $16, right? It's not a crazy risk reward, but if we get through that, I definitely could see $1.50 on that. That gives me my 2-to-1 risk reward. So that's why I want to take these trades, just knowing that if that risk reward's on my favor, then if I'm right half the time in the long run, these will end up making money for me.
Great stuff. Michael Noss, enjoy the weekend. It's going to be a bit of a scorcher here. I hope it's nice weather down east as well. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you Monday.
Thank you so much there, Michael. Everyone loving that Crocs play. I like the Crocs. That chart is looking gorgeous as well. I want to add one name to that. Obviously, KWeb. I love the look there. And I want to add a name to that look, and not just Tencent, but PDD here is pretty interesting, I think, along the same logic. Simply put, if you're looking at this versus like an Alibaba, like one of these things is not like the other. One is in a distinct upward trend and has been for quite some time. But the good news is even when it looked like it was going to reverse the trend recently, bounce off the 200 period, hold of the 50 period, hold of a previous key level at $135. So you've got now all of a sudden that 135 where it's dipping back in is right at that 50 period again. So this is one. It's 10% away from it, so it kind of has to set up to pull back and bounce off that 135 here in PDD. Down 1% today, maybe not going to be a day trade, but it's all of a sudden on my radar as it's pulling right back into this key level on PDD. And that Crocs call was a fantastic one by Michael. The trend is so clean in here. Now, one of the things that we always talk about, I just showed you on PDD, it respecting things like the 200 period moving average and the 50 period moving average. And so therefore I would look for it back at the 50 period moving average. That's the key thing. Like I only care about that 50 period on simple, on Pinduoduo because it's been respecting it. In the case of Crocs, it's in an upward trend, but every single time it's bounced from underneath the 50 period and then goes, underneath the 50 period and goes, underneath the 50 period and goes. Like you'd be better off having a trend line in this. Like you just look at what is actually working on the stock. Like this is holding a pretty loose trend line here, which is more important than the 50 period because it has no trouble breaking it. That's the thing about indicators. They're not some magical sauce where you look at a line on a chart and you just say, hey, it's going to bounce off this line and we're going to go. No, they're observed on some because there's buyers in there, and on others they don't matter. Randy in the house, thank you so much for the coffee. Sean's in Ancaster, but Randy's right here making sure that we stay properly caffeinated. Here, are you changing that to a bear? All right.
Okay. We gotta have some balance, right? One bear, one bull.
I mean, we don't, but that's fine. I let Randy have fun with that one. I changed it back to a bull when you weren't looking yesterday because the market keeps making highs, so it's kind of hard to want it to be a bear. But let's get on over to Adara. We've got some upgrades and downgrades.
Some pretty interesting names here, especially in the upgrade side of things. Kicking it off with Adobe after that knockout earnings report yesterday. JP Chase giving it a positive analyst note and an upgrade with the 580 price target. Nice look. Shopify here with an upgrade from Evercore ISI saying that they see strong growth potential. Nice look for SHOP. Zscaler had its Zenith event this week. JP Chase upgrading them as well. And last but not least, MicroStrategy with a whopping $2,800 plus price target here from Bernstein and this upgrade as well this morning. On the downgrade side, we have Twilio kicking things off. This downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Evercore ISI downgrading APA Corporation. Huntington Bank getting a downgrade here from Piper Sandler. And last but not least, ConocoPhillips getting downgraded by BofA Securities. Couple interesting names here specifically in the upgrade side, guys.
What's the most interesting thing about that is I feel as if yesterday I probably said something on the aftermarket show when Adobe was going nuts. Yeah, it might not be a name that gets traded on the desk or for a lot of people on the floor. However, Obi,
yes, sir.
You like Adobe?
I do. It's one of my top ideas on the day. So I am watching it. Nice little gap up, and again, I like to use a little bit of the anchored right there for when it comes to earnings. But yeah, you can see that last earnings, not the best prior earnings, and then we kind of traded below that, holding that prior earnings anchored as a bit of resistance, bit of support resistance just underneath the 500 level. And then today, or last night, if you guys were watching, going from 460s all the way to 530s right there, 537.38 is the pre-market high, and now I got a fresh anchored here off of this strong volume that came in last night. And we're holding above it for now, above the 500 level. So let's see what we got in store for this one. But yeah, gapping above all of these resistances that it's had since prior earnings. Let's see if we can kind of make it back up here. But you can see that this support might be turned resistance right here at that 530 mark. 540 also on watch, just about 10 points away. And if we can get past some of these hurdles, then maybe Adobe will have some room to the upside. But I'm going to stay a little unbiased. Let's see what we do with some of these pre-market and after hour levels. Pre-market low right here I have at 518.50. So I'm definitely going to be watching some of the price action going into Adobe on earnings day one. Should be nice.
Yeah, that one should be nice. You saw Shopify on that upgrade list as well. That's been a great tear. And we talk about this oftentimes, right? And this is something that actually gets mentioned on the Freedom and Wealth podcast, which you should all be checking out. Scan that QR code. Today is Friday, which means in exactly 25 hours and 1 minute, the episode 3 is going to be available on the Freedom and Wealth podcast. And one of the things that does get mentioned is invest in things that you know and keep it simple. So as Canadians, we've liked Shopify for quite some time. Hopefully it's going to do a little bit better than some of the best tech companies that have been leading this country, because it's 0 for the last 2 in terms of longevity. That said, when it comes to a trade, this thing has been absolutely gorgeous. And there's been one red day in the last, call it 3 weeks, I don't know, whatever. You guys can count that. I say this every single time. Like one of these days I'll actually count those. It doesn't really matter. Who cares? You can see an uptrend. It's pretty obvious. But it's gotten to the 50 period and kind of chilled out a little bit here. What I love about that is it gives you a range of opportunities as a day trader, because you've got this somewhat of a double bottom the last 2 days at $64 in here. So you got a previous close, and you got a dip buy pre-market where it just ran away from. Then you got yesterday when things were tanking, hold to 64. You're up on the upgrade. So you got a support level in here where if it bounces, the range is $2.50 to the top on a $64 name. I mean, come on. Like, that allows you to go halfway. That's $1.20. It's a 2% possible move, and you're not even having to get to the high if it gets down to 64. So I like that bounce zone on Shopify. The other thing that's obvious is it could just potentially break out that high, take out 66.5, and then head on to the 200-period moving average at 68. That's another $1.50 that it's got available for it. So you've got 2%. I think with a small move, if it bounces off 64, then you have some upside through that high of the day break. It's just an upgrade, which isn't always the biggest of catalysts, but this hasn't really needed much of anything in the last few weeks. Just a strong, strong trend up here for Shop.
Sharif and I were just talking about the tech curse in Canada. Every time a tech company gets to be the biggest market cap firm in this country, it typically marks the end. Just ask BlackBerry. But yeah, I mean, everything looks great for Shopify still. Wanted to touch on this real quick. This is the 10-year. Yields right across the board, downside again this morning. The 30-year getting hit the worst right now, 4.35 on the 30-year. We're at 4.2 on the 10-year here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. Straight downside, so definitely benefiting market as well.
Yeah, and a key technical break, Brendo, on the 10-year futures contract, if I can show this quickly, Fabian. This 4 1/3 over here was a good area of support. You can see that when we got up into 4 7 1/4, and we kept bouncing off this area, and it was also a resistance area prior as well. And now we've broken decidedly below that into 4.2. So next stop, I guess, 4.
All right, I'll let you flip back over there if you haven't done so. Let's get into everything else you need to know going into the open on a Friday. Go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for the pop-up, enter your email address, and then you get that right in your inbox every single day, everything you need to know in the pre-market. Let's have a look at the futures.
54.38, guys, that's where we closed out yesterday. We're below that right now. So same thing as yesterday, 54.50, a key level of resistance that takes us back a few days. We haven't been able to close above there. To the downside, let's use that round 100-point level, 5,400 as support.
All right, let's talk some Adobe here. We kind of just did, but we'll revisit for anyone who's just joining. Adobe, an absolute monster report across the board. One of the interesting things you can do when it comes to earnings and earnings moves specifically is go back to especially when they're after the close, and then we're talking about it the next day, go back to the price action after the close the day before. Yeah. There's absolutely no downtick here on this report, which is a pretty good indication of how strong this earnings report, or how strong any earnings report was. If we don't even take out the day low, on like the prior day's low before it actually makes this 15.5% move, it's impressive to say the least.
It was all gas, no brakes there, Brendo. Yeah. With respect to how they did, let's talk about that. Earnings per share, a beat, 448. The street wanted 439. Revenue, 5.31 billion. The street was looking for 5.29. Another beat there. The year-over-year revenue growth, a healthy 10% there. Net new annual occurring revenue, 487 million. The street was looking for 437. So a beat everywhere, and they're really precipitated by the strong adoption of the AI features on their platforms.
AI, and AI. There's probably 10 or more positive notes here from analysts as well, mostly on the upgrade side of things, guys, for Adobe today.
They like the stock, so that much is obvious, and certainly this is one of those. It kind of feels like Broadcom Redux. Like, it was just exactly the same thing as Broadcom. Like everything was pretty good on the metrics. You're not really going to find much that you could complain about. There, of course, was some negative press before the report with regards to ownership of creator products, and there was. I don't want to be one, like, I don't really use Adobe, but there's a lot of people that were unhappy with some of the terms and agreements that they changed. So there was that negative press going into it, and it was big time trend down. That said, when you break up out of a downtrend like this, it gets a little bit more juice because of how heavy the downtrend was. Now, obviously, it's going to be a pretty decent spread. It's done 400,000 volume, which is really good for it. by the way. That's really good. So this 520 level, which we kind of just went over the technicals, but the fact that you're bouncing off the exact big resistance level and not even trying to fill in the gap, it has an average true range, depending on where you look at it. I have $13 on Trade Ideas. Obi was looking at a different source that had like $11. It would be perfectly reasonable that it could try to dip right that 1 ATR and then bounce off that 520 level. You could carry underneath for a few dollars as well, 17, maybe 18 underneath. And if it regains and holds a 520, I think that's a tremendous long bounce opportunity. I just like a lot of other names better. Like I'm gonna like Tesla, ARM, Nvidia, Longeveron, maybe even some AMD sprinkled in there. There's GameStop out there. So for me, it's not gonna be the first thing that I would be trading. But when it's twice the expected move, we talked about this with Danielle Shea last night on the Market Recap Show, which was a blast, especially watching Adobe. When you have these types of extended moves, I'm typically not wanting to fight it. If it's up twice the expectation and it holds the bid, I'm not trying to short tops. I think you look to buy dips and ride the trend.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. If it's going to continue that sentiment that we're getting off of earnings, again, very good earnings report. Again, beat on both EPS and revenue. I'm seeing here, and just taking a quick look at this, 2% surprise on EPS and a 0.33 surprise on revenue itself. So yeah, they did well. And then the thing I'm liking the most is that the fact that we're gapping above this downtrend that we've had since prior earnings, like I said before. So if the bid, I always ask this question: if the bid is real and we do a little bit of a pullback, where does it catch? Where do we hook those fish and then kind of continue for the reel in, right? So that is my question there, and we'll see what we do with some of these pre-market lows. I got the pre-market low marked right there in and around that 518.5. Right there, pre-market high again, 537.38. I'll be watching the price action on this one for sure.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here. Back to the downside right now. We're coming back through 185, which was the aftermarket area yesterday for this. If you missed it, yeah, the pay package gets the thumbs up from shareholders. They also approve them moving to Texas, moving the corporation to Texas. Elon, to say the least, was a little bit happy about all of this last night in that video. Did you see any clips of it?
I did. He told everybody he loved them. Yeah, he was not going to hold back, Brendo. Yeah, he got the win he wanted yesterday, and a resounding win at that. 77% voted to approve his pay package and to move the company's headquarters to Texas. We also got more information about the Cybertruck. It looks like they're scaling up deliveries, about 1,300 units now being delivered per month. We also got an update, obviously, on Optimus and what he wants to do with that. He wants to have 1,000 of those working at the Gigafactory by next year. Self-driving aspirations were also talked about. The Tesla ride-hailing network was also discussed. More to come on that in October, he mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, $25 trillion company as well on the back of these robots. So more to come from Elon.
Yeah, buddy. That's what the shareholders did for Elon right there. Overwhelmingly endorsing his, the vision. And, well, for a lot of people and for myself, I think it was just more about you make a deal, you stick to the deal kind of thing. And, when you have aggressive targets that get met, and that's what the compensation is, it might look in the rear view egregious, but that's, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And what we care about is the trading aspect of this. It doesn't matter to me whether Cathie Wood thinks it's going to $2,600 and Elon thinks that she's got it right. We're not trading it for 10 years from now. We're trading it for the next few hours. That's just the reality. And for most people, maybe you're trading it for weeks, or maybe you're swing trading it, who knows. But we do have some pretty obvious things to look at here today. Before yesterday, when we're gapping to like a bat out of you-know-what before reversing, it was pretty clear you had this big resistance at 180 and 182. And I always talk about when in doubt, zoom out. So if you did this yesterday, like myself, then you were looking at $180 for dip buy, which I'm on the bid at $180 today. But you do this, you're looking at $180 for a dip. If you zoom out a little bit further and you look at the actual last couple of weeks, well, then your dip in the previous support or previous resistance would have been up here at $182. So you zoom it a little bit out and you realize, hey, there's an entire window down here of previous resistance that I think is the dip spot. So 180, 182, I'm not on the bid at 182. The way that it came down there yesterday at the open was, like, that's pretty intense, the way that you're moving down into it. So I wouldn't necessarily want to sit on that bid. I'll sit 180, but if it bounces off 182, I'm looking to get long on Tesla. If it can't carry through 186, 187, then I'm looking for a dip buy on Tesla. And, a close above 190, I think will be very, very key. We talked about that as well with Danielle Shea. So you have a very wide range that we're working with here today because of that pullback. It was an $8 pullback on at the time was $190 stock. So you got to be wary of it. It's not ridiculous that it's 185 and we could be getting a dip 3% lower here. It's Friday. Obviously, that makes it a level like a 180 even that much more significant. So I'm on the bid there only because I always do this. If I have anything to say about Rivian, I say it after Tesla. So Rivian, the move from $10 to $12 already happened a couple of weeks ago. That was my trade of the week, which was essentially bouncing off of 10. It's underneath $11, which means we're getting close to $10 again. So if I see $10 on Rivian, I bid Rivian. End of story.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good look. I was trading Tesla yesterday, and if you guys were watching Tesla at all, that aggressive selling off of that 90 test. So the 90 test didn't necessarily come in right away. It came in around 10 o'clock right there. And we can go down to a shorter time frame here, and you can see, like, okay, yeah, sure, we're doing some RVOL in the pre-market. That's definitely kind of pointing us in the direction of the ticker. We attempt to push that 190, 160 is this pre-market high. I'm getting, I got long on this 90 break for an attempt at the pre-market high, and oh boy, did that selling come in very aggressively right back through 190, printing extremely, extremely aggressive selling is what I'm trying to say happening back through that 190. And then you can see that, again, shout out to Technical Patterns, ascending triangle as we make higher lows into that 190 break definitely is coercing, traders like me for a potential break. And then when it doesn't necessarily happen, think about all the players that are potentially offside, and that sell pressure comes in quite aggressively as of yesterday. So definitely going to be watching some of these levels from prior day. You can see that after hours high. You can see off of again, we had that investor meeting last night, and Tesla did tick up on that a little bit, and we are holding that same high in as the pre-market high as of right now at that 186. So I'm definitely watching that piece of information right there to see if some of these lows that held yesterday are going to continue holding and we continue to make higher lows, maybe for an attempt back at the highs, or maybe we come right back in, and I'm going to see if there's going to be a bid that continues to be there in and around that 182 on Tesla today.
All right, we mentioned GME earlier. Back to the downside a little bit right now. We came back through $30 once again and have been pulling back ever since. We're kind of chopping around in that range where it ended the day yesterday. A couple of interesting points. This new account update from Roaring Kitty showing that he's now one of the largest shareholders in this company.
Yes, sir. Up now holding 9 million shares of GameStop and $6 million in cash. The value for those options contracts that he had, 120,000 call options now. We're not really sure if he liquidated some of them to pick up those new equities or whether he went into the equity market to buy them directly. In any event, his total portfolio now, a chill, 268 million up from 210. We'll have to see whether or not it continues to rise today. Got a 14% bump, though, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to keep watching this as long as it's in play as it's been. We are green, but only just here, guys.
Yeah, I feel like this threw people off the bowl. Like if the last couple of days, and if you got tossed off of it 2 days ago, it's probably frustrating because I'm almost certain that you would have had people get rinsed on this. Give up when it fell that $28 2 days ago, and it was nasty at the close and all that stuff. But what a rally it did have yesterday. I'm talking about obviously GameStop here. The 25.5 held. It was trend up. It's almost impossible. Like if I see a level like this, like what else are you going to do except say 28 has a level of significance? We know we like $25, and if we get to $25 today, then clearly something has not gone well for the stock and you're catching a bit of a falling knife. The 28, on the other hand, is a little bit more reasonable. Double top yesterday, breakout, then support in the pre-market already. This test, just so you guys can see this, because I don't want you to think it double tapped 28 here. This was like the overnight dark pool dumps. So this never really tested at 8 o'clock. It was an early test at about 6:30 of that $28 level. So it hasn't come anywhere close to it just yet. So there's one bounce spot. I think that is a reasonable one for the open. If somehow at 9:35 it's at $25, I'm going to suggest it's probably going to a down halt, and I will not be on a bid for a level like that because I'm not buying down halts on GameStop. It's just not the way to go. I don't think it's a risk of halting today. Clearly, it hasn't really done much halting the last couple of days. It's been a pretty normal stock. And if you miss opportunities on GameStop, I just want to remind everybody, like I don't think any day I've had any of these bottoms on GME, but it's been very available just grabbing it off of VWAP after it puts in a bottom. You don't have to catch the absolute low on this stock. Just let it start to make a trend. Like there's a double bottom off of VWAP. It breaks 28, which is resistance, and it gives you 28 in the afternoon again for a dip buy, arguably twice. So there's lots of ways to get in there that doesn't involve you sitting there catching a falling knife. The whole point of a squeeze name is to just get into the long trend as it's starting to blow up in people's faces that are short. That doesn't require you to sit on the bid when it's like a falling knife and a dying quail. So I don't want to be playing that game. If there's a quick snap off 28 that resembles what we saw off 25, then I would take a shot at it. Otherwise, I'm just looking to get into the trend. If it does anything like yesterday, I just want to try to repeat that pattern.
Yes, Neil, definitely. The trend is your friend until the end where it bends, right? That's how the saying goes. And so again, we covered a little bit of GME a little earlier, but I will be watching this not prior days highs, but prior like the weekly highs here post earnings report. We see what it did off of that action right there. That 33 to 34, some wick highs as well, intraday highs on Wednesday, wick this pre-market high, and then we sell off for the rest of the day with a little bit of confluence with some of these anchored VWAPs that we've drawn in from some of those high volume days. Now I know that I don't have one here off of earnings, but I know that if I do put one in, it'll be in and around the same kind of average price as these, as you can see. So we'll see. I'm just looking at the chart here, 33s to 32s. See what we do in and around there. It is a Friday. This thing has been kind of a bit of a squeezer over the past couple of weeks. If a squeeze is going to come in on a Friday, then I'm definitely going to be interested in that price action. But until that kind of comes in, or if it even comes in, I'll be watching it in and around this 32 area. But yeah, we've sustained this 20 level quite well there. Bit of a failure to follow through that kind of precipitated the shorts and then kind of had to or push them out. In a sense, a bit of a squeeze happening off of those levels there. So let's see what GME has in store for us today.
All right, we'll touch on ARM here very quick. Did have a pretty nice gap to the upside, back to just 0.5% in positive territory right now. Going to be added to, I think it was 2 or 3 different NASDAQ indices, including the NASDAQ 100 coming up on June 24th. But as I mentioned here, right back to where we ended the day yesterday for ARM right now.
Yeah, Brendo, this has been one hell of a stock lately. I was talking to Neil a few days ago about this, really getting through that 150 level without an issue there. That was a previous area of resistance. As Brendo mentioned, going into the NASDAQ 100 on June 24th, coming out to make room for them is going to be Sirius XM, SIRI, is a ticker that was down about 2.5% on the news that they're being removed.
Typically, these types of announcements are sell the event kind of news plays, but you never know here, guys. We are trying to bounce right now for ARM, trying to get back to 160.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, look, obviously there's some pretty strong ARMs on the desk you guys are probably seeing, but the only ones stronger than that are those of this stock. And, you know, I've said it before, and it bears saying again, this is a stock that I was looking to build a position in my long term. I bought into what I considered about 20% of what I wanted to own in the stock. It did absolute and utter nonsense. I was in it at about $66. It did utter nonsense. I sold half the position up at 120, thinking when this happened, I was going to get back in off a pretty key 80 level. It bounced off 85 and I didn't buy. Like, think about that. Like, okay, so I was trying to buy it back in at like 81 or something, whatever the price was. It bounced at 85, opened the next day at like $90, and then the rest happened. And I never bought it. I didn't buy it there. I didn't buy it when the 50 period came. I didn't buy it back at 120 where I'd sold. And if your time horizon is long enough, it's important to note that sometimes it's more about not getting the exact price you want, but buying the available dip. I say that a lot. Buy the available dip. If you think stock is trending and it dips into an area that you like, then you should be buying it. Like, that's the entire idea of dip buying. It's not to get the exact price. It's not to get exactly a 17.84 whatever retracement. No, it's to get back into the long so that you can benefit from the move. All that said, at $164, it makes a fresh all-time high. I'm a little bit concerned by what I saw yesterday. My number one stock yesterday was actually shorting ARM, believe it or not, because it was a reverse. When it did the reverse failed break of the high, I just played the retracement short underneath the pre-market low. So I'm more than willing to do that again. If it fail breaks $160 at the open, like this happened, and then holds underneath VWAP, then I will look for a short just like yesterday. Until that actually happens, I still think there's a long available here for this name. I do tend to like Nvidia 130 a little bit better. So I think everybody and their mother is interested in if Nvidia breaks $130 in the open market. It's been through this multiple times in the pre-market. It's not a level that hasn't been violated early in the pre-market. Just a few minutes ago, it was through it back and forth probably 7 or 8 times, and it's underneath that level right now. But if we break it at the open, then I want to look for a long, but I'm not getting trapped at the top. You saw on Tesla how we're able to save ourselves by getting the heck out of Dodge if you fail a break at an all-time high. Sometimes it gets really nasty on the way back in, and some people like holding into it. That's not my game plan. I'm just going to play the break and try to keep it simple on Nvidia.
Yeah, I'm kind of I have this one on watch as well. I actually didn't really realize that we tested these all-time highs at that 164 just yesterday. So it's good that it's been brought to my attention. But again, I was here for the IPO, marked a bunch of levels there, and definitely has broken past a lot of those levels. Held this earnings reaction low right here on that aggressive dip that we did have. And yeah, it's been quite an uptrend there, armed for fresh highs on this ticker here through that 164. Higher highs and higher lows. You can see that post earnings, it did hold that earnings anchored as well in and around that 110, and now we are accelerating past some of these prior levels as well. So if we do take a little bit of a pullback, I'm going to see if we hold this trend here that we've been having on ARM, and then maybe we can take it for that push. Very, very strong. You can see the volume on the daily as well, looking quite sustained as we continue up. But yeah, let's see if we get some expanding volume into this all-time high break. We attempted it yesterday, didn't really get too far, but maybe today's the day.
A few people mentioning this KAVL, little one moving around here, just broke through $4. On a bit of a retracement right now. There's nothing significant. It's 837,000 shares, so teeny tiny float on that. There is a 10%, we'll call it 9.4% short float as well. So just be careful with that KAVL. Huge down day yesterday as well for KAVL. We talked about TEM real quick. If you're with us 8:30 to 9 this morning, IPO coming up on the NASDAQ today. TEM will make its debut. It's not big, 11.1 million shares, but it is AI related. So a little bit of interest possibly on that side of the equation. It's in the medical space. Not sure how much that matters, but we'll keep an eye on TEM.
Well, SoftBank's done really well this year, obviously with ARM. So if they continue their streak, this company is going to be good as well. So Tempus AI, healthcare technology company, the IPO is priced at $37 per share. It's at the higher end of the range, raising about $410 million. Specifically within the medical field, its platform helps doctors leverage real-time data for better decision making. It also supports genomics testing, which is important. So keep your eye on that one. Probably launches during the midday. These ones usually launch sometime in the afternoon.
Just seeing officially already, Elon Musk has shifted Tesla's incorporation to Texas. after the vote last night.
Well, that didn't take very long, so there you go. We'll have eyeballs on that IPO, but I do feel like when it opens up, it will be all of the fun for IPOs tends to happen on the midday show for Adara and Sharif. However, along the lines of Tesla and automation and automated driving, Ramin came up with something a little bit fun that I wanted to show everybody because I thought it was cool. Do we have the clip?
Do you do this on the side or like full time?
What is that?
That's the dream. We don't want a robot sitting in there. You don't want anybody driving your car. You want the automated driving. And you want Tesla to be doing it at the end of the day. Do you do it full time? Yeah. Look, here's a bit of truth. And I know I should always say this because it is fair. The actual working robo-taxis are other companies currently doing it, right? Like, it's like Waymo and a couple of others that actually have these functioning in China. You've got Baidu and a couple of others that actually have them functioning. But Tesla's got the fleet. Long term, I think it's going to be great for them. Today, it's up 2 points. I like a 180 dip buy. I'm sitting on the bid there. If it does tag a 182, that's a different story. Like, I'd like to see it get underneath. It violated that like right at the end of the day, pretty nasty. The way it broke that 182 all the way into 181.24. So I think if it gets into 182, I'm looking for a long. I'm not just sitting there in front of it. But 180 is a definite different story. Like, I want to be on that bid. I am on that bid. If it takes out a 187 and holds the bid above the pre-market highs and the aftermarket highs, I would look to join a move, not take a breakout on a move. What else we got going on here? I know we didn't talk about Apple, so I want to quickly get to Apple for you guys. Apple into a market that's only down 0.2%. Apple's down 0.6%. This was a huge rally off of 212 in the afternoon. It was very, very steady move off the 212 level all the way into 215. I think that puts this squarely in the range of, hey, 215 is not nothing. 215 was support on that second monster day. It failed at the open all the way up at 217, but really it didn't have any challenge until it got back into the 215 level. So if this can't bust 215, I think you have a chance to be looking at a sell in Apple at the $215 level. I would have said the same thing about Amazon, but Amazon is too far gone at this moment. If you get a short to pop on this, it's almost like it has to be $184.5, $185 on Amazon. Amazon got crushed yesterday. One of the worst names that actually it was the worst name in the Mag 7, just in terms of that move. There were other names that had bad days. And I don't want to sleep on Longeveron. I know we've talked about a lot of these small cap names. Yesterday, this was a fantastic trade. Depending on where you had it, if you had it at the open at $2, which I admittedly didn't, I was looking at big cap tech names and missed the $2 level, but we were able to pick it up as usual in a trend off of VWAP, and then late in the day off of VWAP again, $3 into 335 specifically. So I think that makes it pretty simple. It holds a $3 level. I'm going to like it. If it does a dip and a rip, I want to join the trend off VWAP. It's got a bit of a double top as well through 390. So if this takes out $4, there is room to run. I just want to show you guys the daily chart before I give it to Obi for some final thoughts. Above $4, it gets really hairy and murky and all that stuff. So I'm not really thinking breakout through 4. I'd much rather try to get myself into a long into the $4 level. That way I'm not having to buy the top exactly where it had failed 3 times since its reverse split.
Yeah, I like that look on Amazon for sure there, Neil. And yes, first real strong red day in a while there. If we take a look at the daily real quickly, you can see that we've been bidding up. We kind of triple topped-ish this 190, 188 level, but you can see over the past, since I guess, what is this date right here, May, June 3rd, we've been pretty much trending up, and it's the first day yesterday that we did break that prior bar low on the daily, and we got that aggressive selling off of the open there. I think prior bar low in and around that 85. What was that? Yeah, prior day low right here, 85.40s right here. We push off of it, and we come back right through the back through open, back through low, opening range low. That selling really does come in pretty aggressive there.
Yeah, let's go to the desk quickly with Sharif before the bell.
All right, guys, we're talking about the more obscure patterns or ones we haven't talked about in the past. Today, Adair and I are going to be talking about the rounded bottom pattern on how to trade. Catch that at 11.
Rounded bottoms, definitely good.
You're good.
Okay, you know what?
I like that.
We all like that, I suppose. But look, Nvidia's at the $130 mark. It is Friday. It's going to be a good one, a wild one. Let's get this party started as we lower the bell to end the week. Elon getting paid. GameStop moving higher because you know who's got shares. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Adara. Ooh, that was an aggressive bell ring there.
Yes.
So first things first, we do have a test of this 130 level. I mean, instantly on Nvidia, and there's a seller and a refresher at the $130 level. Looks like it's being resisted almost right away. And yeah, we just had a break of 130. I got 130.13s in there. So on that break, I didn't even get a great price. If it can't hold the 75, I am not trying to get trapped right at the open on this breakout level. Tesla dipping down into 185, but the only thing we have is long over this 130 level. I said I would take it at the open with a tight stop because I'm not trying to get trapped at this level. Longeveron's starting to make a move. Let me just get over there for a quick second. Longeveron's through that 350. So Nvidia back down through 75. So first swing, I said we'd have a tight stop on it. We got out. Longeveron's pushing through VWAP in here already through that 350. So let's see if it can do a dip that'll get me some kind of support to get in. But as I said, I'm not getting trapped in an early fail on Nvidia. I like dip buys, but they're all the way down here, $2 from where we are. So it's either long right up at that 130 or in that first 50 cents, or it's long down at 128. ARM is the other name. And look, ARM's already gone.
Okay. All right.
The all-time high on ARM is $164. It's always the one you're not looking. It's always ARM. ARM is insane. 164 is an all-time high on ARM. I'm not buying a punch through 164. The spread right now is 50 cents. That's way too big. I think if it breaks 164, you could pull back $1.50, and that would be pretty reasonable. So be careful with that one.
Yeah, I'm watching this Adobe here. We did kind of push up above the morning consolidation highs there, just above that 530, but it's still chopping within this kind of 925 imbalance range there. 529s right now, 530s just chopping around. The spread is about a point, so it's ranging from a point to about 30 pennies every now and then. So I'll continue watching this one as it kind of consolidates or does its thing here. Nvidia pulling back off of that 130, so we know that 130 couldn't really get through as of yesterday. We did get through it in the pre-market with the 4 a.m. price, and then we've been slowly kind of steadily trending down back into that 130. So let's see what we do with that 130 here. But yeah, Adobe's trading below that 530 as of right now. So like I said, if the same question I kind of always ask if a ticker's kind of gapping up on earnings, if it pulls back, if the bid is real, where is it going to catch? Are we going to see any sort of significant tape action there? Are we going to see a held bid? Are we going to see any sort of size show up if we do trade a little bit lower into the pre-market levels there? Let me pull in this chart here so I can kind of look at it as well. And yeah, Nvidia breaking back through that 129. So nice little short. The sellers at 130 apparently are still there as of right now from yesterday. But again, some of these pre-market lows I think are definitely worth watching here. But going back to Adobe, bouncing off of that earnings anchored as of right now. I have my earnings anchored right here at that 525 mark. So we're in and around that level. But we did do a little bit of a wick shimmy there off of the pre-market highs. Couldn't quite get to these highs at 537s, and we are trading over 10 points lower there. 520s coming in, aggressive selling a little bit there. So let's see what we do with this pre-market low, 518, but I haven't really seen anything that convincing or distinctly different on the tape as of right now to really kind of make a move here. But Nvidia looking nice at that 130. Let us know what you guys are watching off the open as well. As you guys know, I just like to stay a little bit patient off the open, especially when on the show. A little bit of a different playbook. But Intel, I do have my eyes on some of the
quickly
tech
here.
names there. What's going on?
128.50 just came in twice on. I'm not still in it. I actually just got in and out a couple times here on 128.5. On Nvidia, it popped. The best we got was in front of the 90s, and it's starting to hold a little bit of a bid. Longeveron, I'm not going to chase. Longeveron's up at 375. It looks like I don't want to say we've completely missed it, but we might have missed that story. So Nvidia is starting to bounce in here, but LGVN, I did try to get that bid right when we got in and out of that breakout long on Nvidia. It's holding 350. I'm out in front of it. I tried to get that break on that bounce. We'll have to wait for a pullback. I don't want it to get to $4, and I'm not in position. Let's go to Adara.
Pfizer at days highs here after this push up from the open. One of their treatments showing overall survival of more than 2 years in their phase 2 study. So this being well received here by traders. Pfizer right now up almost 2%. PFE.
Pfizer going
Pfizer
up.
with the knees,
Okay, that's not too bad. Quickly, Apple is starting to get close to that 215 level. So Apple on another tear. I have a wick up here at the 215. I didn't see it actually trade up at that price. So if we get it, we're going to try and short it off that 215 level. I was over on Nvidia and trying to pick up some Longeveron. It's possible that it wicked that top, which might make me just like it a little bit more. I did reload Nvidia at a higher low. And if we get to 130, I do still want to cover out in front of 130. I think 130 is a level you got to prove that you're breaching that 130 level before we're going to not respect it. So I'm trying to grab that short on Apple. We like that one for a fade only at that 215 level, which we think is key. If you're tracking Tesla, it's kind of a nothing burger for Tesla unless you're short it. I'm waiting for either bounce off the 182 or the 180 level here on Tesla. What's going on with Adobe? I see a lot of people talking about Adobe. That's not a name on my list to trade off the open, but I know you're interested.
It's a bit of a hold here, just underneath that 525 level there. I was watching it real quick, and a lot of mid prints that went in right underneath that 525. We are trading above that. That happens to confluence with the anchored VWAP. We are making a higher low off of this pre-market low here at that 518. But again, it had almost a 2-point spread there, just underneath that 520. I think it was 524 and some change, and then 526 on the ask right there. So I don't necessarily want to punch right into the ask right there. I'll wait for a little bit longer to get involved with that one. But you can see, again, I know people like playing the 5-minute opening range, and that 5-minute opening range as of right now, 534 highs, and the lows right there at that 521, 522 area, just shy of that 522 underneath it. But before that, we're going to go over to Dara.
We do have here APLD. This was small cap here on watch. Not seeing any news on this one and not a ton of volume yet, but this one trying to push higher and highs today here. 14.3% short float, so worth watching. APLD, guys.
Good look for that. LGVN just came back in for me, so we picked it up. You probably have guessed it by now. I feel like I need like a VWAP button or something so I can just hit it and be like, okay, we bought a dip off VWAP. Because it's way too often that we're seeing this. But like at the end of the day, if something works for you and the pattern is there, you're just going to take it. So we got 351. Creatively enough in front of 350, I bought at $3.51. I'm scalping into the high. I'm going to hold the last 20% for a break of the $4 level. Bingo, bango, bongo, all that good stuff. Tesla is still tanking. GameStop. Well, we talked about a dip buy in GameStop, and the stock doesn't care. I know it says AMC, but believe me, that's the only diamond hands thing I have on my board, so that's what I'm going to hit. Hopefully somebody's got this breakout. I was waiting for a $28 level to get in. If you don't get in, it just means the trade didn't set up for you. You've got to be able to sit one out. I'm always willing to miss the trade to make the trade, and this one off to the races, up 3% for GameStop. Good look there. But it is Longeveron that's really starting to go, and I do, like I said, if it gets through the high, I'm going to have taken almost all of it out, because I want to ring the register, not look a gift horse in the mouth, and if it breaks the double top, I'm going to be already in it, and then if it flies, we're already in the trade. And if it doesn't go, then I'm not losing money. I can look for a reload off that 350 level. Nvidia has not gotten to 130 yet, but I'm going to be on the offer at 129, probably around 85 to 90. And if it breaks 130, that's a separate trade on its own. So far, so good. But we did miss out on that GameStop dip buy opportunity.
Yeah, like GameStop's definitely going here. I do have it kind of watching it on the sidelines here. AMC as well, Neil. AMC pushing, I guess yesterday's high was 538. As of right now, 537 is the high. So we did clip AMC prior day highs right there, again, along with some of these other, along with the GME as well. But something to note is like a lot of the other kind of names, like the meme names that we're running, have lost their push on the whole squeeze and the meme craze that was happening over the past couple of weeks there. I know that Novavax, again, another heavily shorted name, has been pretty much downtrending off of the past week or so. So that disconnect definitely there. But GME, AMC, the main stonks for sure, are catching a bit of a bid. But like I said, I'm going to be patient for that GME 131, 132 to come in right there. That 530 on Adobe was looking quite nice, but we are still chopping within this 6-point range here on Adobe off of the open. So I'm going to wait for a little bit more distinctly different action there. But yeah, Nvidia as well, that 130. Let's see, that 129 is holding quite well as of right now, but underneath VWAP to say the least. So let's see what we do in and around there. About 200 on the ask right there, just above 129. So let me just put in that filter.
There is
here
a
on
serious
this
amount of volume going off at this 129.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in Bizarro world, it's AMD that's trying to go green. Because, why not? I mean, AMD's been the dog, not exactly the belle of the ball in the chip space, and it's trying to push through this 160. Seen this story before. If 129 is starting to fail on Nvidia, suddenly you're going in the other direction on AMD, and they've been a little bit counter-trend to each other, so let's respect it. But it's ARM that I want it to be a little bit more attuned in, and look what ARM is setting up. This is pretty much what it did yesterday. Break of the pre-market high, a fail underneath. Yeah, if Nvidia loses 128.5, I think I'm shorting VWAP again on ARM. It's just I paid for the locate, so we are ready to go. But we've got a Dara at the desk. You've got some news for us.
Go EV here. GOEV Canoe is the name of the company, pushing higher here at highs of day on strong volume. This one is a 13% short float. Also announced they're getting $15 million from a prepaid agreement that came out yesterday after market close. So GOEV, bit of a catalyst here. Decent short float on the move to the upside, guys.
All right,
That's
Go
a pretty
EV
solid
is going.
Someone just showed a 100K bid and spooked, not spooked. It was
that?
probably a real order on Nvidia here down at 128.5. I just tried the reload. We've pretty much only been long the 50s and then 80s in here on Nvidia as it's trying to bust VWAP. I still will get out in front of 130. That's not going to change. Longeveron is starting to slow at that 360. It's pulled back in. It's not giving fills in front of 50. I'm just going to pop off the bid because it's not looking nearly as strong. I don't like the volume. So I'm not reloading the 350 on Longeveron. I'm trying to get back in at the 128.5 on Nvidia. And for all of the apes and the GME followers, now the volume's starting to come in above $30. So it's trying to break that high of yesterday. I went to zoom out for you guys. But until it gets through that 31, it's still got some ways to go. I'd rather be buying some dips. I'm trying to be really patient with Tesla. Sometimes you're catching a falling knife and it works out for you. But I said I would not just sit on the bid at the 182. I would let it trade down into 182, look for a bounce opportunity, try to get it on the strength. This looks like it's trying to make a bounce here. 181.80 I have as the local bottom. So I'm going to try to get in here. Okay, it just kind of popped up. Look to try to get it off a bounce instead of sitting in front. The problem with that sometimes is you might get a bad price. Like I'm long at 16 because I'm buying it on the way back up through when it's trying to break back out. But you could have a price of like 1s and 2s if you just sat on that bid. I like trying to catch it after the bounce. And to each your own. Like I like trying to get it in the other direction. If we get to VWAP, it's a downward trending stock in which I'm playing a VWAP retrace for this name. So GameStop, nothing. Longeveron's back up about 12, 13 cents in the money, but not really moving all that fast. And the one that's in trouble to me is Tesla because that's the one that's trend down when we're buying this 182.
Okay, you got long there on the Tesla. Yeah, I'm watching Tesla as well. I got it up here on my other chart. Yesterday's low. We saw the aggression of the selling that happened off of this attempt at 190 yesterday, and then we hold sideways pretty much the whole day with that 182 kind of level holding as of right now. And yeah, that day low right there, right before the close, 181.23. So I am definitely watching that. We did aggressively sell off right off of the open. Look at these strong red volume candles right there, and we're holding that 182 as of right now. So I'm just gonna be waiting to see any sort of change in the chart there. But yeah, that 129, Neil, lots of volume right there. There's 200 lots on the ask, 129.08, but it seems like this thing is churning a lot of volume in and around this 129.
It needs to be more buy volume.
Yes.
Get in there and buy, Mortimer. Yeah. Buy. That's what I'm talking about. You know, it's right back underneath 182. My price is now 12s. I just did a bit of a reload. It bounced off the 50 in the wrong way. That's 182.5. I'm always taking some out. An even dollar bounce play against the trend, I'm taking some out at the half dollar every single time, and then I'm taking some out in front of 75, like that kind of a thing. But you are holding this low by just absolutely barely. There we go. Now you get another pop. I should get some out in front of the 50 a second time. And I just heard in my ear AMC shares popping as GameStop is holding. Why is that still Tesla? I just hit AMC. Yeah, why is AMC so much? Okay, so remember I said if there's a big move down on GameStop, let me just try to set this up for you. Like AMC is really flying. GameStop's not through the high. So usually I'd say if GameStop fails, I'd short AMC. Because AMC is looking relatively strong, I'm not going to do that. I just want to let you guys know, I am not looking for that play if AMC is weirdly strong. I like doing it when AMC is not showing that kind of strength relative to GameStop. So it's hard to tell, but I did sell in front of 50s on that reload of Tesla. It's right back into the bottoms here. So a bit of a downward trend in Tesla, a bit of a downward trend. A big downward trend in Tesla. We're able to capture a couple of scalp trades on the long, but when you're fighting the trend, make sure you're taking profit when you get that bounce. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth. It is not going up nearly as rapidly as I would like. Nvidia is holding for it, which is okay. We got a number in 15 minutes, and I guess I'm not going to get the Apple short before that without changing my target. I'm at 214.95, and I just missed it by like a smidge. 91 was the high. I missed that by 4 cents. It's trending up. I think I'll let it carry into 215 before I get out in front of that one.
Yeah, I'm still watching the futures here. Now this is the prior contract again. I don't think we kind of talked about this earlier. Not really going to switch over to the next one until maybe Monday when that one gets a little bit more volume here. But again, still watching some of this action here. We did break through that 19.6 and 19.6 on NQ, pushing right back up. So this consolidation that was happening in the pre-market, we are trending above that, and some of these highs here, 19.660-ish, are potentially on their way there with this strength coming in. And people in the chat talking about Google, and yeah, I'm definitely watching some Google as well here along the way. Google pushing for that 176, so let's pull that in right here. Look at that Tesla pull right back up. Are you still in that Tesla
I
there?
just covered, it just made the push past 183.20, so yeah. We did ring the register on that one, but I got to get over here. Look, we talk about the winners. You guys saw Tesla bouncing off 182, but Longeveron just lost the 350 level. So we did scalp. I actually was able to get out of 2/3 of it in front of the 75 level. This little spike was the missed opportunity. It spiked back up to 75, and I didn't get it out. But once it broke 350, I said I was not going to reload that position. Didn't like the way that it looked, so we don't get more shares there off of VWAP. It's bounced through 350, now headed into the downside. Unfortunately, is what it is. But I'm not going to hold it from 350 to $3. If I like a $3 level, I can trade it again at $3. You don't have to hold it 10% or 15% against you. You can just wait for that next opportunity. Okay, so AMD's really the better one at this point, yeah, but you're starting to get back up through VWAP here. I never got that reload on Nvidia here off that 128.5. I tried jumping in front of the size that was there, but I guess the algos got there first. That's just going to happen sometimes. But if you bust through VWAP, you're putting in some higher lows. I don't know that I want to add through a 130, but I might look for a trend and some kind of a higher low. We missed the last one. We'll try and get the next. AMD is the one that's really flying.
Wow, yeah, AMD. Thanks for bringing that one to my attention there. I know a lot of people were talking about that in the chat as well. AMD very, very strong off of the open there, kind of pushing into prior days, end-of-day highs right there at that 161 as of right now. So let's go down to a shorter time frame and just check that out. Okay, 161.10, pulling back a little bit here. Let's see how far we go back. Pre-market highs 160.30, so we're just in and around there. But yeah, look at that expanding volume going into that 160 break. That's definitely interesting to me. I'm waiting for this 130 potentially on Nvidia as well. Adobe, definitely still watching that. This is a 1 minute on here, so we are making a bit of a trend here. Lower highs building into this a flat bottom at 524 and change, 525 just underneath, and we're kind of holding that right now. So I'm gonna wait and see what we do with some of this action. Definitely a lot of people involved here. and it's done about 4.7 million shares of volume right now. It's what is it? It's 9:49. So it's been about 20 minutes since the open, and we've done about almost 5 million shares on Adobe. So I'll continue watching this one, waiting for players to get offside. Potentially on that one, on that build of I guess flat bottom break potentially, but let's see if it kind of comes into
on
Adobe potentially.
You're looking short on Adobe?
We'll see. Pardon?
You're looking short?
Maybe we'll see. I'm just looking to react to what it'll give it to me. But look at that flat that's at like 524 halves. Right? We keep on bidding above that. So this is what I'm talking about on the 1 minute. 524 halves is being held. So that might be a little distinct. And if that level gets a little violated, I do want to take a piece off towards day lows. But you can see this is quite clean here. If I draw like a bit of a line here since the open, very, very clean trend to the downside, lower highs pushing for this flat bottom. But let's see if those bids kind of hold. Maybe a little bit of a wick, maybe a little bit of a fugaze, but I do want to step in when the price action is distinctly different and convincing. Here comes the 130, Neil, on Nvidia. 600 lots on the ask. So let's see what we do with this price over here on Nvidia.
Look, I told you what I was going to do. So I'm out of the dip buy on Nvidia, and I'm looking for the break again. So, station to station play. We did miss one other dip buy in here at like 75, but you take the money and run. And we just got a buck on the last one, but I'm on the board. We're going to have this break when it happens. The first one, tight stop, I'm still going to do the same thing. If it fails this 130, I'm not going to hold it forever. I usually have a pretty tight stop, but it's you said 500,000 shares are sitting on the offer of Nvidia at 130. Still nothing happening. GameStop still doing the same dance, but it's this 130 that's going to come in next. Oh, look at Apple. Once this resolves itself, anyone looking at a chart of Apple, if you wanted to short at 215, your opportunity has come and gone. But that was the level. We're here to try to take trades, but you also have to prioritize. Like, you cannot take every single opportunity, nor get every opportunity. How is it possible I keep getting the even dollar on these breaks? This happened twice yesterday. I actually got filled at $130 on that fill, on that break, which means you say it's a good thing, like it's a good price, but it's not necessarily a good thing because I'm getting triggered essentially before it's truly broken through that level. I'm not hitting that key manually, but the 30 break, the first time it failed and the dip buy was better. If the same thing happens a second time, then I'm going to lose on the break again, and I'm going to buy the dip again at 128.5. That has been the plan this entire time, as Tesla's still holding that 183.50. Might not get a second chance at 182 there.
Yeah, so the 130 back through was quite nice there. Does pull back a little bit, but the 130 is coming in. Let's see if we can break through some of these pre-market. So pre-market consolidation right before the open, in and around that 130.47, and we are pushing for that 131 as of right now, Neil.
Pump it.
Yeah, so let's see if we can get to the next 75. I like to play with quarters, so can we get to the next 75, or do we hold the half even at that 130 halves? I will stay a little bit patient with this one. I'm still watching Adobe as well. Adobe still holding above that 525 level as of right now. Price compressing into some of these lows here, but that 131. Oh boy, look at that! There's that bid that came in right in. I don't know how much it was, but definitely got filled on the bid. Let's see if we can get that 131. A lot of volume going through at that 129, Neil. So definitely some interesting stuff. A lot of volume goes in, and then we break towards some of those highs. So maybe some accumulation. Who knows? But before that, we're going to pass it over to Dara.
Keep an eye on Boeing here. This report came out apparently right after the open bid, circulating a little bit around X right now. Basically, the FAA looking into whether or not counterfeit titanium was used in Boeing and also Airbus jets. But keep an eye on BA here with regards to that report of potential counterfeit titanium in Boeing jets, guys.
What are you doing, Boeing? Come on. Yeah.
I can't even.
No words. Zero words.
I'm at the point right now, I don't even want to hear anything about Boeing anymore. I am so sick and tired of. I've been saying all you got to do is just go 1 or 2 weeks without a bad news story. You can't even do that. Counterfeit titanium? What in the actual hell is going on here?
What even is that?
I don't even look. First of all, I don't even know what that means because, as far as I'm concerned, it could still be just as safe as a regular titanium. Like, what does that even mean? It's tight. Like, it's still the right stuff, right? Does it still keep you safe when you're using it? Maybe they save a few dollars in there. How do you? Okay, whatever, man.
Maybe
I get a little
lightweight.
I've been getting triggered by Boeing stuff because if you look at a chart of Boeing on the daily, there was a moment where I said live on the show I was going to sell my Boeing shares and buy GE. I didn't do it, and if I pulled up the chart, you'd understand why I'm pissed off with that company. Anyways, let's talk about some good things and not Boeing for a minute. We got to 131 on Nvidia, so that's good. When Obi was going nuts, I thought he was excited about Nvidia. He was talking, but you were mentioning also about Adobe.
Yes.
Obi and Adobe is going to be a problem for me all day long, so I just want to get that out of the way. I'm going to have trouble with this all day. But we just got to 131. We bought the dip at 128 into 130. Now we bought the break at 130 into 131. Obviously, I lost on the initial break, but sometimes you got to be willing to take a break more than once. The other thing that's happening is ARM. Remember ARM? Remember the all-time high in ARM? ARM is it's a good stock. Yeah. So. I mean,
is ARM strong-arming you there, Neil?
I was trying to come up with a pun, but the best I could come up with is it's a very strong stock. The stock is going up. Buying dips has been profitable for you. So we've got the Tesla dip buy that was successful. Longeveron was okay, but we didn't get the full follow-through. AMD is flying without us, but thankfully we've got Nvidia. I just want to make sure we're covering what happened on AMD, because Nvidia has been okay, but I think AMD caught people off guard with that $3 move off the bottom. So we're about $1 in the money on Nvidia. AMD's on watch for me here. The Apple short that I mentioned. Okay, so you got to prioritize. Like, we made money on Nvidia, we made money on Tesla, we made money on Longeveron. That said, it was part of my action plan to short 215 on Apple, but you can't take every single trade at 930. You've got to get the ones that you like and the ones that come in first. And in this particular case, we prioritized where we thought it made sense to. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat there. Big Kyle Burdett. I don't usually say Big Kyle Burdett, but why not? SoFi. Thank you for the super chat, Kyle Burdett. It's not going to work. Everyone that watches the show knows that there's two stocks that I like to crap on. One of them is Boeing. The other one is SoFi. I own both of them in my long-term account. Well, sorry, no, I shouldn't say that. I own Boeing in my long-term account, which is like our RSP, which would be like your 401k. SoFi I have in like my swing type account, the TFSA. Like, that's a bit of a different story. So I'm not going to get pissed off by SoFi, which I'm assuming is doing bad things.
Yeah, this 131 churning now, Neil. So we got some volume happening at that 129. We broke through that 130. Now a lot of volume kind of pushing into this 131 as of right now. Again, the futures might be taking a little bit of a pullback here. So gotta keep that on watch and maybe kind of stay a little bit nimble with this position here on Nvidia. 130.60 is coming right back in. So I did add a little bit on that 131 break. Let's see again if we take a little bit of a pullback here. I do want to stay nimble with the ticker, but strong push through some of those pre-market consolidations here. So let's see if some of these dips kind of sustain. Adobe still holding some of this trend, maybe potentially breaking out as well as we go sideways on top of a held 525 hold, right? I was talking about something distinctly different, and that 525 is, again, you gotta be a little patient for that price action to show up right there. It is a $500 ticker. It does have a 2-point spread at times, but if a bid is going to show itself, that's definitely something to watch on that. So 130 coming back in, 130 halves as of right now. VWAP all the way down below that 130, but let's see if this strength kind of continues here on Nvidia with it pushing up. AMD pulling back as well, 160s coming in here. But yeah, futures looking good. They're still going. Let's see what Google is up to. Google still pushing strong. We got to be long this one, man. This is 176.30. 40s coming in now, and Softy as well. We know Softy has been pushing all-time highs.
I need an all-time high button. And like, you just get like a snippet of the song from the Bond movie. We're at an all-time high. I'm not going to sing it because nobody wants to hear me sing, but if we can do like 2 seconds of that all-time high song and then like a clip of like something breaking through like a window or I don't know, just something. Because this is a moment where everything and their, everything and their mother, as I know Sharif likes to say, or their cousin or all that good stuff, is trading at all-time highs. So Microsoft actually just went green through an all-time high. Tesla, however, not to sour the story, is back at 182. So this, if I reload this, it might not actually be at that 182 level, and I want to get to why in a second. Just want to get an extra level 2 up on a different stock there. But yeah, the 182 was violated down to 181.80, and the low yesterday was 181.25. So if we're making a downward trend into an upward market like this, then I'm not going to just hunt for, on a weak stock, the same price. Like with Nvidia, we're able to get higher lows and buy a dip, then buy it higher on a break. In this case, if it's trending down, I'm going to back off to this 180 level here on Tesla, just for the time being. Let's go over to the desk. It's already 10 o'clock, which means time for Happening Now.
Couple seconds here until we get these Michigan consumer sentiment numbers. We're looking for consumer sentiment preliminary, the Michigan 5-year inflation expectations, consumer expectations, current conditions, and inflation expectations. These are all going to be the preliminary prints because we'll be getting the full prints here at the end of the month. These numbers coming out here. So 5-year inflation preliminary coming in here at 3.1%, slightly higher than 3% expected. 1-year inflation expectations, 3.3% versus 3.2%. So both of these inflation expectations higher than the expected prints. Consumer sentiment lower than the estimate here. Estimate 72, actual number here 65.6. It's going to be lower here for these main Michigan numbers. Consumer expectations preliminary also lower, 67.6 versus the expectation of 72 and consensus of 70. So, and also lower current conditions, 62.5 versus a consensus of 71. So basically, to summarize, we have these inflation expectations higher than expected, consumer sentiment lower than expected here. Market having a little bit of a sell-off on this news here, especially with those higher than expected inflation expectations. And we'll have to see, because a lot of these names were moving into highs, as mentioned here by Neil and Obi. We have ARM trying to push higher here, the high of day up 3.5%. This one being added to the NASDAQ 100 effective June 24th. So a nice look here for ARM. We also have Shopify getting an upgrade to overweight from Evercore ISI. So nice move up here for SHOP. Quite a few names still in this upward trajectory despite that move down in the overall market on those Michigan consumer sentiment prints, guys.
In your face, Tesla. So, like I've said this before, I get happier about losses avoided and quality decisions than anything else. So Tesla was good off 182 before, but this time it didn't look good at all. So I'm backed off to the 180 level, like we said. It just punched through 181. Look, I'm not short the name. So the best thing you can do if a stock is going down is not be long it. Right? Like if I sniffed out the short, great, then we'd have a fantastic short. I was just telling Obi I need to look for something that I like to the short side. I know this is going to be what I always say. The first place I looked at was is Intel failing a major level, and no chance, because I think 3050 would have been that spot. So I don't have anything I like there. I liked Amazon at 184.50. As a matter of fact, I'm still offering from the pre-market. It's nowhere close. Apple is another name, as Nvidia is now 131.25. I was trying to buy the dip at 130. Obi, you bought the dip and got a 130.60 or 70 in there. That was a good dip.
Yeah, it was holding. It was like a lot of volume. Again, we saw. Okay, so a bit of factor of confluence gave me the confidence to get a little bit in. So we've churned a lot of volume at 129. We saw that happen. I was like, okay, well that's a nice little hold. And then we start churning a lot right underneath 131 in the 70s. I'm like, all right, well if this is gonna hold and not really pull back, we got the sentiment number as well. So I had my finger on the trigger ready to kind of get out of it if that's not really gonna come in. But yeah, 131 and some change happening as of right now. Let's see if we kind of continue this trend. Pre-market highs again at that 131.88. So we're trading in and around this 131 as of right now. Let's see what we do. Futures taking a bit of a pullback here, but again, Nvidia kind of doing its own thing here, holding above this 131 as of right now. So I'll stay with it. Adobe did kind of break down a little bit there. 524s coming in. So let's see what we do with that one. Still, the opening range has not been necessarily broken. 131.30 is coming in here on Nvidia. So let's see if we can print the half. Can you hold the quarter and print the half? That's a question I always happen to ask on strong momentum there. Can you hold the quarter and print the half? So far right now we're holding below the quarter above 131 on Nvidia right now, but quite strong trend off of the open on Nvidia. Let's see if the futures hold above this 19.6 as well there, Neil.
Yeah, you know, it actually occurred to me that we actually we didn't show a chart, at least I didn't show a chart of Boeing while we were griping about the stock. And the trend is pretty good to the downside. It's down 1%. Okay, you guys heard the titanium news and all that stuff. It doesn't have a green day this week or the last couple of days of last week, and it's at the 50 period at 178. Usually I'd say, hey, I like dip buys at the 50 period. I'm not going to say that here today. I'm here to say that if 178 goes, I'm probably going to look for a breakdown trade. It's 10 o'clock. You know what? Actually, it's 10 o'clock. I don't know if I like that. No, not at this time of day. I want to play a pop back into VWAP. But let's play the trend here. I don't like a breakdown at this particular time. It's Tesla that is about to tag the 180 level as it continues to absolutely flush. So the next thing we got in here is a dip buy for Tesla at 180. I said this is a bit I would sit on as opposed to look for that bounce. The last time we had it through 82, it was a dip through 82. We got it on the way back up. This time I'm kind of sitting here on the bid on Tesla. It looks like it wants to get there. Apple, if I can join the trend to the downside, you know, it might have to be VWAP. Maybe it'll be that 215 again, as that's kind of chilling out. And Amazon, I don't think we're going to get that short. We'll have to reevaluate. But it is Tesla that's coming in pretty decently here. And apparently Bitcoin making a move to the downside as well. Thank you very much in the chat, Sebastian, for letting us know that. I had eyeballs on Mara and then like the heck of a lot of other things better. Thankfully, I think we stuck to the right names today.
Yeah, this again, a lot of volume now going on in and around this 131 there, Neil. So I am kind of patiently watching a lot of blocks going through. So you know, I like to have a filter on my tape for some block sizes that may or may not come in, because again, the rainbow can be quite quick and aggressive and difficult to read. So filters definitely help. There goes some random size at that 131.20. So I like that. Go ahead and bring that back up to those highs at that 131.30s as of right now on Nvidia. So again, can you print the quarter? Can you push the half? Can you print the quarter? Can you push the half? So right now it is about to print the quarter. Let's see if we can push 131 halves on Nvidia. Very, very strong trend. Again, market, you can see on the right-hand side, is pulling down quite aggressively, and Nvidia is holding its highs. So that, again, more confluence of the bid, of a strong bid potentially on Nvidia here. Holding on multiple frames as well. You can see if you pull up a higher time frame on Nvidia, the 30-minute chart has quite an aggressive bottom wick that wicked pre-market lows. So if you like to trade lick grabs, that was definitely a lick of the pre-market lows on Nvidia and hold of prior days highs as well, right? We saw the consolidation that it had sideways. Now again, this ticker has been in a strong uptrend. There's 500 lots at the half there, Neil. So we did hold the quarter. Can we print the half? And we are only about 10 pennies away from 131 halves as of right now on Nvidia. So very, very strong. Let's take a quick look at the tech sector as well. I know that SMCI kind of runs in tandem.
I'm offering for 132. I'm taking every $2 on Nvidia as a level. But I got to tell you, there's a line that I say often that is, if you make a keystroke, if you get into position that you don't want, in this case it actually wasn't even a keystroke, just get it right out of it. So I was actually short Tesla for a brief second. Tell you what happened. So I got the long instantly. I immediately threw the offer out in front of 180.5 when I got the long in front of 180. By the time I was able to process that I had to fill and was throwing the offer, I had already had stopped back in through 180. So I had been stopped out before I could even hit enter on my offer, threw the offer out, and it ends up being a short sell. So it then popped off 180, filled me short. I'm like, I don't want to be short. Bid, made money on the short, but I didn't want to be short. If I hold it, it actually goes $1 for me. But my intention wasn't to be short in that situation. I want to make sure. You would have seen it flash in there short for a second. Tesla is absolutely flushing. I'll end up, actually, oddly enough, you end up making money there because it was a good short, but I did not hold on to it, not looking to hold on to it. As I said with Nvidia, I'm looking for this 132 next. This is not the Nvidia of old, right? It's done a split. You know, it's not going to make $50 moves or $40 moves. This is the equivalent of it going from 1,300 to 1,320.
Yeah, there was a stack.
Like, let's be real for a second. So when we're trading it at those prices, like I don't have a trail in just yet because I want to see what happens at this 13.5. I don't need to have a 130 bid. I was trying to bid 130 when the economic number came out, just in case it flushed down. I didn't get it, but I'm out in front of this 132. We're going to take the profit and run, and then see what the next stop is going to be. If I'm able to find a short in something with this market pulling back, I'm waiting for Amazon to get maybe $1 higher Apple as well. Maybe it'll be VWAP in here in Apple because I don't think we're getting 215 again. JD, why not short Tesla through 180 though? I tend to want to play something in one direction. I flipped before. Sometimes I do flip. But generally speaking, on like a big level, I just want to play it in one direction so I'm not just flipping back and forth. If we trend underneath 180 and Tesla has a 5% down day, if I'm not good enough to get myself into a short at some point in that kind of a downward trend, I believe that I'm able to catch a trend. So I don't want to force it early because I believe if it's going to be good, it'll show me a trend that I can jump into. That's what happened with ARM yesterday. I was looking for longs on ARM, and then it turned into a short later. So I wasn't short up here, I wasn't short there, I was short here and here. That's the way that I would prefer to trade it. So like ARM right now, I like to think I can find my way into a long trend if it gets to 170 bucks. That might not be the truth, but we found our way into Nvidia several times here today, and it's just my style of trading. Like I take it from station to station, look to jump out of the trend, jump back into the trend. Some people like to buy and hold. Whatever works for you.
Yeah, so there was a stack, Neil, at that 131 halves on multiple gates, a few hundred lots there, and it all on the test, it instantly gets filled, pulls back down aggressively like 30, 40 pennies, and then insta rebid to the 31 halves. So again, that's again, we're talking about confluence factors now. I'm getting, there's a stack in the 70s. Oh boy, so we did print the quarter, we printed the half. Now we're printing the 3/4 at the 75. So let's see if we can get to 132. Pre-market highs in and around that 131.80s. As we pointed out before, so pre-market high break potentially coming in as of right now here on Nvidia, but that stack getting taken out aggressively after we've churned through so much volume at 129s, 131s, and not really 130s, but there was some size at that 130, right? That's kind of what got us involved into the trade. But again, going forward, I think I need to be observing a lot of that action. When the block boys come in and they're holding up the stonk, there is potential for continuation, right? And we know what Nvidia has been doing over the past few days, and it's been quite aggressive, quite strong to the upside. We had a bit of a consolidation sideways day, but again, more often than not, Neil, consolidations tend to be continuation patterns, right?
They can.
It's a little bit of a multi-day trend happening here. A bit of a bid stack there, gets taken out, but nothing too aggressive. Here comes 132. How much size is sitting on that 132, Neil?
I haven't seen it yet. But you know what I said I was going to do, so I'm going to stick right to it. When I saw them stack it up there in that 70 and the 80 level, like about the third time that I saw that, I'm like, okay, we're not going to wait for 90s. I'm just going to get it out right there at the 80s. Yep. That extra 10 cents, because if it pulls back and bounces off 131, then I haven't followed my plan. So if we do make a break of 132, this is not a breakout price that I would take at this time. I'm looking for a dip down in. There was one chance to dip off 31, and it was at 30 and a half. I didn't get that dip, but we're going to try and find the next one available. We've only been long on Nvidia, and I want to keep it that way. But I'm just trying to get paid on this move. Oh, GameStop is starting to pull back, for real. So lower highs in GameStop. Look at that. Lower high. Sorry, there's a top. There's lower high underneath VWAP. Let me just quickly double check. Same pattern on AMC. Don't necessarily see a trade there on AMC. If I could have had this at 540, I'd be in the short on AMC. So I'm out of Nvidia, looking for a place to get back in on the next available dip. Tesla, wow, Tesla just continues to go to the downside. This is exactly what happened on Tesla, where like the best I could do is make what we can on the long. Obviously, if I held that accidental short, we'd be doing pretty well, but I can't complain. At this point, we've gone 3 for 3, and we're just looking for another idea here. It's only 10:12. We got plenty of time to go. I have not looked at that Adobe trade just yet, but I do want to check in on some names that some people have been mentioning, because I said the other day PayPal has been one of the easiest shorts. So shout out to Team PJCT for reminding everybody here that the lowest hanging fruit short since the Apple event has been PayPal. And guess what PayPal did again today? It popped at the open, failed the previous close price or failed the previous resistance the day before, and then flushed. If you just short any key level that shows up at the open on PayPal, you've been winning every single time.
Yes, sir. So we did pull back down to this 131. So I am kind of observing here, to see what we do. Pulled back about 50 pennies off of those highs. So this is the first aggressive kind of pullback here on Nvidia. So I'll stay observant to see if bidders kind of come right back in. But the behavior is a little bit different, maybe not distinctly different, but we did trade all the way up to pre-market highs, and then now we are pushing right back in. So let's see how far we kind of dip down here. Watching a few trend indicators as well as the market pulls back through that 19.6, right? So this is quite aggressive of a sell on the futures. So I do want to stay observant and be a little bit patient here, potentially to see if bidders kind of step right back in, right? So I do want to stay involved with this ticker if it's going to continue to bid up. Now again, the first aggressive pullback, not necessarily the end of the trend, but we shall see. We shall wait and see. That pre-market high, again, maybe some liquidity sitting there for sure at that 131.80s, and we did see that stack at that 131.70s that got printed instantly on the offer, and then we did hold the bid and pull back a little bit there. So 131.30s right now. I'm going to ask the same question: can we hold the quarter and print the half? And if we do that, can we print the 75 into the next dollar there at that 132? We are holding trend as of right now. Yeah, sure, the prior bar did kind of break there. Going to be taking out some players for sure, but let's see if we kind of continue some of this trend here. Very, very strong on the day. Again, some of those other confluence factors I think are quite stronger and outweigh that prior bar break as of right now, but let's see what the price action holds. I'm not going to make too many assumptions there, only observing that a lot of volume has been going on and every dip has been bought up, and even some of the more aggressive dips are getting bought up. And now with the NQ attempting to push back through that 19.6. Let's see if that bid kind of steps right back in to Nvidia here. Again, one of the market leaders for sure. We know that AI has been a big one for this year, and we have an IPO today, right, Neil? So an AI IPO, not that big. I think the IPO price is like $37 with only about I think 11 million shares or something like that.
It's not big, but it's in the right
nothing too crazy. Adobe. Oh boy, is this one?
GameStop's at 20. Wow, GameStop.
GameStop's at 20. That's an important level.
28.
Oh, 28. Okay.
So GameStop has pulled all the way into that $28 level. The pre-market low, yesterday's support in the afternoon, yesterday's resistance in the morning. To say that level has some significance would be a bit of an understatement. So, oh, come on, give me something. I might have to go out in front of the quarters here to get. I'll steal a line from Sharif to wet the beak. Yes. In front of 28 and a quarter. We'll try to get 28s as well. If it fails 28, I'm not expecting a down halt, but I'm also not going to hold much through. My style of trade is I'm not going to hold 28 to 27 or to 26. 26 is its own level. 25 is its own level. If it gets there, then I'm going to be out of this trade for sure to take the L. All right, ARM is also starting to pull back in. While I'm on GameStop, ARM is pulling right back into 164. 164 was the previous all-time high on ARM. Let me just quickly show you that chart because I'm not getting off GME because that's the position that we're in. But there's a 164 bounce on a dip in ARM. I was a little further back on Nvidia, so didn't get that last dip. But ARM 164 does look pretty spicy as well. That cannot stop running, it seems.
Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, there goes the futures with another leg up here. Let's see how far we can get back. This wipe was quite aggressive, right? Now we're kind of accelerating back through that 19.6. Still holding underneath the half here on 131 halves on Nvidia, but there was some size that quickly popped in. Not significant, but some stacks on the bid right there at that 131 half. So we are printing some volume at that 131.70s and the 131 halves as well as of right now. But again, a lot of the block boys that held up that 129, 130, 131 seem to be continuing to hold up here. A lot of volume going through on that filter. So I'll be a little bit more patient and see what this market kind of brings there. Adobe still kind of sideways there, consolidating in a 2-point range there, Neil. So that's very, very interesting. I'm going to quickly take a look at some of these constituents. What's Google doing? Google's still holding the upper quartile of the move right there, 176 trading.
You just say upper quartile?
Yes. Yeah, it's holding the upper quartile of the price action. Here comes 131.70s again. So this was the last time we saw some significant volume go through on Nvidia. So I do want to see if this is poised for a 132 push. So let's see if that'll come in again with a little bit of market tailwind as well, pushing off of that 19.6. I think we might be poised with a little bit more probability for that 132. I'm seeing right away flashing of almost 2,000 lots there at that 132. So a little bit less than what we saw at lower levels, but which kind of suggests that we may or may not be able to take that out. But again, it is Nvidia. It's done about 80 million volume so far with almost an hour traded, 10 more minutes for an hour to be traded. Boom. On the market. 131.75 is nothing too convincing, nothing really distinct other than dips are getting bought. Dips continue to get bought. Market is strong. AI is strong. Nvidia blasting off right now. I have no other trades on watch, but I'm gonna pack my patience with this one.
Oh no!
132 potentially coming in. Maybe we get some more here as well, but I will stay patient and try to play the chart and price action.
Before we go to the small cap recap, not holding the upper quartile just now was GameStop. Bouncing off 28, it didn't actually get filled right in that 28 level. I said I would get in front of the quarters. We took some out halves. When it failed the upper quartile there into 29 even, we just took the profit. So we got our bounce play. Again, my style, get in, get out, take the money. You're going counter trend, take what you get, and don't try to be greedy about it. The stock is trending into the downside. So we got it at the level we wanted. Didn't necessarily get the entire fill down there underneath 28 because it didn't quite get there. But we'll take that one, look for the next opportunity. Maybe it'll be ARM. Maybe we just have to buy a little bit higher than we want again in Nvidia. But for now, let's head on over to the green screen because Adara has the small cap recap.
32.
Second straight day of weakness for the IWM despite a strong Wednesday. Sold off throughout the day yesterday. Now down almost 2%, 1.7% below that 200 level. So definitely not a great day for the Russell 2000 right now. In terms of individual stocks moving, we have a couple names that have run before. Mirio Biopharma, not a bad look on the daily chart either here. This one up about 5%. On the day, disclosing its pricing of its $50 million unwritten registered direct offering for its ADS. We also have here ONMD. This is another one that's run in the past. One net. This one a bit rangier here, up about 15%, partnering with a clinical trial design and software company for their data license agreement. So great look for ONMD. Last but not least, of course, we do have KAVL. This one trying to continue to make higher highs and higher lows here. Currently up over 300%. What's really interesting about this one is going to be its float. So we do have a float of under 1 million shares, 837,000 shares. Short float is about 9.4%. So pretty significant float and short float here for KAVL. No catalyst though, guys.
All right, thank you. So yeah, we did kind of push up into that 132 on the initial push into it. Didn't really quite print anything there, but we did pull back and get bought up some more. So let's see on that re-break. Let's see how clean that kind of comes in. 132 potentially happening as of right now. Again, look at the market. Oh boy, that candle that wiped down. We get another wipe back up. So a little bit of a wax on, wax off. Call me Miyagi right there at that 132, pushing up right now. Another break of the dollar. So let's see how far we can get here. 135s potentially, Neil. Can we push 3 more points on this ticker? I don't know. Maybe. Let's break 300. No, I'm joking. But 500 by the end of the year, maybe, potentially? I don't know. A lot of people are looking at the split and being like,
did you say 500 by the end of the year? Please tell me what bet we can make that it's not going to get to 500 by the end of the year.
Oh, really? You're okay.
Okay, how about this? I will put up, you think of something that's really cool to put up, and you give me a dozen apple fritters, one a week for 12 weeks.
Okay.
And then think of something really cool that's like maybe 10 to 1 of that, because it's not getting to $500 by the end of the year. Okay?
I like, okay, so if we're going to do apple fritters.
It's a couple of bucks.
No, I know.
That is very reasonable.
That's very reasonable. That's very reasonable.
$500. I love Nvidia. It's not getting to $500.
No, I'm trying to think of like another like a pastry or like a donut that I may like, but I like the chocolate toasted coconut ones. Have you the toasted coconut double chocolate, something like that?
I don't know it, but I'd probably eat the heck out of it.
Yeah, so. I think that one is so 12 for 12 maybe.
No, I want to get. No, you got to have odds. It's not getting to $500, man. Like, give yourself a chance. It's not getting to $500. Ramin wants into it as well, but let's just say it's not getting to $500 by the end of this year. We're halfway through the year. It's a $132 stock. It's not going 4x in a couple of months. If that happens, something is really broken in this world. But
there's been a lot of broken price action over the past, I would say, I don't even want to say.
You want to
past few
change it to
years.
150, and then we can go 1-to-1.
150
but then I wanted to get
definitely possible.
I wanted to get to 150. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But before we get back into that, I just want to point the markets back at the highs. I did not just. I maybe should have taken that break. I did not take the break to get back in. I had a dip buy set. I've since canceled it. I was just telling Obi, like, I wasn't quite aggressive enough with the last dip buy. And like I said, I don't want to break it 132, not at this time of day. I still want to play the buy the dips. You're not going to see VWAP for some time on this stock, so it could be a 31. All of a sudden, ARM doesn't look as strong. ARM is putting in a lower high while Nvidia is going higher. Come to the chart for a quick second there. Yeah, ARM is putting in a lower high while Nvidia is going higher. AMD is at VWAP while Nvidia is going higher. Not a good look for AMD. So if we fail and back underneath 132, if the market fails this top, I don't know if AMD is in the short underneath VWAP at this particular moment. Apple's starting to really cruise through VWAP on its own, and GameStop is about to retest the 28 level. So we got it once off 28, looking to see if we can play it a second time through off the 28 level on GameStop. Everything has been get in, get out off your levels, and sort of bank the profit. And the other thing that we should be covering is Tesla holding underneath the 180. So 170, I actually thought maybe we'd get a chance to just short it at 180 on the way back, but can't seem to get to this 180 level yet. If there's something weak that I would short at this high, it feels like it should be Tesla. And here we go. Kyle Burdett, shout out, thank you for the super chat. Obi, I got 50K against Nvidia getting to 500 in 2024.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
Let's try to keep it friendly, Kyle. No one's actually wanting to bet 50 grand. It's not going. It's so ridiculous that it could get to 500.
Okay, right.
It's an obviously absurd number for it to get to. Maybe Kathy Wood thinks it would get to that price. Oh, wait a minute, she's out of it. That's right. My bad.
Boom, there it goes. There, a little bit of a, what was it, almost 500 lots on the ask. We slapped that ask, and we are pushing to 132.70s as of right now on Nvidia. Here we go. Can we get to 133s? What's the next bus stop? I have no idea, but the trend is strong. I'm trying to get better at trend trading, and this trade might have been a little lucky on this one, but that strength is very, very aggressive. Distinctly different price action versus yesterday. Consolidation, push back through, 133, maybe potentially coming in, but that 75, we are getting a little aggressive with this price action, so I am looking for something distinctly different to happen there. Oh boy, there goes Adobe to the downside, 123s.
Take it?
I did not take it. I'm a little preoccupied with staring down some of this tape here on Nvidia, so I do want to start piecing off of this one here, maybe get some more back if we do kind of drop back into the trend there as well on Nvidia here. Yeah, a little bit of selling right now. But again, I'm more than willing to get involved once again if that trend holds.
Well, that
and
was
we dip right back down. But that 132 did take some profits there, back through the half and in the 40s as well. But again, we ripped up into that 75. Definitely a little bit of squeezing action there. Block Boys definitely coming in hot with this one. But look at this trade, Neil, on Adobe. So we consolidated, we attempted to push towards some of these highs. We come right back in. Now, opening range lows still have not been broken, but if you're a range trader, this has been absolutely beautiful. Just sideways, chopping around and churning around anchored VWAP here. I'm looking at the 1 minute as of right now on Adobe, but yeah, very, very nice. We saw a held bid, well, if you want to call it a held bid, but the level was holding in and around that 525, 524 level, and we kind of we attempted some pops there. Now we're trading below that level as of right now, 123.95, so 130, 124s still holding. So here we go back, 132.70s on Nvidia. Can we print 133s? I have no idea. I did piece off a little bit there. Yeah, I think so. It is quite strong on the day. Nothing too distinctly different as of right now. So were there reasons to sell? come on, man, you got to follow your rule book. You got to follow your price action rule book there. Was there a strong reason to sell? Absolutely not. But we did kind of push up, accelerate into the 70s, and then pull back down through the half. So I kind of did piece off a little bit there, but still holding a piece for 133s if it does come in there. But again, it is coming to 10:30 as of right now, and we've had quite a strong trend to the upside. And I think that if we are poised for a bit of a breather, it may be around lunchtime, 10:30, 11 o'clock maybe. But again, price action dictating that we are still holding this trend as of right now. Again, the market also, so market did take a little bit of a wick action off of those highs. So we did lick that high on the NQ, and then now we're pulling back about a 50% retracement of this prior 15-minute candle there on the NQs as well. So maybe I am willing to piece off a little bit more on this one here as Nvidia potentially maybe pulling back all the way back down to some of its trend hold there. I do have the moving average up as an indicator to kind of dictate some of the trend here, and we have been holding that on multiple time frames there. 15-minute looking perfectly fine on the chart here. Let me pull up the chart as I speak about it here. So you can see right there, if I were to draw a line there, do some of that technical analysis. Again, you guys saw my technical analysis on GME earlier. I hope you guys like that one. But yeah, a little bit of a trend hold happening as of right now on
That was good stuff,
Nvidia.
by the way.
Yeah, so I had a couple of trend lines, a point of control, maybe a bit of some ears as well.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Before we go to crypto, I didn't want to interrupt Obi because Nvidia is the big one today. There's no question about it. I wish I could tell you I was still in it, but I didn't get back in. Got out that 32. I tried to grab AMD through VWAP. I did get it eventually, but remember I said AMD failing VWAP, yada, yada, yada. When it pulled back, when I tried to get it at 50s, it was already at like 20s and or all the way down into 159 even. I was able to grab it on the way back in once at the 30s. I did trail it out here when it failed in front of 158.5. I'm looking to get back in front of VWAP and join the trend. So quick scalp trade on that VWAP break of AMD that we were talking about. Like I said, lower highs, breaking VWAP when Nvidia was going higher. The market was testing the top. To me, that signals a little bit of relative weakness. Let's go to Adara, see what's going on in the world of crypto.
One story that's been dominating crypto over the past week and seems like it has no end as of late is going to be this ongoing Bitfarms Riot Platform saga, BITF and RIOT. It's been going on for a little bit, but this week it really heated up on Monday. We had Bitfarms basically applying, because they are in the TSX, to have this poison pill set up. So if anyone owns more than 15% of the company, their shares will be diluted from June 10th to September 10th. That was the plan. TXX has deferred commenting on this. Then Riot has been gradually getting more and more shares. So as of yesterday evening, they increased their stake in BITF to 14%. So just keep an eye on Bitfarms and Riot here. Kind of interesting stuff with regards to the ongoing battle between these companies, with Riot really wanting to take over Bitfarms. We also have here, in terms of just the overall Bitcoin look, bit of a lower low here on the daily chart. Initially, with this continued 71,000 resistance, we had a low of 67,000. Now we're at around 66.5. So we're seeing lower highs here as we continue to stave off the break above that 71,000 level. On the day, we have a lot of weakness here for most of these, if not all of these crypto-related names. Ethereum here, slightly down on the day, more or less flat, trying to hold on to that 3,500 level. Solana down about 2.5%, Ripple down about 1.5%, Doge, Cardano, Shiba Inu, all of these down about 2%. So not as much weakness as we've seen recently, but not a great day again for crypto here, guys.
Yeah, it's not. Cavill, however you pronounce that company, is halted to the upside, but I just got alerted to Longeveron going again, so thank you in the chat for everyone that was screaming, David Kyle and a few others, about LGVN. I am back in. It was probably a clean break at 350. I didn't have eyeballs on it, but it broke 4. So when we dip by, I looked for maybe VWAP, I looked for maybe a 350. It turned at 365. So much like yesterday on a similar dip, I just take it on the way back through of 70s with my stop under that local bottom. So, 366 or whatever the heck that bottom is. I'm stopping out under there, then I'll look for VWAP, but we're back into Longeveron. Cavill is halted right now. The tap is flat. It's a down halt, 497. And And we had news with Adara, but the tap is flat on Kaval into a downhaul. It's still up 265% though. Let's go to the desk.
Bit of a move to the downside here for META. We have this story coming out here. Apparently, Meta saying that they were not going to be launching Meta AI in Europe for the time being due to there's some issues, I guess, with Ireland and a privacy regulator request. Meta itself is calling it a step backwards, quote, for European innovation and AI competition. So META and this admitted step backwards with their inability to launch Meta AI in Europe as of right now, guys.
Okay, so Meta with some news. All right, we got to keep an eye on that one.
GameStop again at that $28 level. So just for sorry to interrupt, but we just got back into GameStop exactly the same way as last time. It bounced, held that $28 level on the way back up. So there's your wick underneath. There's your hold. This is me getting in on the other end of it, which is waiting for the bounce. I grabbed some at 6s. I'm actually looking for a little bit more here underneath that at 80 level. Get my price at the 28 even, and then give it to 27.80. So we're in Longeveron. While that happened, we did miss out on Tesla short. So yeah, Tesla came in. I missed that one. Let me just slap the fail on myself for not getting Tesla short. I said maybe you get a chance back into the 180. There it goes. It wicked once there, wicked twice up to 179.80. That's good enough. You would have already made yourself your dollar. If it gets there a third time, I'd probably still try to take it, but I don't think it's as good the third time through when everyone's gotten a look at that pattern. But alert to everybody that 180 level now looking like a pretty good resistance spot for Tesla.
Yeah, so that 132. So we did take an aggressive pullback there off of that move into 132.70s, right back in. Again, we saw the NQs as well taking a bit of a pullback as well. So we did pull back 132s, hold the 80s, hold the 90s, and we were kind of churning some more volume here at that 132. Look at that ask right there, 300 lots at 132 as of right now. Let's see if we can slap that and kind of push right back above. Here we go. Oh, look at that. That size kind of stepping up to 10s right there as well. So okay, so there's some size that's churning right there at that 132. Blocks not running as aggressive as they were before. So that is something I am noting as something distinctly different for sure. But let's see if we can hold this 132 as of right now. If not, I will peace out of that one. Thank you. Come again. I will get back to it if Nvidia decides to hold some of this trend here, but we are starting to break that. So I am done with that one, Neil. Yeah, not too bad to start off the day there. What's the next trade? Maybe that Meta that Dara was just pointing out there. So let's see. They do have some news apparently. So I'm gonna look at this chart and see if that has anything in store for us right now. So let's go to a higher time frame. 15-minute over the past few days, 516 highs, pulled back aggressively, consolidating. Now this consolidation, we are holding today's highs underneath that with a trend to the downside after a clip of this 505, 506 area as of right now. So let's see. People talking about Amazon in the chat as well. So I do want to take a look at that one. Okay, so yeah, that is a distinctly different break of trend. So glad I got out on Nvidia here. So again, we were talking about this little trend here, not the best technical analysis, but you guys get the gist right there. So temporary break of trend. Let's see if we do pull back. If the bid is real, I'll ask that question again. If the bid is real, where will it catch? We saw a lot of volume going on at 131. We saw a lot of volume going on at 129. So let's see if some of those levels continue to get defended. If the trend slows down, let's see what we can hold for a little bit of a pullback here on Nvidia. But I am done with that initial morning trend long there on that trade. Meta coming right back into that 500. So the question is, we held that 500 in the pre-market and aggressively bid up off into the open. Can we pull back a little bit? What are the futures doing? The futures wipe right back. So we wiped up, wipe back down, wipe back up, clip those highs. That's a little distinct. And then now we're pushing back to the range lows there with some of the market leaders kind of pulling back as well. We know that Google was quite strong off of the open. So let's take a quick look at that. Wow, Meta really accelerating to the downside there. 502s coming in.
That's not good for them.
Oh boy, no, it's not.
Oh boy.
500.
A couple of things I just want to update. I'm back into AMD. You know I like that one underneath VWAP, so we reloaded AMD, pretty much the same area that we're shorting before at the 159.5. But while that was going on, we'll have to go 1 for 2 on GameStop. It does not hold the second time through. So if you're wondering where it could go next, I had the long in front of 27.80, average price 28. Took the 20-cent hit in there, 22 cents actually, because it broke and we got a couple cents underneath. 27 maybe level, but that 25 half and 25 even is the next step to the downside. It's looking pretty ugly for them, unfortunately. Longeveron kind of wicked me out there. I'll get to AMD in a second. Wicked me out. I made the bottom wick and then just jumped right back in. I still only want to give it to that low and then hunt for VWAP on Longeveron. But when that curl happened, what was interesting is, so I was already getting short in AMD, and I wasn't really going to add to it. Let me just get on this bid because this was the low before. No, nobody can cross it. I hate when that happens. So one of the things I like to do is maybe cross the spread a little bit. Like when it opens up a 3 or 4 cent spread, and I'm not getting filled on the bid, just bid into the middle of that spread. Take the fill at the price you want. But at the moment Obi said that Nvidia was turning around and breaking that trend, I had the opportunity to add to AMD at a price that was 10 cents better than my original entry point. So we went ahead and did that. Now all of a sudden we're short, looking for a flush. You've got to be mentally agile. I got out of my Nvidia longs probably too early, but we're able to find at least one name to the short side, literally the only thing that we could get short this morning, and it's starting to work out. AMD's low of $158, sorry, $157.5 is yesterday's bottom as well. The way I trade, I'm out in front of that bottom. That's just how I roll. Let's go over to Sector Watch, because I'm curious what's going on in everything that isn't the chips.
Just to start off with the chips, if I may here, they are basically the only thing with any kind of upside that we have here on these markets as of right now. Nvidia and Broadcom holding up an otherwise weak electronic technology sector, which is pretty interesting. Broadcom on a day 2 earnings move, and Nvidia with ongoing strength. Then on the tech services side, we actually do have a couple standouts. All of the Mag 7 names in this this name are basically flat in the day, but we do have Adobe and Netflix to the upside. Adobe after a strong earnings report as well. So again, tech leading the way here. Basically everything else we've got right across the board. Finance, health technology, retail trade, consumer non-durables, energy minerals, consumer durables, health services, process industries, transportation notably pretty red here. Keep an eye on FedEx, FDX reporting in the next few weeks. So FDX kicking off this new earnings season in transportation here. Also notably weak is producer manufacturing. All of these names down at least 2% from the looks of it. So pretty weak day across the board with the exception of a few standouts in tech, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, so
savage.
a lot of chips with the dip as of right now, as we kind of pull back, dipping right back into some of these prior levels here.
I'm eating
NQ.
ketchup chips all weekend. Just so
I love
everybody
ketchup
knows.
chips. That's
all
like
weekend.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm telling you right now. So, first of all, you know it's Father's Day over the weekend.
Yes.
And I feel really bad about this. Every single year, Sean and I wish each other a happy Father's Day. And I forgot Sean was off. And usually at the end of the show, we'll be like, yeah, happy Father's Day. And we say it to each other. So, Sean, I know you're not watching, but happy Father's Day. He's off at a tournament in Ancaster. So I hope the team does well. The High Park Jets. I hate saying the Jets because I'm a football fan and I like the Bills. But the High Park Jets are going to be playing. We all wish Sean the best there. But I happened to already find out that my wife bought and stashed a couple of bags of ketchup chips for me this weekend.
Nice.
So I hate to say it, but I've already found them, and I'm not waiting till Sunday to open those up.
Yeah.
I
Father's Day starts early this weekend.
It's movie night tonight in my household, and I'm eating a bag of ketchup chips while we watch whatever the heck movie Aaron wants us to watch for the umpteenth time. Although last week we watched The Princess Bride, which that was good. I love that one. AMD 120 in the money, Longeveron flat, market falling.
I forget what the last I guess that's a Disney movie, right? Or
Disney, yeah. Princess Bride's Disney.
Yeah,
love that.
I think the last Disney movie I watched with my family was Elemental. I think.
We've seen it twice.
That's a good one. I like that. They're coming out with a second one as well, I think.
Too soon.
Okay, yeah, a little too soon. Yeah.
I think the problem with Disney is it's like, oh my goodness, people liked something we put out. Let's put another one out there right away. Like, come on, man. Like, just let it breathe for a minute. Like you're that happy that something didn't bomb that you got to make another one within a couple of years already. Like they're doing a live action Moana. I could go on a
Moana was good.
So basically, I'm going to tell you why this is going to stink.
Okay.
And I love Moana. My daughter absolutely loves Moana. I like Disney. I have all of their stuff, and I watch all their stuff, and I'm still watching The Acolyte, even though people are panning it. But one of the things, it was supposed to be a show. So basically, all they're doing is they're taking the show and turning it into a movie. And if you know anything about budgets, my brother is an animator. He does computer animation for shows. You have very different budgets when it comes to shows versus movies for animation. So the quality might not be what you're expecting on it. So I don't at me if Moana stinks on Moana 2.
There's also a Jack Harlow song called Moana, which is a banger as well. I like that one. On a side
Nvidia
note.
31.
But yeah, Nvidia holding that 131 halves as of right now. So let's see. Again,
I feel like I'm
question.
the only person that didn't understand that.
What?
The Jack Harlow Moana song that's the banger at.
No, I'm just mentioning that's also like kind of just a little bit of a, that wasn't like a pun or anything, but
okay.
No. I'm just on a side note. That's what I was reminded of. Nvidia kind of chopping as of right now here, 131. So 131 held a little bit there. So again, pre-market highs. We were looking for that break, right? So definitely maybe some participants here. So again, another thing to note. Okay. So I do have to kind of listen to what the chart is trying to tell me.
Though.
So the first aggressive pullback that we had off of that 132 hold was into this level at that 131. So the second aggressive pullback, which did break the trend, happens to be holding at that same level, right on top of 131. And we're now pushing the third tile, the 75s, 131, 75s as of right now, on a push back up off of the same level. So again, maybe not enough information to potentially take another trade, but that scalp would have been nice if I was paying a little bit more closer attention to it off of that same level where that bid kind of stepped right back in once again into that 132. So the question becomes, is it going to hold? Are we going to go sideways right now? The morning action was quite aggressive. We can see that yesterday was a little consolidative in its price action, pretty much sideways. This is a 1-minute chart. What am I doing? Let's go to a higher time frame here. 15-minute kind of shows it a little bit better there. So strong leg, consolidation, another leg up, not as strong as prior. So here we come right back down into the 131. So I will continue watching this one. So maybe the bid is left, but a little bit of a pop suggesting that there may have been a bit of a bust stop there for participants to kind of churn the stonk, and 131 coming right back in. But yeah, that AMD, Neil, that AMD short looking quite beautiful. I did not have eyes on this one, and it's pretty much ranging on a higher time frame here. If you look at the past few days, highs in and around that 161, kind of sellers kind of showing themselves after the trend down, right? So I think this is anchored from prior earnings. There we go. So this was the prior earnings anchored. We did hold that quite well. I think this is previous earnings anchored, so we kind of sandwich in between that. And then as of right now, we are kind of churning underneath that prior earnings anchored after we broke below it. So on, what is this? This is Monday. Here, I got to pull my chart up a little bit here to see what day this was. So this was on Tuesday. So Tuesday we broke below. Sellers kind of come in, and then next day we chop. We attempt to do that yesterday as well. Sellers come in, and today we attempt that 161 again, and sellers come right back in quite aggressively with some of that market tailwind as well. So AMD, bit of a range trade, it would seem, on a multi-day frame here, and so let's see if that bid kind of steps back in and around this 157 mark where it has been this past week. So you can see that bid kind of stepping in on Tuesday and as well as a little bit yesterday. So let's see how far this kind of aggressive sell back down takes us to. But a V-shape recovery nonetheless, well, recovery usually tends to refer to the long side, but again, doesn't matter. Recovered to the reference price of the open, which is the opening price here at that 158 halves. And we did wick off of that as of right now. So let's see what we do with AMD on that one. Nvidia holding that 131, so we did push back down into that 131, and then we bid right back up into 131 half. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more time.
Are you back in?
As of right now? No, I'm not back in just yet. But again, I'm going to try to play the price action as best as possible on this one here. We are holding some of these levels from earlier on in the day, right? Let me go back to my 3-minute chart here so you can see that. Okay, so a little bit of indecisiveness, some dojis happening on, what is that? The dojis happening at that 131.40. So on Nvidia, just above that prior level. So definitely some indecisiveness after a strong sell. And then you can see the bars get shorter and shorter, and then you get double dojied, and then you get a little bit of a pop back up. So maybe it doesn't want to sell off that much. I got to do better at listening to the chart and price action as well in my trading. Something I am
Apple
working
right
on.
now.
What is Apple up to?
Apple triple bottom into, like, this is forming a pretty decent wedge here. So triple bottom into lower highs, 212.60 is that current low, and it's failing underneath VWAP. This could be a potential, like if this breaks a flat bottom, Apple, could see a move into yesterday's low. As long as it holds that pattern of lower highs down into the same bottom, you could get a flat bottom break there. Longeveron is really stalling here. I don't want this to do what Cavill did, LGVN here. Yeah, so like I said, I was about to get out. Yeah, so I'm getting out of Longeveron. I was about to tell you if it breaks underneath that 60, I'm going to dump it before VWAP. And then it probably rinse me out and just kind of go up again like it did last time. But I look at what happened over in Cavill, where it was doing the same kind of thing. But at least it bounced right away. Once it lost, halt to the downside, kind of rejecting underneath. I don't want to hold it. Like I was equivalent, essentially long up here instead of long off the bottom. That's the problem with that Longeveron. Like I didn't have a very good price relative to where this thing was bidding. So if it's going to fall under VWAP, I should be targeting that 320 level. If it can hold 320, much, much nicer entry. Tesla, still not ready. Tesla's not giving fills up in that top quartile in front of 180. I can use it too. So I'm still waiting for that. Like I want something in the 75 to 80 range. And Paul's saying Microsoft long. Why not? Let's start looking for other ideas. We got 10 minutes to go till we head to the midday. I'm really only in that AMD short. Everything else has come out, mostly profitable with the exception of that, Longeveron not great, flat on GameStop after one win. But Microsoft trying to test another all-time high. Triple top here, and if it busts that, then we get to the big double top, which is at that all-time high. So I don't want to lose sight of Microsoft. It's making the first move. The second one probably more important. It's that 443 half that it has to get through. Always zoom out. I never want to punch long into overhead resistance. I tend to think that can be dangerous. Let's go on over to Adara. Money talks.
Nice push up here for the DXY and the daily chart after seeing a bit of a base at 104 form for quite some time, then retesting that base on Wednesday after that CPI print in the FOMC meeting. Now we're pushing higher. This is our second day in a row with a nice green candle thus far in the daily chart for the US dollar. We did get some economic data today. We have this trend of lower than expected numbers coming in here. Export and import price indices both lower than expected for May, negative 0.6 versus flat for export price index and import price index, negative 4% versus the flat estimate. Michigan consumer sentiment, though, is worth noting. This actually did come in lower than expected, 65.6 versus 75.2 expected. This is going to be a 7-month low for the Michigan consumer sentiment. So this number could be a little bit of a cause for concern. We also got higher than expected Michigan 1-year and 5-year inflation prints. So that's also something worth noting as well. We had Fed Mester come in earlier today saying that she believes the Fed is, quote, in a good position with regards to monetary policy, but that the labor market is still strong and the FOMC is doing what they can. Fed Mester taking the microphone again here at 1:15. Then we'll have Fed's Goolsbee at 2 p.m. and Fed's Cook at 7 tonight. So more Fed speak on the horizon, that is for sure, guys.
It's all strong now. Yeah. Looks like Tesla. GameStop suddenly doesn't have red candles. Yeah. Oddly enough, it's like, okay, I get out and go 1 for 2. And then after that, it's all green. Sometimes it's just like that. You can talk about like your strategies and levels that you like. Ultimately, like I don't have a plan of action where I'm taking that dip in a counter trend and holding it through the level for it to wick that far. Like typically speaking, if I'm going to be long at that level again, it's not holding through. It's finding my way back in somewhere back in the trend. And it's probably a missed opportunity. I should be back in this one. You could have had it back through 28. You could have had it back through that 27.80 bottom, and then you're off to the races. But I'm not chasing the move on this name. Not going to do it. I just heard Dell in my ear making some moves here. Yeah, Dell. Oh, no, never mind. It's not really doing anything. Every now and then I hear something like, oh, Dell's moving, we want to be involved in Dell. That's not doing anything. I feel like I'm not reloading AMD Not at this moment. I want to see it show more weakness, but it's Nvidia on the next test of this 131 that I think can be spot for a long. I have eyeballs on Apple as well, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not reloading AMD on the way back up. I'm looking for a curl. Like every time that I've been short this, it's been on weakness. This is all of a sudden looking strong. So I'm just gonna stop it out here. We held the last part for the dream. It'll still be great for us, but at the end of the day, this is distinctly different from when I was shorting it before. Right? Like if you can't tell that difference, it's weak, consolidates under. This is pressing higher. There's no red candles on it. So I'm just out if we break that 65 on AMD. Everyone's trying to hold VWAP. Maybe we'll get to that. And then if I do short something, I feel like it could still be Tesla. Like, look when the market's bouncing higher, Tesla can't even get above 179.50. Tesla is just a dog today. We started with a successful long trade and then got really lucky with an accidental short off that 150 level, so 180 level that we got a little bit of a scalp trade on to make that a flat trade in there, going long and then short. Lost in the long, won on the accidental short. But there goes AMD. Like I said, I'm not going to fight it. I need to see some weakness, consolidate back under VWAP, and then I would take the trade again.
Yeah, that Nvidia 131 hold, Neil, very, very strong now,
Really
pushing right back through. So there was about, I think, 500-600 lots again at that 132. Those get rocked, and then we kind of push right through as of right now. So it does seem like that level was a level of interest for potential buying there as it's showing itself now. 100 lots there at that 132.30 level as well. So let's see if we make a lower high. Yeah, I kind of missed that move there at that 131 retest. I'm also watching Apple here, as it was just pointed out, bit of a triple bottom right there, building into it with lower highs as well. So I'm like, all right, well, we are near a prior high. I might be a little bit biased, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient here to kind of see if some of that comes in there. Kind of distinct selling every time we kind of pop up into there. So let's see if we can get back up into that 214, and if selling kind of shows up to get involved with that one there. But I will be a little bit more patient on that one there. But GME bouncing up, Neil, while AMC is fading off quite aggressively. So let's take a quick look at that one there. We know that these ones do step in tandem, and it seems like that tandem is a little off as of right now, with AMC pushing back into 5. We see that consolidation that's been happening over the past few days. 550s, 560s, with the low in and around that $5 mark. Nice little chop sideways. Let's go to a higher time frame here on a 15-minute. Let me get some of these lines out of the way, as they don't mean anything right now with what I'm trying to see. And so we've been pretty much sideways here for the most part. Similar action to that of GME above that 20-25 area that's been holding. So just to take a quick comparison onto GME, we can see that after some of those the euphoric bounces that we had over the past couple of weeks, we've been pretty much trading sideways above this $25 level on GME. So I know this short was quite nice a couple of days ago right here in and around these 30s, pulling it right back down. And I don't know if there was really a trade for me yesterday on this one, but we kind of grinded right back up. But today, that after hours high, we did attempt to push that above that 30, and we did aggressively pull back as of right now, back down. Now we know Roaring Kitty has sold his options and potentially bought back some more shares as well. So the options is kind of, he's done with the options, took some profits on those. We kind of talk about how it was interesting if his goal was to sell the options and then buy back more shares. Why didn't he do it at a higher price? Interesting stuff. He has 9,001,000 shares or something like that now, holding
9 and change.
9 and some change, right? So another
about how many shares I own in SoFi, just 9 and change, chilling.
Not too bad. He's a major shareholder now, or I mean, I guess he was kind of made, but he's a little bit more major.
He owned 5 before. That's pretty major.
Pretty major, yeah. So what's I don't even know what's so
luck,
he did.
Dude.
He probably had to do. Did he have to do a filing for that? I don't know. Is that like 10% of the float?
No, I don't think he owns.
I don't
10%.
think that's 10% of the float. Not just.
No, I don't think he owns 10%.
Not yet.
No, because they diluted once and then they're going to dilute again. So he does
they
not.
sold 75 million.
It's not that much.
A couple of days ago, yeah. So
Load.
definitely, GameStop made some money on that one. What they made a couple billy on.
Hey, their cash position's great now. It's great for them, but it's 370 million I see as a float on game. So I mean, like you'd have to own like 37 million, 40, something along those.
About a third of the way there almost. So.
Jason Murphy, thank you in the chat. You just said Kitty is like the 4th or 5th largest holder. That's pretty impressive. Chris asking, what do you think about AMC 6 call for the week? I don't.
For the week.
I'm not. Yeah.
It's Friday.
So, sorry, for next week.
Okay.
I misread that. For this week wouldn't make any sense. So that's why I was doing a screw face. I'm like, for the week? No, it doesn't make any sense. For next week, the issue with AMC is it has not really had the follow through. I can see what you're getting at with this chart because since the gap up, like hold that low, hold the higher low, you're kind of in an obvious channel here at 490 to 550. And if you hang on to that and break it, all it takes is one hold of 490 and a breakout and you're into 6. But for me, I'm not an options player. I just simply look at it as a day trader. If I come in next week and I see it still holding that same level, then reasonably longs off 5 into 6 is the way that I would think about it. But I'm not saying it gets to 6. The difference being, are you willing to take profit if that's in the money when it's failing above 550 next week, like it's been all this week? If the answer is no, then I wouldn't make that trade because you've got some obvious resistance. The fact that GameStop is doing all of this when AMC does nothing, like GameStop just has no red candles in the last however many minutes, and all AMC has done is bleed. That's not good. So I'm typically bearish on it. I was actually asking myself, do I want to just short this through $5 as a day trade? Because this looks very, very hairy to the downside. And my answer is I'm going to short it at some point if GameStop does turn around. And it might be a $5 break, but I see what you're getting at. Higher lows, got some support underneath it. I am looking for a reentry. We only have 1 minute to go, then we're heading off into the midday. It's been a heck of a lot of fun. It's been a good one. Yeah. Thank you, Obi, for stepping in for Sean. No worries. But remember I said, sometimes the trade I'm the most happy with is the one that we don't make, or the one that you get out of. So AMD, look, it was great underneath VWAP in there. That said, look at the strength of that move. And technically speaking, when you look at this, there's a bottom, there's a higher low at the open. There's no need to just reload because you made money on that price before and VWAP worked. What is happening in the moment for that trade? And in that moment, AMD was very strong, so I'm not going to just short it in front of that strength. Instead, we'll just get out, look for another opportunity. If it doesn't happen, you don't have to trade it. That's how you can preserve some capital. As far as getting back into Nvidia, we might have missed our chance at that 131. I just keep being a little bit too, I don't know, I kind of wanted it in here, and it bounces off the 131. But it's putting in lower highs as well with a support at 131. I think that's a place to buy it. With that said, it's 11 o'clock. You know where we're going. We will be back at 2 o'clock, myself and Obi, to take you into the close. It will be a wild one, I promise you that, especially with the memes, the chips, and everything else moving around. But for the time being, it's Learn to Trade, it's Sharif, it's Adara, and it's a lot of fun. Enjoy.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and happy Friday, everybody. It is that time of the week. We already have Oscarito and John in the house as well. Justin meeting us early as well. Shout out to the OG Darwin Benson. Happy Friday to you, my man. Pillsbury, let's go as well. Big Kevin Mendoza, Mr. Love Shack, joining us. Good morning to Cairo and Fiddleback. TH, hello. Big Scott H. Shout out to the small cap Gapper trader extraordinaire. We got Bora Health. We got Killa Cam. We got Parabolic. James Dell. What's up, James? We got Ludo Kid. We got Damn Bonkzilla's in the house. Solo Christo. So's Canyon. Paul Goodson joining us. Kristen Norman. Insurance Mama. Shout out Insurance Mama. Big Bob Dub. We got Draco. And Travel Buddy DJ Marshall's joining us today, Adara. Brandon Hahn and Rios John 90. We got 2 New York cents and 0 Saskatchewan. Haven't seen you, Saskatchewan, in a hot minute. Welcome back. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine Friday?
I am pleased as dang punch because the weather is ridiculous and it's kind of breezy and no humidity. It's more humid in here than it is out there. Funny enough. I don't even know how that.
And also cold in here at the same time.
A little bit, yeah. Funny enough how that works. Anything you're looking at before we get started?
Yeah, there are 2 things I'm looking at. One, I want to address a proper paradox here saying hashtag mustache mafia, which I mean, sign us up over here. I just had to call that out. Also, it's funny, I saw this comment here, I think from Bonkzilla in the chat. I don't know who it's addressed it to, but saying, please don't get roped into a Tesla trade today. I'm actually pleased as punch to say I already roped myself into a Tesla trade and it took 20 pennies. So I just saw that and I was like, you know what, I do want to like have a little chat. Tesla, I want to clarify here. I was patient with this because I know my biggest issue with Tesla over the last few days has not been being aggressive enough. But I said to Dara, if you just sat down, if you don't know what you want, just wait. So I looked at Nvidia. I was spellbound by Nvidia. By the time I look back at Tesla, I say, hey, this is what I wanted. Another wick rejection of the 90 MA. Took it short 20 pennies off that 179 area, got into 179.80s. 179.77s. There we go. A few more pennies than I thought. It's all good. I think we're coiling up here. We did make a higher low. That's why I did not overstay my welcome. But yeah, I mean, Tesla below the 90 MA, a potential push for the 90 MA could be interesting. You also know I'm always looking at GameStop.
Of course.
I think why the GameStop trades work yesterday is because you guys know I always think about stocks like ad nauseum at night. Like my mind is always on the markets, at least partially. And so why I think the GameStop trades worked yesterday is because I treated it like a normal stock. I wasn't like, oh, it's GameStop. Oh my gosh, will it roar? Will it be a kitten? Instead, I was just like, it's a normal stock.
Sure.
So I think that helped, and that's why being not afraid to short yesterday definitely helped me. Shout out to Eminem, not afraid. So we're not afraid to take another stand. And everybody, take these shorts. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I probably will be looking for some shorts on gimme, gimme, gimme. How are you doing?
Good.
What are you looking at?
A couple of trades, nothing really to write home about right now. I'll just cover my softy trade here. This was an attempt, yes, let's call it that, an attempt to play the range based off the previous high. I was able to scalp 20 pennies quick as you like on that, but got stopped out for the rest on MSFT. MSFT just printed day high 442.86. So did goggles 176.71. Very similar looking chart patterns on goggles and the soft one today. We'll get to that in a little bit. The other trade that I'm currently involved in right now, it's going to be a hold of $5. Or wham, bam, thank you, AMC. We're not going to stay in this one anymore. Look, you heard me yap about $5 on AMC the past little while. So if I'm going to yap about it, got to take it long. You can't see it on the position board right now, but I'm long 507s. I'm 4 pennies out of the money. It's going to have to hold 5. I gave it a couple of pennies of a buffer between it and 5. Doesn't hold, doesn't hold. That's the end of the story. But you know what isn't the end of the story? Where's Big Kyle? Like, I want to know where Big Kyle is. I did this lesson specifically for Big Kyle. I didn't want to tell him that we were doing this because I wanted to surprise him. Nice. But he was texting me today about Etsy. He has one hell of a read on Etsy. Yeah. He was pumped about that. So let's get right down to business here. I just got to load up the document that I got to read off over here. There we go. We got it ready. We're locked. We're loaded. We are talking about rounded bottoms. Yes, this is an actual pattern, not anything else. Rounded bottoms is what we're talking about today, and this is a bullish reversal pattern. So let's get right to it. A rounding bottom is a chart pattern characterized by a series of price movements that graphically form the shape of a U. There he is, talking a walk but listening. Shout out to Big Kyle. This lesson is for you, my man. All right, it looks like a U, essentially, a really wide U. Rounding bottoms are found at the end of extended downtrends, and what they signify is a reversal in the long-term price movements to the high side. This pattern's time frame can vary from several weeks to several months, but it's also fractal, so you can use it intraday, which I know is what the majority of us, why we're here. Volume and price will ideally move in tandem, and volume confirms the price action. We'll get to more of that. So let's get right down to it, to the first slide over here. Understanding the rounded bottom. First things first, the U-turn shape. That's what it looks like. The rounded bottom gets its name from its distinct U-shaped appearance on the chart, and that's really what it's about. And the formation process, this is another very important part. It emerges after an extended downtrend. So you need lower lows and lower highs going diagonal and to the right generally, okay? The price action steadily declines. It reaches its low point, right, which is the bottom of the U, and then begins gradually ascending to the high side. So what you're looking for after that bottom part is incrementally higher highs and higher lows. They don't have to be huge in terms of movement, but they have to be incremental. I got stopped out of AMC. Sucks to be me. This is kind of what it looks like right here, okay? So you see, this is the downtrend, lower lows, lower highs. You make a general low over here. It doesn't have to be a very pronounced middle of the U. It could be, you know, multiple tests at the same area, but then you start making incrementally higher highs and higher lows. And this, very importantly here, is the neckline. We'll talk more about this neckline because that's where you're going to take the trade, okay? We'll get to that, but I just want to show you the shape. So two things, downtrend, then incrementally higher highs and higher lows. So why the rounding bottom matters? Like, what are we getting out of this pattern other than a possible trade? What is it telling us? Well, number one, it's telling us an upcoming reversal is more likely than not, right? So the rounding bottom acts as a potential trend reversal signal, suggesting a shift away from downtrend to uptrend. That's important, if you ask me. And it's also indicating to you a shifting sentiment. Their appearance indicates a potential inflection point, essentially, where buyers start accumulating, overpowering sellers incrementally who had dominated so far on that downtrend, down and to the right. Then the buyers start taking over. You can also have a period of consolidation within this rounded bottom too. It doesn't have to be always curved, okay? So how do I identify these rounding bottoms? What are we looking for here? So number one, we're gonna confirm that the price action prior to the formation of the pattern was a downtrend, down and to the right. You can use moving averages, you can use trend lines, price action analysis, whatever you wanna do. Just confirm that the preceding trend was down and to the right. Then you're going to start looking for a curved bottom, right? Where you were making lower lows and lower highs, essentially. And then there is a middle part to that where it kind of was like where the winds of change started coming. And then you started making higher highs and higher lows. So you're looking for that curved bottom, okay? There's also, it could look like a period of consolidation as well. And then you're looking for the formation of the neckline. Very important here because this is where you're going to take the trade. So as the price climbs, it faces resistance at a specific level. This level, roughly corresponding to the horizontal line that goes across the top of the rounded bottom, this is called the neckline. Let's get to some examples right here. Okay, so this is a downtrend yet again. This is a different chart than the one I showed you. Downtrend, then you start making the rounded bottom, that semicircle level, and then you got a previous crest before you started making the lower lows and lower highs of the rounded bottom. Off that crest, you're going to chart the neckline. And if you have more price action support or resistance prior at different levels, at the same level, all the better. And then you're going to draw that horizontally, and that is going to be where you're going to be looking to take the break, okay? And you'll notice that it broke out of that neckline and came back and retested the neckline. That's another check mark. That makes it even better when you have a break of a resistance level, you clear it by some distance. In this case, it looked like 30, 40 bucks, and then you come back and test it. That's another check mark you're throwing right there. Now, this is kind of, it may resemble a cup and handle, and that's why I want to show you the kind of similarities between the cup and handle and the rounded bottom. Because once you break through the neckline, you don't have to go parabolic up and to the right away. There could be a moment where at that neckline, that key area of support and resistance, where you just move sideways, consolidation sideways, right? And then you get a continuation move, and that's what we see here. So very similar looks between the cup and handle and the rounded bottom. Some would even argue that they could be very much the same pattern. I would argue differently. All right, so how do we trade these rounding bottoms, right? So number one, we're looking to get in here. Look, you can trade it however you want. You can get in at the higher highs and higher lows in the U shape and then go to the neckline and get out. You want to do that, that's great. But today we're talking about a breakout trade. So our trade here starts through the break of the neckline. So a break out above the neckline, that is your key signal, the decisive breakout above the neckline with a closing price definitively higher than that resistance level. This is suggesting a potential trend reversal. That's what you're looking for. First and foremost, that break above the neckline decisively on a closing basis. And then you're going to look for the volume to confirm that, right? So you want above average volume on the breakout candle above the neckline. What's above average? Have a look at the U, the rounded bottom. Compare the volume bar of the breakout candle to the volume bars contained within the U-shaped pattern. Is it above average? Yes? Check. And then your entry and your stop loss. You're going to enter the trade shortly after the breakout confirmation, and then you're going to place a stop loss order just below the point of the rounded bottom. That's going to be your stop there. So here it is depicted very clearly. You've got the rounding bottom over here. You have your neckline as contained by that green line right there. You get a decided break of the neckline. You come back, you test that same neckline again, and then you move back up. Your stop goes here. Your entry is over here. I know that you might want to pause it if you guys want, because this is kind of written small. I didn't draw this, but if you want to have a look at that, you can pause it. So some additional tips. Pattern measurement. I love this because this kind of gives you an idea of where to take profit, your profit target. The depth of the rounding bottom. So what I want to show you is this. So from the neckline to the middle part of the circle or the semicircle, right there, that is your depth. And the reason that this level here from the neckline to the semicircle is important is you're going to project that up above the neckline, and that's going to be your first beak wetter in that general area up there, okay? So you're going to measure from the neckline to the bottom of the rounded bottom, and then you're going to project that up from the neckline. You're going to be looking to wet your beak around there. So the depth of the rounding bottom can sometimes offer clues about the potential upside move. Traditionally, the measured height of the pattern from the bottom to the neckline is projected upwards from the breakout point to estimate a target for the uptrend. Secondly, time frame awareness. Rounding bottoms can form on various time frames. They might take weeks or even months to develop. Consider the time frame when setting your trading strategy. And last but certainly not least, confirmation is key. You should be looking for the winds of change. How can you look for the winds of change? By using momentum indicators that show you where the momentum is heading. Is it picking up or is it slowing down? These aren't gauges of direction, but they're gauges of momentum, and that's what you're looking for here because we were in a downtrend. We're looking for the uptrend to start, so you could be using things like the RSI or the MACD to gauge momentum and the potential overbought or oversold conditions there.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that. And I think it's interesting too, yeah, I like the fact if you retest those levels, it's really based on the whole idea of like support and resistance flipping, right? So I think that's a really cool look. There's so many different ways as well with that cup and handle pattern to view and interpret a rounded bottom. So with that in mind, I actually want to address a trade that I'm in short that I know some people in the chat were saying this actually looks like a rounded bottom. I don't think it is yet, but I think it could be. Tesla. Let's talk about it. Ooh. Yes, I'm still in Tesla. I know, I guess I keep getting, I saw this terminology in the chat earlier, thought it was funny, roped into these trades. Yeah, I think with Tesla though, every time I think it's not gonna give me anything else, something in the book pops up and says, Adara, hi, how are you doing? Want to trade me? And I'm like, Tesla, we've been through this dance. And it's like, Adara, are you sure? And I'm like, well, I'm not. Let's get involved. There we go. We're out. Okay. So basically, why I got back in this short, basically every short I've taken on this is, okay, we could have gotten lower, but it's fine. Every short I took on this was basically just seeing every time we try to climb above that 179.25 is, I think, kind of the cutoff. Tesla's like, I don't really feel like it though. So yeah, I've basically been shorting all those pops. We've had 3 shorts in this. Yeah, okay, so I want to clarify, so this, because this first blue candle here, this is from the second short, then I got involved in the third short at the top of that candle. Basically what I'm risking into here is 179.30s because we've not been able to get anywhere near 179.30s with that hustle in our spirit. That being said, and it's funny, as I typed this in the chat, I was like, oh, Tesla's still having lower highs and lower lows, so I got out of this short, and then Tesla's like, Adara, what are you talking about? And tried to climb back above 179, but I noticed it couldn't hold 179.20s. That's why I shorted again. I think we are trying to have higher lows. If we break below 178.90s, that's like, okay, maybe the short's still on here. But again, I'm only shorting the pops. That's what we do over here. Or that's not what we do, but that's what I do. And as I say that Tesla continues to break lower, yeah, guys, I think Tesla I think at some point has sort of the forms of a rounding bottom, but we had all these topping tail candles. We're really struggling with the 90 MA. I think, yeah, as Shreve always says, balance of the evidence. So I think right now, the balance of the evidence is saying Tesla might have a little bit more downside move in it. Also, maybe having some more downside move in it is GME. Thanks to Neil for getting me the shorts on this one. I think this 28.50, 28.60 level is kind of interesting with these topping tail candles and the 9 EMA rejection. This is to be slightly lower low. I don't have anything huge telling me I want to trade this, but something Neil said in the show a couple days ago that resonated with me is it's better to have the shorts and not use them than want them and not have them. So that's what I am going to do. Yeah, lots of people looking at Tesla long. I would say we need that 179 to form as a clear base, not just on the chart, but also in the book, because right now we don't have that. And I was just going to say Apple looks like a tasty short, and then I see someone is chewing on that Apple to the upside. How are you doing?
We're trying here, Dara. I mean, it's been a rinse and repeat short off the VWAP area. Doesn't mean it's going to continue by any means. So in it at the moment, short 65s, looking to wet my beak at 42s. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. The out is going to be at 83. So if it breaks and continues to head higher, I'm out at 83, and then we'll look to do something different. So right now, like a couple of pennies out of the money, 2 pennies out of the money on this trade. So we'll see how it goes. But I gotta shout out your Tesla trade. I like this range. It's got that hockey stick pattern to it, which is like awfully bearish here. It's been rejecting umpteen amounts off the 10. So I mean, what could go? I mean, why would you not be taking that trade? So shout out to you. I'm also looking at goggles and the soft one. For a previous bounce off previous resistance. What am I talking about? Well, they're very similar charts today, and I won't be convinced otherwise. Here we go. This is an interesting area. This 442 on the soft one, and it's also got that 10-period support there as well. I'm looking for a previous area of resistance, this double top at 955 and 10, to now act as support. And look what you're getting here with goggles, kind of that same look, where it's moving up and then using that previous double top at 955 and 10 as that level of support there now. Previously resistance, 176.50 on goggles, I would guesstimate to be that range. I wet my beak on some profits here on AAPL, but definitely not out of the woods on this trade. It is still trading at the higher end of the range. My line in the sand on this trade is going to be 83s. If 83s breaks, that doesn't mean I won't get back into it. It just means that, you know, maybe my timing was a little off with respect to my entry, which is fine. Because it's a hard business we're in. So anyway, next beak wetter, I'm looking for 42s. Let's see what we get, and we won't get upset. Let's see what else is popping off here. The Zon, shout out to the Amazonian who's sitting to my right, baby. He did a hell of a job with, yeah, just shouting you out. Yeah, it's ranging. I was just about to say that, Obe. Yeah, the Amazonian is confirming what I believed, is that the Zon is in a very, very tight range here. I mean, it's a $183 name, and we've got a 183.54 top and a 182.32 bottom, and I would submit to you that that IB low is an outlier. The majority of the prints are rejecting off that 182 3/4. That puts us in a 75 penny range on a $183 name. Do the math. That's very tight. That obviously means, you know, there's not a whole lot of interest in this name today. It's done 7 3/4 million shares. I don't want to disrespect it, but yeah, looking like a bit of a tougher trade. Apple coming into the top end, and I am now. I'm long Apple. Oh, God, I got to clean these. I got to clean these stops up. All right, so I have to get out of this trade because this was an incorrect stop here that I had. So let's see if it actually holds. No, I don't want to take this trade. This is stupid, Sharif. Get out. So we'll get out of that trade. So we end up going a little red on Apple because of that fat finger, but that's okay. We're going to figure out, and we'll get back in somehow, some way there.
Yeah, I'd love to say that I was doing anything in those 3 minutes other than staring at Nvidia with bated breath. That would be a lie, though. We don't lie here on how to trade. I was staring at Nvidia with bated breath for the amount of time. Also, I like that Amazon zone as well. It's a nice zone there on the zone. Yeah. But yeah, I want to shout out Obi as well for this Nvidia trade this morning because that was awesome. That was a great look. I tried to go long Nvidia here at the 9 EMA. I stand by this attempt. Basically, my thesis was I liked that we were kind of sitting on the 9 EMA. I thought we were kind of near this 131.60 area. It looked like a nice bounce. And Nvidia was like, what are you talking about? I risked 20 pennies, lost. It was all good. But right now, I watched what we did in the book, and the way we bounced off of VWAP was gorgeous. and haven't figured the trigger. I was like, Tara, wait. Yeah, I shouldn't have waited. I should have taken it. That's my one thing is I need to, when I have ideas I like, I need to take them with the respect they deserve. And I need to be like, get involved, get involved. Nvidia, don't love this topping tail candle, but I do think we have some kind of bounce here. We are rejecting at 131. I'm trading this. I don't know what direction yet, though. And either way, it's going to be a, say it with me, scalp. That's how I'm going to be treating this name. So there we go. GME kind of getting choppy and shiny below that 9 EMA. That might have to put my shorts to good use there. Tesla, which as Sharif was kind of saying, one of the ranges of the day alongside Amazon. Tesla trying to push higher. Like I said, 179.30 is my no-go zone for the short. So if we break above 179.30 here, that will be a, say it with me, no-go zone. If we, oh yeah, okay, and as I say that, Tesla pops 10 pennies. Tesla's like, Adara, stop shorting me, please. Like, just call it quits. So there we go. That being said, we've wicked up as high as 179.50 and sold off. I just don't feel comfortable shorting it with that nice pop above the 9 EMA. I'll maybe take a bounce off of the 9 EMA, but like I said, scalp city, and everything I will be doing will be based on what I see in the book. Speaking of the book, I have the book open for one, Tempest AI, TEM, to see when that IPO pops to the upside. Boeing rounded bottom on the 5 minute, says Kyle Burdett. Yeah, I agree. Started to big, Kyle. Yeah, we have this also, this gorgeous, this is no counterfeit titanium here in this wick to the downside here at 177. And again, to clarify, they are not saying there is counterfeit titanium, but they're saying they're investigating counterfeit titanium for Boeing and Airbus. So I want to clarify that story.
Okay.
There might not be titanium. Shout out to that song from like 2011.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was an iconic song.
Yeah,
okay, I'm not going to apologize.
Summer
for saying
banger.
that. Also, I was seeing, there's some analysts saying Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter is going to be the song of the summer this year. They're saying it's an early contender.
Well, look, I'm not going to say anything, but there is a person at one of these desks over here who said that the song was stuck in their head and they couldn't get it out. The Obe, the one, he is the Kenob. Shout out to him, man. I love Obi. Yeah, he says it's a banger. Look, man, it's stuck in my head too. I'm not. It may or may not be on the summer playlist.
Yeah, it was featured on.
It may or may not be on the summer playlist today. It is.
It was featured on the Washington Post quiz I do. They were like, "What song is the song of the summer?" And then you had to go.
No way. Is it a me espresso though?
Well, that's not what the quote was they used.
She is so lively
Wait, she's the
and
espresso?
energetic. She's the espresso, Adara. Yeah, she's got so much energy. Okay, all right, let's get back into trading here. I got stopped. Okay, her new song is better. Please, please, please. Ram, the position board is wrong. I'm not short Apple at that level, so I just want to point that out. That if we want to restart that position board, because I am not short. Look, guys, I don't have a read on these markets. I got to tell you the truth. We're awfully consolidative here, save and except for a couple of names. Really, Google and Microsoft and Nvidia obviously are going. Tesla was going to the downside, but it's become awfully consolidative as well. I'm not going to trade these levels. I don't feel like I have a good read on them. So let's get into the small cap gappers. There's a lot of those today, so let's get to them. Longevron still in play. And above VWAP at the moment. Look at this. So VWAP here at 358. The only issue with this is that when it does break out, it has a whole lot of individuals looking to short, especially in front of 4. As you can see, there are lots of topping tail candles. The top end of the range on this name is characterized by topping tail candles. You can't make that argument for the bottom end of the range. We don't have too many bottoming tail candles at the bottom end of the range. That tells me that there's a whole lot of exuberance to short this at the whole dollar level. Careful with that if you're taking the breakout trade. Try to get a better price in order to get away from those topping tails. The other thing here, look at this, KAVL. This is really respecting the 20. Bless you, Ram. The 20 on the 5. I would submit to you that this is probably a price action support at 4 3/4, owing to that top end of the area over here that we had in the pre and then right into the bell. This one started moving about 15 minutes before the bell, and the top end of the range was, you guessed it, 4 3/4. Now look where the bottom end of the range is, 4 3/4. Trying to hold 5 right now, but at its lowest, 4 3/4 holds up on KAVL, up a cool, a measly, a light 270% on the day. I am kidding, of course, that's bigly. The other one, CNSP. broken below VWAP now, but doing its darndest to kind of get back above there, topping till at 675, and that's where VWAP is. This one also seemed to adore, whatever, the 20 on the 5 over here, and it does end up finding support at that 5 3/4, rounding now into 7. It just took 6 3/4, so it's above VWAP right now. CNSP doing things. This thing here is minuscule, okay? And by minuscule, I mean $1 2/3 million market cap, okay? The float, 216,000 shares. That should give you an idea of the illiquidity of this name. It could probably move dollars at a time here, so just be careful. It's done 5.5 million shares, but CNSP is a minuscule float, and you need to be apprised of that before you trade it. The short float, it's not bad, 1.75%, nothing really to write home about there. So that's that one. XXII was decent until, just recently, until it broke down below VWAP, up 25%. Couldn't break through $1 on a closing basis. That dollar trade there was met with umpteen amount of short selling, bringing this one back down. AMC and GME, I'm keeping them on the side, but nothing on them at the moment there.
Yeah, GME, and it's funny because I was looking at this level and I liked it, then I realized I think this is the same level that Neil took long, so I think that could give it even more confluence. That level is going to be 28.25. I think he took 28.28. Shout out to Eidetic Memories. But yeah, I want 28.25. Yeah, sorry, slight humble brag there. But yeah, we're going to have to see what we do here. Why do I like this level? Okay, we had all this little chop and turn here, right? Over here, let me get it again, then we get it again. We're below the 90 EMA, my favorite level. So that's what I like. You know what? Okay, the one thing I don't like is this bottoming tail candle. That's what I'm gonna have to be cognizant of. But you know what? We're gonna we're gonna do this. We're gonna get part in at 19. We're gonna get a smaller piece in at 28, because why not? And then we're gonna be risking into 45s, which is this level, 45s, 50s, this level over here. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. I can survive with that. We're gonna do that. Also, I want to talk about my main short I have going on here because I think I should address it. Its name is Nvidia, and I'm happy with how this is going over here.
Nice.
So basically this is like lower than I thought it was. Perfect. So what I was doing here is I knew we had that bounce off VWAP. I tried to get that long off VWAP, didn't get it. Was a little bit down in the dumps, but then I was like, Adara, if you're seeing on the book these lower high, like the high, I told you, we struggled with that 131. That was something we're going to add to this position here because I like that. We're going to watch what we do. Okay, yeah, I'm adding. But so basically what I've been doing is every time I see a lower high on the book, I'm adding to the position, then I'm scalping it out at 60s. And then once we get that flop, not saying we'll have a breakdown at VWAP, but I will say we've been coiling beautifully towards one. I'm okay with that. We're going to be getting out some more here at 61s. We're going to be taking out 40% of the position here. Basically, yeah, just getting in, getting out. This has been not the scalp of the century or anything, but just this has been like the type of thing that I need to be doing with my life. I feel energized. I feel invigorated by this trade. Sorry for the speed here, guys. I am very relaxed, but I mean, these markets this is the me espresso, is these markets. These markets are my GME espresso. Okay. It was better in my head. But yeah, it's all good here. Nvidia, keep having those breaks lower, keep having those pushes lower. Basically, I was seeing lower highs in the book, so we get to 131, then we get to 131.90, 131.80, 130.80, now we're at like 130.77-ish. So every lower high I see in the book, the more I am smiling. If we break above 131, I am breaking out of that Nvidia. But right now, we're just hanging out here. We're just chilling. GME, if you want to give me that fill, which I don't think you will, I'd be okay with that too.
GME. Can you do something for me?
Can you get to 28.19s for me? Do your thing. Okay, sorry.
All right, it's all good. I'm the one that started it. Just took a little beak wetter there on the soft one. We're long at 90s. It's printing 20s now, so not. Oh, wow. Holy cow, that just came down really aggressively. And what was that? And then right back up we go again. That's. I just got a whole lot of sensory perception. Microsoft just tanked. Obi got all excited. I'm like, why is he happy that my position's out of the money? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, dog. No, I'm nicely in the money on the soft one here. Looking for a recovery near that $0.50. If we can hold 442, this will be an interesting level on Softy. It's been the stronger-ish name on the day, not percentage-wise, but chart action-wise, not that bad. So looks like goggles is a lot better, though. 176.99 right now on the goggles. Go soft one. There we go, nicely in the money now, 35 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. We're greedy. Let's see if we can get something. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that out loud, right? Because the market hears me today, and it doesn't like
it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna put our beak wetter there. We're gonna hang out there. Guys, I want to remind you every day that you gotta vote. If you don't vote, you don't get a say on the afternoon rundown now. It is your time to shine. If you guys want to see how OB traded Nvidia, then go and vote for Nvidia. It's exclamation point, the word join, space, $, and the ticker NVDA. If you want to see what Neil was doing there today, I'm not sure what he traded, but go in and have a look at what you want Neil to analyze. If you want to see what, GME or how GME and AMC would have been traded by the big boys today, go and vote for that, Ram. And have your say every day on the afternoon rundown right now. And if you want to see what Google is doing, go and vote for that as well. There we go on the soft one. What? Bang! There, yeah, I did, because I know that when you hit a new, a new animation on the stream deck, it cancels the one prior to it. All right, we got filled Ram at that 44244 on MSFT. That's a nice 54 penny winner there. We took that quick dip into the 20 period. But look, I want to tell you why I got into this whole thing here with the soft one. This is a price action resistance area. We couldn't break through it. We curl up, we come back down. Lo and behold, we hold the same area that was previously resistance. We hold it now as support. I only lament not having taken goggles, because goggles gave you a bigger upside move, but that's neither here nor there. You gotta be grateful for what you get. So I'm seeing a lot of sound waves today, Adara. I'm seeing it on Apple and I'm seeing it on Amazon and a little bit on Tesla here, even though Tesla is starting to do a little bit of a topping tails into 180. I don't know what your look is on that.
Oh, believe me, I saw those topping tail candles and I said, Tesla, Della, where are you going? Yeah, right now from Delaware to Texla over here.
Della, where are you going?
I don't know. It's puns, guys. I don't know.
Wow, I love it.
We're out of a third of GME. Give me some shorts after midnight. So we're gonna have to wait and see how this goes. I want to be cognizant of the fact that this could be as low as we go. Why? Well, look at these bottoming tail candles. I had a Scotia skepticism going into this trade, which I did kind of mention there. But, happy to have a third out. I de-risked. I'm not adding any more to this, to be clear. This is where, or for now, to be clear, if I see more on GME that I like, I'll get involved. And I want to clarify as well, I am not inherently a GME bear. I am just generally a short bias day trader, and I'll trade in whatever direction. So gimme. Let's also get another, give me another beak wetting level here before I leave. It's going to be right below 28s. We might get it, then we'll be saving a tiny piece for a tiny dream, which is going to be no lower than 27.80. Also Tesla is like, oh, Adara, you wanted that drop. So funny story, I already gave it to you. So like I said, Tesla, I still do think this is a downward move for now. I'm going to be honest. I know we had what looked like at one point a rounding bottom with that higher low, but then we kind of lost it. Right now, this range is still intact. I need to be paying more respect and more attention to this range. I want to check out your Microsoft, though.
Thank you.
A nice look there. Also, I'm out of Nvidia, which I should probably mention.
Oh, yeah.
So basically what happened was we had that move down there in the markets that Obi and I were cheering for. It was like, what? Microsoft? So yeah, sorry, again, I was not cheering for the downfall of Microsoft. I was just like, yay, Nvidia. Basically what I said was, this is kind of what I wanted. We broke into 50s. I got out. Please just punch with that trade. Also, I want to look at Apple for Nessa. Apple, I think Nessa was like, oh, any levels here on Apple. I think what's interesting here is look how we're now, that initial top here at 213.60, now becoming a bit of a, look where we're bouncing here off the 90 MA. I think that this could be a support resistance flip here, Nessa. 213.60 from resistance to support at the 90 MA. I call that confluence. Actually, I know Obi does, but it is confluence. Also, though, I will be watching out for this level here, 213.85. That was a bit of a resistance level earlier, and we seem to be having some struggles with it. Hope that helps, Nessa. Hope you were having a great trading day. GME gave me another fill, so gimme. Yeah, I'm happy here. Just trying to take these shorts and have a good time on the markets. That was a weird send-off. But vote, guys. If you want to see GME, if you want to see Nvidia, if you want to see AMD, if you want to see Microsoft, we know what tickers are. You know what ticker you like. So you put that ticker in the chat, exclamation point, join, $, that ticker, and then the big kahunas will cover it, and we will have Sharif on the green screen with his mustache, which, again, I feel like I must remind you is not a ticker.
I love it. All right, I got a couple of things I want to say here. I'm very interested in a long at 130-ish, low 130-ish on Nvidia. I'm looking for a top end defend and a whole dollar defend there, the $10 defend. So I'm looking long Nvidia near that 130. I just want a better price. That's number one. Number two, we're putting in higher lows on the dead one Apple with a consolidation top of around 213.75, 214 area. If that breaks on a closing basis, I'm going long Apple. So two trades I want to do right now. One is looking like it's coming in quicker than the other. Nvidia's already bouncing up here, and I'm seeing multiple bottoming tail candles on the 5-minute look at Nvidia to defend this 130 area. I feel like I don't have a good entry on it because the entry would have been in the third of a dollar or the quarter of a dollar. Now we're talking about 2/3. So if I get in here and I have a stop below 130, then I'm risking a lot. I'm displeased about that. So I'm going to try to weasel my way into this trade somehow, some way, somehow. I think that, it behooves me to sit with a resting order at an area that I like better. It's just really going to be guessing here. This is all that it is, guessing where this thing comes down. So I'm putting an order at 45s. It's going without me. It's going into the 3/4. I kind of had that feeling. We'll see if it ends up moving up, but I'd like 130-ish general area, mid, low, something like that on NVDA. Bottoming tail candles, 130 defend. That's the look. Apple not ready to go yet in my humble estimation with respect to the higher lows. You can see these higher lows being put in with that kind of consolidation area top. It looks a lot cleaner on the 5, but in any event, I'll be looking to go the breakout trade on Apple. I haven't had success with the range trade today on Apple. You see I got cut up umpteen amount of times. I just haven't had the right read on it. So I'd rather just switch to what I do a little bit better, which is breakout trading. So we'll see what I can get here with the dead one, AAPL, and what I can get with NVDA. Alas, I still have not gotten filled on Nvidia at that third of a dollar. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going long here with smaller share size, and we're just going to go long at this level, and we're going to have to DCA into this because I like this level into that 130 area. So hence going smaller share size here allows me to kind of hold this against me a little bit more than I would like. Yeah, so we'll see. What's going on, Obi? Apple just tanked down to 213.10. Here comes 213 again on the dead one. We know that there is a general area. It's not exact. It's an area. Go to Obi's chart. Oh, yeah, it's incrementally lower highs, lower highs. It's a bit of a compression pattern, actually. Good call there, Ob. I didn't even really notice those lower highs. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. So, yeah, looking for low C, whether we get price action support here. It's been bouncing off 213 general area, 212.80s, in and around that. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good possibility. I'm going to look to go long at 213. I will sit at 05s and see what I get, and I won't get upset. Let's go Nvidia. Nvidia still dancing at that $0.75 of a dollar. Nothing doing there. What's your look at here?
Yeah, I am still shorting Tesla. I know I feel like this is an unpopular opinion here, but okay, not short Tesla anymore. Sorry guys, I was not prepared for that. Tesla dropped into, I got out 38s. I was happy to take Tesla at like 60s. Tesla's like, Adara, do you want more because you've been so patient with me? And I said, yeah, I'd be okay with that. So Tesla, sorry guys, I'm kind of delirious. I took 60 pennies on Tesla with the rest of that position. This first fill took like 20 pennies again. I was trying to scalp here into that 178.80. And I think this is one of the biggest things with like having conviction and believing in yourself. I know the Tesla short, I know, I appreciate Sharif as well saying this hockey stick pattern. What I see as well is 2 consecutive bear flags. We had this move down, move down, move down. So let's see here. If we come back and reject this bottom of 178.70, I actually find 178.80 more enticing. But if we come back, I'll take that short again. Again, just taking shorts off the book, seeing stuff I like. I need to breathe. That was a fun trade, though. Sometimes these trades wake you up a little bit. There are the espresso in the markets. So let's take a look at GME, which I did get out of. Could have gotten out of here a little bit lower, but I said, you know what, Adara, we were seeing a little bit of reluctance to go lower than 28. So I said, Adara, take your 28. Say thank you, GME, and make your exit. So there we go. GME, Tesla, Nvidia, pretty much the only names I have looked at all day. That being said, that Apple range is spicy. That's a nice, little Apple there. Also, shout out to you for Nvidia, because I think that's that.
Well, the Apple's the better trade right now. So we have 05s. We just got our beak wet there at 20s. Looking to get more at 25s. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. I've put my order already on Nvidia to wet my beak or to get stopped out. So this trade on Apple, it was the range trade. I said I wouldn't range trade it, but that 213 was just too dang delicious to not want to take it. And right back into that 213 mid-20s we go. If we cross that 25s, then I'll get printed. There we go. We get the print again on Apple. So now we're done that trade. Decent trade there, but the one that we need to concern ourselves with, definitely. Oh, I'm long softy here at these levels, and this was not a planned entry. That was a stop, so we're going to get out. But funny enough, we just took 20 pennies on that softy trade. So maybe it is my lucky day. We'll see. The trade that is not going my way right now is Nvidia. And it is definitely, not moving back in the way that I thought. My line in the sand is going to be that $0.25. So we'll see exactly what we get with Nvidia here. But nice little trade there on Apple to kind of just get things started. Oh, and it continues to move up into the third of a dollar. So I should have definitely held that a little bit more. All good. We'll keep eyes here on Nvidia, but it's making lower lows and lower highs, and this concerns me. Okay, so let's have a look a little bit here and do some charting. So these bottoming tails, they tell you something. That's the whole point of bottoming tails. It means that there's buyer exuberance at that level. In addition to that, it is a former area of price action resistance, albeit in the pre, that was around 835 and 840 when we topped out there at 130.40. How much volume did we do there? Well, on this 5-minute candle, we printed 280,000 shares. On this one, 333,000. So definitely not millions like we're printing right now, but definitely decent amount of shares. It's still in the 40s. If it breaks $0.25, that's it. So it looks like I'm going to get stopped out as it comes back into the lower 40s there. All good. We're long at 59s. So if it doesn't hold the $0.25, that's gonzino. Apple just dropped again, right back down. So let me cancel. I had I got to clean up that stop. All right, good. So it doesn't stop me out super quick there. Let's go. Apple, let's get rid of that. Good. And just make sure all my stops are cleaned out here. What is this one? What is this stop? Oh my God. Okay. I think I just got stopped out of Nvidia. Yeah, I did. That's why the stop's gone. So Nvidia stopped out. I'll look to get back in if I like this 130 level though.
Yeah, so I have a couple things I want to talk about. Shout out to Yonder Alvarez talking about Netflix and asking if we can look at Netflix. Yeah, I have no problem putting Netflix or Netflix, shout out to Obi, on our personal watch list over here to take a look at. Yeah, Netflix, I think, though, falling a little bit. Look at that 674. We try to break above. We have our 9 EMA bounce. It's like, whoa, it's going to happen. We have this topping tail candle, and the Netflix is like, I'm not really sure. Now we're falling below the 9 EMA. Interesting, though. Seeing a skosh of a bounce here at this 671. 671 was that area we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier, so I think this could be a nice look. I also like this level of 662. Not sure if we'll get there again today. It's about $10 lower from where we currently are hanging out. But I like 662 because we push above it. We're trying to push above it in the pre on a wick basis. Get right all nestled up close to it again on the pre. Then we come back lower, and then we swoop up with the viciousness off the open. So I do like Netflix here. I wanted to put that out there. There was something else that I was going to look at. And that thing, so Jeffrey Cardozo is saying, can we look at Mickey Mouse? And I love talking about the House of Mouse. That's what it's all about over here. Well, it's not, but we can look at it. Oh, it's not a share. There was almost a share push back there. I almost put back my share, but there wasn't enough there to get me too excited. That being said, 99.55, bounce, bounce, bounce. 99.75, rejection, 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 rejection. This is insane. This is going on the side chart. I don't really want to take any of my current. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with the side chart, but I definitely want to. Disney deserves a spot, so maybe I need more side charts. Maybe that's the issue. But I do like this look here. Also, I want to address this question from Daniel B because I think it's a good one, and I always do love being able to reflect here on these here markets. If you think it's a bear flag breakdown, why do you get out all of the trade? Or why not just take partial profit and lock in a zero risk stop? Just wondering, but good job in the trade also. Yeah, thank you, Daniel B. I want to address this. So I didn't think it was going to get that low. The plan for this was just kind of continue to go in and out. Like I knew the bear flag breakdown was a possibility, but that's not really my style of trading, right? I like ranges and I like playing trades like this in a range way where I'll add, subtract. That's like same thing I did with Nvidia around that 130.60 level, right? That's what I tried to do with Tesla here, that 179. So basically, for me, this breakdown, for at least me being in the trade while it broke down, that was a happy accident. So I want to address why that happened. And also, I know when I do save pieces for dreams for breakdowns like this, I find I don't handle it very well. I don't know where to get in or get out. I get stressed out and the trading isn't as good. I find I trade the best when I am just like have scalp on my mind. So that's why I wanted to do that. But thank you, Daniel B, for giving me the opportunity to reflect on that. Also, thank you, Neil messaged me here saying, correct on GME. So I said, because I mentioned, I thought he got it in 28. So he said that was correct. That we got out of it when it bounced to 29 earlier. So thank you, Neil, for clarifying on that GME. Kevin Mendoza asking if it's time to short the memes. I already took a bit of a meme short here. It was going to be that 28.20. Yeah, I got in 28.28 and 28.19. So that was I think average was 28.22. Pieced out of it as it got to 28. Obviously, it got lower, but if we keep projecting off this 9 EMA, especially that 28 area, things could get very spicy for me on the GameStop. Yeah.
I got stopped out of Nvidia.
I like that you
again.
made the pun, but that's very sad.
Yeah, it's all good. 130, we put our line in the sand there, so another 30 penny loser on NVDA. Doesn't hold the 130 strictly, so we'll look to keep an eye on this one. It's been a down day in said markets. Well, not really a down day, even though the indexes are marginally red, but we have a lot of down pointing right now on some of these charts. So let's start looking short. And I didn't even have an eye on the futures to keep an eye on Nvidia. That's a mistake by me because we just broke 19.6 quite aggressively there. So great lower highs, lower lows through the break of 19.6. So keep your eye out on that. The futures giving way there. Apple also breaking through 213, but still kind of above that IB low. That IB low was around 212 and a third. Same thing with AMZN. They're both at the IB low right now. Not much for me to look at these on these names. KAVL though, doing decent here, starting to curl back up, really held that 5 very well, but you had to pack your patience there. I didn't get into this name. We were focused more on the large caps, but this one up into that 5 and a third. I would say look for 6, definitely there. There's resistance, and then above that, the topping tail goes into that 6 3/4. KAVL, not a bad look, man, 315%, and it's still, definitely tradable into the afternoon here, or almost afternoon. What else we got going on? Let's go back. AMC, GME, they're both down to the right. I don't feel like getting shorts off that either. Longeveron just broke the 50 again. There does seem to be good price action support, though, for Longeveron at 3 1/4. Most of those dips into 3 1/4, 3 1/5 were bought up, so that's not a bad look there. Let's go back in to, let's take off AMC and put LGVN. Traded this bad boy yesterday, so we'll put an order there for LGVN at 3 1/4. We'll sit at 325, see if we can get filled at that level. What else we got? What is everybody looking at there in the chat? 200 on Tesla, says L Sam. Yeah, not today. What else we got? 1320 Wolf says he's got 130 calls on Nvidia. All right, what else we got? Celtics for the win. Yeah, don't care about that. What else we got? Bull trap on ES. Well, I mean, we're definitely at local lows right now on the NQ. Let's have a look at ES. I haven't had eyes on that today. Here it is. Erwin, what are you doing? This 52 1/4, bit of a double top. Looks like maybe a 200 period rejection here on the 5. Yeah, I haven't looked at the ES today. It's still above that 5,400, so kind of like in no man's land at this level. I'm going to pull up KAVL, though, because I'm going to look to take a trade on that bad boy. Just unsure how to get into KAVL, though. Let's pull up the chart, get out of this NVIDIA, KAVL. And let's have a look at this one. This one inching up closer into 6. Where is the price action support here? You can make a case for 550 price action support. I think that's where I'm going to sit. We'll sit at 551, see if we can get a dip trade for defend of this key level over here if it does come back down. But it does look like it's putting in a bit of a curved bottom there. I don't want to call it a rounded bottom, but it's on its way to 6. So this is a good trade right now for whoever has KAVL long.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a second there to realize that. Yeah, so TEM opened up. Also, if you want to look at TEM, this is that new IPO, TEM AI. Also, if you want to look at TEM or any other stock, there's actually a way to do that. And it's kind of funny. It's a whole new novel thing we do in our new audience enjoyment segment. I worded that weirdly. But yeah, audience participation segment. How do you vote for a ticker to look at? It's easy. Go in the chat right now. That's it, right now. And you have until 1:50 to do this. You have 2 more hours. You will, exclamation point, join. Shift 1, to quote what Sharif was saying there yesterday. Then you go space, $, shift 4, Tesla, Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Amazon, TEM, Google, Apple. I don't know what ticker you like. You know it. Whatever tickers you fancy, you get involved. You put that in the chat. We'll take a look. TEM right now, the book. I'm just watching the book because it's a little bit hard to look at the chart in these new ones. I'm going to switch to 1 minute for TEM. Right now, yeah, TEM is a pretty hot item.
I can't hear you.
We have these nice wicking bottom. Oh, sorry, with these wicking candles here, wicking into 40.60, coming back up. 40.60 seems to be a nice level of support, at least on a wick basis here for TEM. TEM currently making a new high above that 42 level. Spread is like not the best thing I've ever seen in my life here. It's like a 36 penny spread, but getting a little bit tighter here. So let's keep an eye on TEM. See how this one continues to learn and grow here. Heidi DH asking about Microsoft. Now, I feel like my read of Microsoft is never as good as the man to my right. You have a great read of Microsoft, Sharif. I've been saying this, like, you've been so on it with Microsoft lately. One thing I did see that I was actually going to ask you what your thoughts were on this is look at this bounce we had here at 441. That's a nice look to me. Heidi, I would, though, be watching this 441.80 level. Why? Because this was that little bit of a previous level rejection, and we are below the 90 MA. It also was support, so resistance and support, flip-flops could be worth watching, especially below that 90 MA. That being said, I love that bounce off 441. We got it earlier. We also have it at VWAP. I'm an IWM, a few measly pennies in the money. I like the double bottom. I like the range. We're going to see what happens here. Hopefully we don't get IW massacred, but I don't think we're going to make IW millions here either. How are you doing?
Good. Just in Apple, again, trying to play this range. Just going to put in my stop super quickly. There we go. So we'll put that in there, and then we'll just watch. What are we doing here? So we'll put in the beak wetter. Yeah, we'll put it at like 92s or something like that. There we go, to defend that consolidation level. Nvidia did bounce up nicely there off the low, and now it's breaking through 130 again. A bit of a hammer candle here coming in on Nvidia. So is it time to go long? It's up 1/3%. It keeps going without me here. Yeah, I've been debating getting into this one for a hot minute, so we'll put the order there and we'll see what we get. All right, so nice move up into the $0.25. We got 30s. Yeah, not much of a great price there. We'll put the beak wetter for said profit taking. If we can get something in and around there at 44s, we'll take that. What else do we have here on Apple? So Apple back up into the 80s area. Just not jettisoning up. A lot of hammer candles showing up on some of these Mag 7 names on Apple, on Nvidia, even on Amazon and Meta, both all showing these kind of hammer-ish kind of patterns at the moment. Well, not patterns, candlesticks. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it's been very much a down after or morning. We haven't gotten to the afternoon quite yet. Right now on some of these Mag 7 names, they've all really been pointing down and to the right, although Microsoft and Google have had decent mornings today. But yeah, definitely coming off those highs there. We'll see. Looking to wet my beak here on Apple, but yeah, it's not really moving up all that much, so I'll pack my patience. All right, we got that print on Nvidia, so not a bad look there. Let's see if we can get a little bit more through the $0.50, but definitely finding a lot of price action resistance in and around here, Dara.
Yeah, I'm in IWM. I got 10 pennies out. Basically, the levels for this, the plan is if I see something I hate on the tape, I run away like a scared child. That's the plan here. No, all jokes aside, okay, that's actually not a joke. That's how I'm taking profit on it. But in terms of the loss, I'm risking like 8 pennies. I like that 198.12 area. That was a wick basis. So if we get anywhere below there, risking 8 pennies, already made 10. I'm okay with that. Also, I know getting long near the low of day was a choice, but The reason I did it was, as Sharif always says, and I want to shout you out for saying this because it's really changed how I look at trading, balance of the evidence. If I see some stuff that looks like, you got to be like Sam Waterston in Law & Order. You got to take the one thing that he always said on that show was, it's like, I only take cases I can win. So it doesn't matter what happens, only what I can prove in court. That's what matters. And so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm like IWM could break low of day. What I can prove in court in this place is the fact that we have had a little bit of a range. We have a slightly higher low here. Every time we get to that 198, IWM's like, kind of want to go a little bit higher. So that's what I'm looking for here. As long as we hold this 198.30 pretty steadily, I will stay in this. If not, I'll get out. I'm not adding to this. It's not a massive position. I'm really just trying to work on getting the reps in there, going to the market gym, and getting my workout in. So that's what I have in IWM. Nvidia is spicy, but I don't have a read on that right now. Why Brothers United saying, please ask me to push Tesla to 180. Unfortunately, I do not have the mystical powers to do that, or the shareage that would require. I'm going to be honest, guys. I still see Tesla as a short. We had that bottoming tail candle, but we're below the 90 EMA. I would be looking for 178. Like I said, my level that I think is the prettiest on Tesla for a rejection, though I think that's long gone, is 178.70s. That was that previous bottom, and man, was that a spicy level to play off earlier. We're about $1 away from that. Don't know if that's happening. GME trying to push higher. I have no reads either direction. That being said, I mentioned that 28 level I like. If we reject 28, GME, get ready for me. Okay. Game, we're going to get that game started to the downside again. And again, I have nothing against going long GME. I went long GME yesterday. Right now, for me, the levels indicate a short case. Again, for my purposes, for my levels, for what I'm looking for. And that's what I think one of the coolest things about trading is I love this community. And I love, being on the floor as well. Everyone has their own different opinions. But in the end, you have to take the trades that make the most sense to you. So yeah, I think that's what's really cool about trading. And I'm going to stop talking now. How are you doing?
All good. We're doing well right now, finally. We did a little bit better there on Nvidia. Took some profit out for a 20-penny winner. Looking for more, and we're back 20 pennies in the money with respect to what we've got left. But this 130.50 seems to be a bit of a resistance level. It was a consolidation area zone, so it's rejecting off that level now. So getting in a little bit of trouble there. Longeveron also got this. I've got it at 25s. It's printing 32s. I'm waiting at 33. So it's not printing me. The spread is 1 penny right now. Here's 33 on the ask, and there we get the fill. So not a bad move there on Longeveron, but it's Nvidia that's now 5 pennies out of the money again on this name. It's really having trouble with that 130.50 hammer candle or not. It's not really ascending above that level again. So pack in my patience. We're like 2 pennies in the money. I don't want to go out of the money at the moment with this name because I already took an L on it, but I don't want to paper hand the trade either because it could be headed higher here. Given that it bounced off support. So, yeah, decisions to be made. So I'm going to let that one go. I put in a stop, I think, where I like it. The other one here, Longeveron, let's put in a beak wetter in front of 39. The reason I say that is because there was price action resistance at 39, or 40, excuse me. So I'll look to de-risk the majority of it in front of that level. We'll see what we get. Nice, Nvidia, break 50, baby. So Nvidia nicely breaking now, but still a tug of war happening here between buyers and sellers. Let's see if we can get into the 2/3. And now we're in the 2/3 of a dollar. So we're doing D's right now, 30 some odd pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. It was one hell of a hammer candle. And then subsequent to that hammer candle, we made another 5-minute candle to make a new high. Not on a closing basis yet. It is going to close now. It did close. There we go. And now watch it tank. Joking. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more here on Nvidia. The trade that keeps on, bamboozling me, I got a nice little scalp here on Apple, got in 212.73, and then this was a really good trade. We almost got 213s, but then we got stopped out for the rest because Apple keeps making lower lows. So the trade on Apple has to really kind of be short here because it keeps making lower highs, and now we know it made lower lows. We broke through the IB low. The IB low is 212 1/3. Now the low is 212.40. So fact of the matter is we're now below the IB low. So now I'm going to start shorting this name if we pop into the IB low again at that 2/3 of a dollar-ish area. So Apple's a short, in my opinion, going on the rest of the day. Back to Nvidia here. Oh, I got to go to KAVL because now we're in that name as well, as we had a dip trade set up on that one. So which one am I going to take off? I'm going to take off Softy here, KAVL. Let's go to that. We're long at 51s, and as you can, we're long 51, and it's breaking into 40s here. So my line in the sand is going to be the break of 5. It's going to have to hold up at this level on KAVL because that's where VWAP is. So if it breaks VWAP, that's the end of the trade here for me on KAVL. I'm going to send it to you, Adara, so I have to put in my stops.
Yes, and if you want to look at KAVL or any other tickers, hypothetically speaking, well, it's not a hypothetical. Actually, you could do it every day at 2 p.m. because we love audience interaction over here at Trader TV Live. But how do you do that? Well, you go in the chat right now. That's it, right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker is your fancy. SPY, maybe KAVL, maybe Cavill. Also, shout out to Shreven, those 3 trades right now and these very spicy names. I'll give you a shout out there because he's Longeveron, he's Nvidia, and he's, I don't have a pun for Cavill.
It's all good.
But yeah, or he's KAV long Cavill.
Yes. Hopefully we can print on this one because this one's in trouble.
I hope you print, as you always say to me.
Hopefully.
Hope you print there. So great look there. Also, nice job on that Nvidia. That's gorgeous. It's a really
it's okay. Yeah, we got a little out there, Adara. So that one is done. We got it out at 2/3 of a dollar. Still negative on Nvidia though, guys, because of that big down move. So I'm gonna have to work my way out of this one.
Yeah. Also, thank you so much to Daniel B for the kind words for the midday. We're really happy to be here, and I'm so happy that you're here and a part of this community. Hope you print as well. We hope everyone prints here on Trader TV Live, and more specifically in How to Trade. Also, I took a baby SPY short that I want to talk about. There's nothing like crazy or epic to say. It was small. I took it. This was, like I said, I've been really trying to work on tape scalping because I feel comfortable with reading the book, but then my issue is I don't trust myself enough, and then I get skittish. I get like Bambi skidding on the ice. I don't want that though. You know what I want? I want to be able to trust myself. I want to be able to take levels I like. So I saw SPY curl up to this 541.40s. I said, Dara, watch the book at that level, see what we like. We had a really hard time decisively breaking above 40s. I took like under 10 pennies in this. It was not the trade of anyone's life, but basically took it until I noticed a little bit of skittishness on the book. That's where I got out. Pleased as darn punch, dang punch, whatever word you want to use. Maybe there's different flavors of punch, like darn punch, dang punch.
There are. I'm assuming that there's probably
right. Maybe darn punch is like a pink. Maybe I don't know. I need to calm down, guys. I'm having a good day. It's just been. I feel so energized being able to be in these markets every single day. GME. I had something ready there to go short 27.95s, and I took it out because I did not like these higher lows. Now, does that mean I will never go short GME again? No, it does not. If GME's it's on site. We'll be like Sonic the Hedgehog. We'll get in this quick fast over here if we have this opportunity to do so. But right now, I really want to see that decisive rejection, that kiss and the turning away at the door at that 28 level. That is the level I like in GME. If we break above 28, I have no interest. But we get to 28, and GME is like, Adara, you should have gone short, because right now I'm getting a little skittish. We'll watch it. We'll wait. Patience is key. I saw just Brad in the chat saying, where do you put your patience when you pack it? Well, I mean, that depends on, maybe, you want a backpack. Maybe you want a Samsonite bag. Maybe you have a large purse. I like to carry a giant purse around for all you need. So wherever you happen to pack your patience, make sure it's packed. You know what? I like this GME. I've seen enough rejection for my tastes. If we break above into this 28.20, I'm out. But right now, I'm ready to roar with that. Well, actually, I'm not. I guess I'm roaring against the cat man because I'm short this. Shout out to Yoel Reina, $5 super chat. Hello, my favorite people. Hello to you, Yoel Reina. What do you think of the ticker REBN? It's been good to me. It's like reborn. Is this not a therapeutic stand? Let's take a look at this. REBN. I'm just doing some quick Googles. Reborn Coffee. Oh, I was right. Okay, this is a great look on the daily chart. The one thing I don't like intraday chart. One thing I don't like about this is the fact that it's 178,000 shares traded on the day. That's very low volume. On the daily chart, though, REBN, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I have to say this chart's been reborn. It's been energized with those coffee beans. This one's beaming to the upside. But again, not a lot of volume on an intraday basis. That being said, it sounds like you said it's been good to you lately, so I'm guessing this is going to be a bit more of a long-term play. I like that we had this pop into almost the 420 area, so different kind of substance here for Reborn Coffee. Then we bounced beautifully, so I think this is a great look here for REBN. Honestly, no notes. I'm not really seeing any areas of resistance. Looks like this is nice upside. So yeah, Yoel Reyna, gotta say, I think that's a really good look. Let's see if there's, okay, so there's another super chat here earlier that we missed. Thank you so much to Ahmed Awala, AED, $10. Finally positive Friday. Have a nice weekend, y'all. Have a nice weekend to you as well, Ahmed. I'm sorry we didn't get to that super chat earlier. So happy to be here. Yoel Reyna saying love the puns. You know what? Love the support for everyone in the chat. Yeah, good times.
I wanted to mention that VinFast is up big today. I did not have eyes on this, 11.45%. Here's the headline: Vietnam's VinFast jumps on U.S. sales forecast, manufacturing plans. The company expects sales in the U.S. market to increase by 30 to 40 times this year. Did I read that? VFS expects to reach break-even point soon. Company expects to begin production for factory in Tamil Nadu in India in the first half of 2025. They also expect to break down on their manufacturing plant in Indonesia. We already know that they're building out a plant in North Carolina. So that's a good look there. VFS, decent day for them, 11.5 to the good, 445 HOD at the moment. Just got stopped out of KAVL there. Sad about that. And I don't know why I didn't get out the full amount there, but there we go. I had to get out of this because this was a 20 period dip and pop. Alas, it did not pop. So we get out of that one. Now, we're doing well, very well on Longevron. Long at 25s, just printed at 40s. So doing decent on this one. One good, one bad. They're both small cap gappers du jour. It looks like KAVL, my side chart though, is holding $5. So I might have been a little bit too frugal with my exit there. And that last candle on KAVL got into 505. And now it's right back up into 5.25. So this could be an interesting here entry if I defend 5, but I'm not close enough to 5 at the moment. Yeah, I'm going to pack my patience on this one. We'll see what KAVL brings later. LGVN, though, I've got one more out on this one, I believe. Yes, one more out on LGVN. Positive on this one. Guys, I'm only positive on 2 names, and I've traded 6. So I am 2 for 6 today. It hasn't been my best day. So maybe I don't want to follow along with my trades because today's been a bit tougher read for me on the markets. We'll see. Maybe we can do a little bit better in the afternoon, but I'm definitely looking at this KAVL again as it starts going here. I'm going to get back in. Call me crazy, but that's what I'm doing, and I'm going to get out below 5.
Yeah, I love the call me crazy. It's a nice energy. But yeah, I mean, shout out to you though, because the thing with trades, you never know how they're going to work out. You just take them if you like them. So I do want to shout out Sharif there. Also, because you've been trading some fancy little tickers. Like you got the Longevron, you got the KAVL. So it's like I want to shout out to Sharif. I'm always very happy to be here with the leader of #Mustache Mafia. Shout out to a proper paradigm in the chat. Also, Kate, I want to talk about GME because I'm still in this trade, but I'm in this trade with the heaviest dose of skepticism. Whatever the maximum dose of skepticism a doctor can give you, that is how much skepticism I am dosing on here. I'm overdosing on skepticism. You might be like, Adara, why have you left the trade? I don't have a reason to leave yet. We got to 20. I said I wanted lower highs. I said 28.20s. No. We get to 28.09s, and then GME's like, do I want this? And I said, GME, if you don't want this, come to mama, come over here, come to the downside. I'm really sorry I said that, guys. But yeah, we had this, apologies. We had this, basically the reason I got nervous is because we had a bit of a bottoming tail candle here, and then we were bouncing off the 90 EMA for a time being, so I said, Adara, if that spell becomes a longer spell, if that spell becomes a curse, the spell at which we're staying here, that's where you have to get out. I mean, right now though, I have no reason to leave, so if we bounce again off 80s, that's where I cut the cord and I say, bye-bye GME. You're not giving me anything else over here. We're going to be getting some out at 81s, 15 pennies. Woohoo, no, I'm joking. But you just got to take profits where you take it. I'm going to be keeping the rest. That being said, as Neil does his lesson of the day, if I decide to get up and use the washroom or anything, GME is not coming with me. I'm cutting that cord, snip, snip, snip. That game's over. Turning off that game. That game has stopped. But that's what I'll be doing here with GME. That's the plan. Thanks, happy to hear it, Noah. Just, if we can laugh on Fridays, I think that's always fun.
For sure.
And I'm always, just making my little puns. IBIT and BITC being mentioned here by Sebastian. So let's take a look and see, do we have a bit of IBIT? Should we have a lot of IBIT? Should we have, yeah. Okay, sorry guys, we missed this on Bitcoin here. This was a bit of a double top here at 38.16. Also interesting, it was around that level that we had a bit of a bounce earlier. Then we dropped to the downside with the viciousness. We tried to crack above here into this wick area here, 37.90, and IBIT's like, I don't really want any of that. I don't want just a bit, I want none. Then it drops to the downside. We're trying to recover. I don't really have levels on this IBIT. I have to say right now it's kind of a steady downturn. That being said, if we can come back to that 37.90 we rejected viciously earlier, and we can say, no, 37.90, let's be friends, and move higher, then I think that could be a nice bit of recovery here. Just a bit on IBIT. SPY pushing higher. IWM, I clearly left that long too early, but I traded it how I wanted to trade it, so I'm okay with that. I don't know if I actually went over this trade, so just quickly, basically, I got out at the 90 MA. We had that rejection. I got out. Please just punch. Also, GameStop, I'd be more pleased to punch with you if you have more of a divorce from this 27.80 level. But I'm not leaving until I use the washroom. And believe me, GameStop is not something you can leave unbabysat. You must babysit that child. But Neil's ready, so we're going to watch him now.
Neil's lesson of the day.
Trade.
Welcome to today's lesson of the day, brought to you, in a sense, by Obi, to be honest, because we were talking over some of the opportunities this morning, the ones that we weren't looking at, and that's where I came up with this notion. You know, the trades that we didn't have, the setups that were really, really simple. That I think sometimes if you were trading the stock or if you were looking at this stock, it's almost impossible for a seasoned trader to have missed it out. So it's going to be at least a little bit obvious the two names I'm going to talk about if you're watching any of the big cap tech names, like what is holding up at the highs right now, Microsoft. What is super strong that just broke the highs, Google. So what were some easy ways to have been involved in this move that you have in Microsoft, and another one that's very similar in Google? It's a very easy, easy isn't always the right word to use. I feel like I use that all the time. Something which is structurally simple, that when you see it as a trading opportunity, it's not difficult to A, put the trade on, or B, to find entry points and to find the reason why you like the trade. So let's start with maybe the daily chart to just give you an idea. One thing that you're going to want here for this idea is you want something which is usually in an uptrend. That's a big bonus. Stock is strong, one red day in the last 2 weeks, breaking through all-time highs. So you have all that going for you on Microsoft. The second thing you have going for you is sort of an obvious range of interest. Now, if you look at yesterday's bottom, $439 and once, twice, pre-market, and then after the open support. Then you have the high here at 443. That's a $4 range, almost 1%. It's a double top as well, so you know where the resistance is likely to be and where you have room to get to. Clearly, you're going to see what happens and what I'm going to be getting at here. It is a simplistic breakout idea through the 439, 439.5, depending on where you actually want to execute it. But there's a twist. You've got two things outside of just saying it breaks back through 439, why I like this long at the open. One, the trend to the upside, but more importantly, the liquidity grab before it happens. At the open, at 9:30, you have a candle down that takes the pre-market low, does not hold the pre-market low, probably traps some people there as it breaks the pre-market low, or definitely stops some people out that were long into an up move. It was gapping to the downside in effect as well, so some people might have been looking for short, and then suddenly you're breaking it back out. So you're rinsing a bottom, and then you're breaking out a key level on a stock which is testing all-time highs and trending to the upside, meaning you're favoring the long in a stock like this. Now, if you want to get really sneaky about it, one of the other things that Obi and I were talking about was, if you just simply looked at 2 days ago when it was a ramp job to the upside, check out the opening range bottom here, 436.5. So you have the wipeout bottom, and you have this higher low off of VWAP, where it just absolutely started going ham. The other trade that is available for you, if you, like I said, if you're really sneaky about it, a break of that pre-market low still had that higher low from the big day 2 days ago. It never breaks that level. So now all of a sudden you've got 436.5 for a scalp trade, and then you're long back through 437. That's a little more difficult trade to put on because you essentially have to be sitting there looking for that trade at 9:30 at the open to be very, very quick with it. The other one, you can just be saying, okay, well, 439 has to set up. It goes to the downside. You got 5 minutes to chill out, throw a stop order, and then once it breaks, it's a clean move. Now, the other name, which is just as strong, in a sense, is going to be Google. Now, what Google gives you for this one is much easier. I started with Microsoft because I feel like it was almost sneakier. But what Google did, I mean, it doesn't actually get more simplistic than this. One, because it closed at $175 and change. So you've got the previous close price for it as well. You then have the double bottom. There's your double bottom at 175, closed at 175, didn't just hold pre-market support at 174, wind back to earlier in the week, and the biggest, strongest up day bounced from what level? $174. So you know from there, that's where the strongest buying came into the stock. Then you also have support turning into resistance, getting a breakout. It's the same concept. You're looking for a breakout trade in an overall uptrending stock on a daily when it holds a big support level where there were buyers before and breaks out a key previous support that turned into resistance level, and then it's just trend to the upside after that. It's the type of setup, I get it, is Google the first thing you're looking at in a day where Nvidia captures everybody's attention and Tesla has the vote and GameStop is doing what it does? Maybe not. But if you're a big cap tech trader, one of the things that you're probably doing every single day is going over your charts, looking at what has the key levels and the key price areas of interest that you could execute trades on. And I would wager if you zoom out this Google chart, you're going to look at this and say, okay, well, 175 double bottom, we're consolidating under it, but right underneath the big support. I mean, a break in either direction here actually looks pretty good, but a failed break and then a breakout to the upside looking fantastic for Google. And then a similar thing for Microsoft. If you've been following this one as it breaks, super strong for a couple of days in a row, you have a consolidated day yesterday at that high, then you try to break the bottom. If you're watching this stock, you've got to be thinking bullish above 439, play into the high of the day. Well, it's going to give you that test underneath, trapping some shorts, and then you patiently wait for it to start holding the 439. And if you miss that trade, look at the trend. Buy the dip into support in the afternoon. Higher low, that actually even follows a trend line. And I'm just going to show you like right quickly here. It even follows a pretty solid trend line after it consolidates to the upside. So it's not always about the super flashy trade. If you can just zoom out, find a good stock with good volume that is trending up on the daily chart, that has quality interest like these two names, that has very key levels from the previous 2 or 3 days, that it both tries to fail but then holds support, breaks it back out. The breakout trade at the open is one of the more simple strategies for any beginning trader. All you have to do is find a few key traits, and it's so repeatable, and even more importantly, it's so easy to judge. You know what setup is one you would take and what you wouldn't. So even if you're just paper trading it, it's easy to say, I'm in at this price because these conditions are met. My stop is down here at that low. This is my target at that resistance level, maybe some halfway out. It's quantifiable, which means it's recordable, and then you can do your own back and forward testing to apply the strategy. Not always about being flashy. Sometimes those very simple breakout setups at the open should be your bread and butter, especially if you're starting out. That's your lesson of the day.
All right, thank you very much, Neil, for that lesson of the day. Awesome, informative, and amazing as always. Neil Roberts, everybody, around noon time every day. All right, let's have a look at the futures. We've been kind of ranging off this top over here at that 19,643, kind of a random level, close to some of the highs that we put in the pre today. A bit of a zigzag up above VWAP right now, marginally up 0.1 on the day. Apple at low of day right now at 211.85, so we'll keep eyes on that one. That one continues to print lower. Amazon still very much in a range at that 183.5 to the top side, almost like 182.5 to the downside. Good look for the range there. Tesla still below 180, and Microsoft and Google look like they're the strongest kind of names on the day with respect to chart patterns on this Mag 7. I know Nvidia is up as well, but definitely off the highs, Adara on NVDA. While Neil was dropping hot lines, I got stopped out of my KAVL trade for the second time today, so I'm going to have to stop trading this one. It's right back above into that $5 level. But I did well on long Chevron. I was able to get a couple of beak wetters. The last one, though, in front of that 50 penny level, I was unable to get filled, so we got stopped out break even. It looks like KVL kind of switched from respecting the 50 as support to now using the 50 on the 5 as resistance. You had that nice hold up right there on KVL, and then it flips and uses it as resistance. We'll see if it can stay above 3 on, LGVN, not KVL, at that $3 area there.
Yeah. So I had a little baby Tesla scalpity scalp over here. So I like this. The second I said, I want to see if we reject off this base. And we did. So I said, okay, Dara, all eyes on Tesla. We get to the 90 EMA, and I was like, because sometimes there was rejections off the 90 EMA, because we tried to get to 178.25. We were holding on to it by a thread. Like that just hang on meme with like the cat trying to hold on to a tree. Like this is what Tesla's doing here at this 90 EMA. So I said to Dara, scalp it. I took 20 pennies. I think we could be coiling to push higher, but to me, this rejection was so strong. Our inability to hold the 90 EMA was so strong. I said to Dara, take your 20 pennies. I think for me, the balance, again, I want to shout out to Sharif with the balance of the evidence. The balance of the evidence for me said, Tesla short for now, for scalp. We'll pretend that was in proper English. So there we go here for TSLA. Also, GME, I got out of. Happy with what I did here, because I said I was not necessarily trusting this higher low. So I said I really wanted to get out as quickly as possible. Got out everything around 80s here, pushed even higher. I don't have a short on GME right now. I really don't. If we bounce off 28, I will go long. That is the look here for GME, but again, not forcing anything. Just, there's so many, the thing that I've realized too is there's so many opportunities. There's so many stocks. You don't have to try to force yourself to trade one stock. Do you know what I mean? Because I've had an issue where I've gotten married to tickers and it's like, but there's other charts, Adara. There's other things to look at. So there we go. GME is on my side chart, so it's on my mind, but it's not something I'm necessarily going to get married to here. I want to talk about AMD as well. Ponzi Fonzie saying AMD, I mentioned AMD at 1-58 in the chat, and I agree. AMD here below the 90 EMA. Every time I think, maybe I should short this, I totally missed my opportunity. I think we could be trying to coil for a breakup here, but we do have these topping tail candles. I think 158.60 could get interesting. I'm watching you, AMD. Yeah, your AM discovered. Not my best one. But what's always great is the lesson of the day.
Yeah, let's get to that. So we're talking about the rounded bottom, the rounding bottom, whatever term you want to use. So a rounding bottom is a chart pattern characterized by a series of price movements that graphically form the shape of a U. The rounding bottoms are found at the end of extended downtrends and signify a reversal in long-term price movements. So they're reversal patterns. This pattern's time frame can vary absolutely from several weeks to several months, but it's also fractal in nature, so you can use it intraday. Volume and price will ideally move in tandem, and volume confirms the price action. Let's get to that right away. So understanding these rounded bottoms as first step, you should know that it's characterized by its U-shaped pattern. So the rounding bottom gets its name from its distinct U-shaped appearance on the price chart. Why is this thing here? This thing is not right here. It's also, the formation process is also important as well for this. Let me just adjust this. I don't know how that happened. The formation process is also really important. It emerges typically after an extended downtrend. The price action declines steadily. It then reaches its low point and then begins to gradually ascend in a curved manner, resembling kind of a bowl shape. And this is kind of what we're looking at there. So one thing you need to definitely keep your eye on, the downtrend that precedes the making of the bowl shape, the U shape, and then earmark the level where you think the neckline is. We'll get to that in a second. So why are they important? Well, they indicate a possible trend reversal. They're a reversal signal. So they act as potential trend reversal signals, suggesting a shift from the downtrend to an uptrend. And it's also indicating to you a shift in sentiment, a shift in trader sentiment, investor sentiment. It indicates a potential inflection point where buyers start accumulating, overpowering sellers who dominated the downtrend. So how do we identify these? The characteristic is obviously to look for a downtrend first. So before you even look for the rounded bottom, confirm to see that the price action that you see before the rounded bottom was a downtrend. So the first step is to identify a clear downtrend. using trend lines or moving averages or whatever price action confirmation you want to use. Then the second step is to look for that curved bottom. So you know that there's a downtrend preceding it. Now, is there a curved bottom to kind of help support the idea that you have here? And then you need to look for the neckline. So as the price climbs, it faces resistance at a specific level. This level roughly corresponding to the horizontal line across the top of the rounded bottom is called the neckline. And this is what we're looking for here. So again, I want to point your attention to the downtrend that preceded the making of the rounded bottom. And then when you notice that, and you also notice that there is a rounded bottom, your third step is to look for the neckline. So you're looking for a key area of price action resistance that preceded the neckline, okay? And so the reason you're looking for that is because you're going to look to the other side of the chart to see if there's an area there that corresponds with that as well. Typically there will be. So if this was a price action resistance area here, when we round up back into it, you're likely going to reject off that area initially unless there's something really outlying. So look for that neckline. This is kind of a different version of the rounded bottom. It's called the cup and handle. A lot of us are very familiar with this. The reason I showed this one is because when you get back into the neckline, you could consolidate at the neckline for a period of time because it's a price action resistance level. And then that consolidation, that's what kind of makes the cup on the cup and handle. So a lot of times these two patterns overlap, because their only difference is the consolidation area subsequent to the rounded bottom that differentiates these two patterns. So, you know, it pays to be apprised with both of them. Nothing different really about the patterns. Both are preceded by downtrends. Both have a U-shaped pattern, and both have a neckline from which to break out. Okay? So how do we trade these rounded bottoms? Well, you can trade the higher highs and higher lows contained within the bottom or the bowl or whatever you want to call it. That works for you, do it. But the breakout trade here is the trade above the neckline. That's what we're going to talk about. So the key signal is a decisive breakout above the neckline with a closing price definitively higher than the resistance level. This suggests a potential trend reversal. You also have to look for volume confirmation with that breakout. And the way to do that is to confirm, number one, that it's above average volume, and then the above average volume has to be compared to a comparator group. The comparator group are the volume candles contained within the rounded bottom. If you get a break of the neckline with higher average volume than the volume bars contained within the bowl or the rounded bottom, there's a check right there. And then your entry and your stop loss. You're going to enter the trade shortly after the breakout confirmation of the neckline, and your stop loss here, look, you could do one of two things. You could put it below the neckline because you want to defend that neckline, or if you're really going for it here and you have a longer term view for the trade, you can put it below the rounded bottom, below the bowl. Up to you. And so you could either wait here for this neckline break, right, and then put your stop below the neckline. That's one. Or you could put the neckline all the way down here. Now, I would say to you, your stop is going to be influenced, obviously, by your risk management, but it's also going to be influenced by the time frame in which you're trading. For example, if I'm trading intraday, I'm definitely not giving it to low of day, right? That's kind of crazy in my book. I don't know too many, unless you're really close to low of day, you're not going to give it to low of day if you're that extended. So, for intraday trades, the stop would be below the neckline. However, if you're trading off the weekly, you're trading off the daily, and your time frame is like 3 and 6 months, then absolutely, I would definitely put the stop below the bottom end of the neckline there, giving yourself room for those intraday swings. So I think a lot here has to do with your time frame. And some additional tips that you need to apprise yourself of. The pattern measurement, right? That's one of the beautiful things about the rounded bottom, kind of like the head and shoulders or the bull flag. We can kind of gauge what the move is going to be based upon the depth of the rounded bottom. So what do I mean by that? So here's what I'm talking about. So that's your neckline, and that's the bottom of the rounded bottom. You're going to measure how much that is in price, and then you're going to take that and you're going to project it upwards from here, and then that's going to be your profit target. So that's what we mean by pattern measurement. The depth of the rounding bottom can sometimes offer clues about the potential upside move, Traditionally, the measured height of the pattern from the bottom to the neckline is projected upwards from the breakout point to estimate a target price for the uptrend. And you also, I kind of prefaced this earlier, but you have to be aware of the time frame here. Rounding bottoms can form on various time frames. They might take weeks to develop or even months. Consider the time frame when setting your trading strategy. I think this really influences your stop. And confirmation, as it always is in technical analysis, is key. While rounding bottoms are valuable, use them alongside other technical indicators like the relative strength index, like the moving average, convergence, divergence. These momentum indicators help you see if there is a change in the sentiment from the consolidative rounded bottom to that neckline break that we get. So be on the lookout and help gauge momentum using some of these other technical indicators.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that lesson, Sharif, too. And not every rounded bottom also necessarily is a long opportunity, which is why confirmation is so important. I have that pattern I call the umbrella handle pattern.
Yeah.
So when you have that down move, you have a pretty sharp kind of rounded bottom, and then you continue to the downside. So always make sure you have confirmation and stop set and risk management in play. Thank you very much, Sharif, for going over that lesson of the day. IWM low of day break. I'm involved. I am in the picture. Okay, so it's not going to be Neil's lesson of the day. My caveat, my conversation with IWM, chasing is bad, but if you have, I don't know how to finish that. I got like a bit chased here, like a couple pennies. And I think that's the difference between being chasey and being frugal. No. Does that make sense? Yeah. Is it? Yeah, okay, thank you, Sharif. English. But so basically what happened was I wanted 198.21s. We get to 198.21 on the sell side. We never get there on the buy side. I don't get filled. I'm like, grr. I want this position, right? We're getting lower and lower. Every time I put my area, IWM gets scared like 1 penny off. It gets really frustrating. So I said, Dara, we're at 198.15s. This is only like 6 pennies away from what you wanted. Like, it's not that much of a chase, right? I said, Dara, do what you have to do. And then if we get back to 198.19s, add there. We never did, so I still have enough of a position. I have a small piece of the dreamer. I have a third of this position left. This honestly was kind of a hope and a prayer here that we'd have this low of daybreak. And I don't mean that like, to be facetious or anything. Obviously, you don't want to be in a position that doesn't make sense, but I have no issue here right now. At this point, I want to see if we get back above 198.10s, I'm out, I'm done, I'm gonzo, as as Sharif will sometimes say, but I want to keep an eye here on this IWM. Right now, I am IWM to win it here, and okay, made more sense. Let's look at Microsoft, because Microsoft, wow, I missed this range. Oh, this double top here, 443, to the downside. I want to see what we do at 441.80. That was a level, as I mentioned earlier, I really liked. We had this resistance, then support. Let's see what we do at 441.28. Not one that I would necessarily trade. I find I'm not always adept here, or and never really feel adept or comfortable with Microsoft, but let's see what we do. I'm going to show this Sharif, because Sharif's very good with that Microsoft. He's also very good with this other name here that I also find a little bit bamboozling, and that's going to be Meta.
Yeah, it was pointing down, Adara, and it was making another round at top, possibly rejecting off. Again, the 50, I'm a little late on this entry, but I think we could get into that 501 area. I'm going to give this one a little bit of room. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. To be clear, I got short MSTR against yesterday's closing price of 14.84, says Big Kyle. Shout out to Big Kyle. Brad Gober says ARM looks roundy. Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to look at ARM then. Let's pull up ARM on the set side chart here and have a look at what Brad Gober is talking about. Here it is. ARM. Oops, that's AM. You can come to the chart. You're thinking about it. Yeah, interesting look here. I don't know if this would be a rounded bottom, Brad. It just looks like a price action support area, though. But interesting. Look. I mean, yeah. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't think everything we're going to see is going to be a rounded bottom. So, yeah. Look, it's a good recovery. I look for price action resistance at 158 because that's where the closing print on ARM was yesterday. In fact, that's actually a good idea. Because we know that was the closing print from yesterday as well as the pre-market bottom. So if we make it up there, I'll be looking for price action resistance at ARM at that level. So let's go ahead and put in an alert. We want, maybe a $0.75 alert in and around there. I don't know where the hell that alert went. Create new alert, dumbass. There we go. over here, and we'll leave that one there. All right, back into the Meta trade. Still out of the money on this one, but I still like the possible trend to the downside. I'm looking for a break of the 20 period before I get out of this one. So gonna pack my patience with that. Want to also mention that Apple made another new low of day at 211.30. This one continues to head to the downside. I don't think we really have any price action support in and around this area. I think the closest area we've got, did we break that area? Yeah, we broke yesterday's low. So the only area that we have here is this 208. So we realistically could retrace into 208 today. I don't know if we will, but that's the price that we have as the high from June 11th. So it'll be interesting to see if we make it all the way back down there. Oh, and I just got stopped out of Meta again, but I think I'm going to get right back into that.
Yeah, I know. Shout out to Sharif there and that Meta. Also, I was saying a couple days ago, I love that you call it the Zuck train because it's Meta platforms. So
Yeah.
that's, I think it's like a kind of an app. I know that's not why you do it, but I think it's kind of funny. Also, Nvidia. Hi, Nvidia. I tried this short here. It actually would have worked out, but you have to trust yourself. I basically said I was going to risk into that 131.20 area. If we made a higher high, I'd get out. I got involved 130.95, so I was risking 25 pennies. I wanted 60s minimum, so 25 risk, 35 reward I could live with. The reason I got out was because I was seeing stuff on the tape and the book I did not like. We pushed up into 130.104, so I said, Derek, get out here. Rather be safe than sorry, so I got out. That being said, Nvidia, you want to keep making lower highs, do you? Is that what you want, Nvidia? Is that what you want to do? I like what I'm seeing on the tape and the book. I'm getting back in, and I'll stop threatening Nvidia. Sorry, guys. So there we go. Sometimes, Sharif calls them punks. Sometimes you got to get a little bit wise guy with these stocks. You know what I mean? They're not people. You can get a little bit fancy, a little bit sassy. Let's see how Nvidia goes. Someone else wants to look at Netflix here. I looked at Netflix. Oh, okay. Now Netflix is a pushback. Also, I'm sorry, guys. I knocked over Trenda, so that was really disrespectful. Sorry, Trenda. Get us back on the desk. Also, Netflix to me. Netflix might actually get a spot in the side chart. Step aside, AMD. You can't break 158. What are you doing here? But no, in Netflix, I said that struggle with 674 is ongoing. We try it. Get it above on week basis, can't close above it. We still have not closed above it. Now we're making lower highs. We're at VWAP. We have slightly higher lows, which is something to note as well. We go from 668 to 669.30 to 670. So the higher lows are something I want to be cognizant of. But to me, we were just talking about roundy bottom patterns. This looks like a roundy top. So actually, you know what? AMD, I can't believe I'm doing this to you, but AMD's been exiled from the side chart. Netflix, step up here and enter my watch list. Nvidia, a couple pennies in the money. We'll see what happens.
All right, we just took some profits there on Meta, putting up another beak wetter for another possible 20 rejection. But I want to remind you guys to vote every day on the afternoon rundown. Have your say if you want to talk about GameStop or Nvidia or IWM or Meta or whatever you want to talk about. Get into the chat right now. Type in !, join, then space, then the $sign, then the ticker of your choice. Otherwise, we'll talk about tickers you don't want to talk about. So, yeah, you're going to have to vote. All right, so looking at Meta here, still looking for this 501.82 beak wetter. It did make its way down a little bit. Nice little move. We'll keep eyes on that. I saw Tesla just broke out there. This is interesting. It hasn't been doing anything, but still much below the wick shimmy area that it was doing over here. It was coming into 180. I'll be looking for another 180 rejection on Tesla. It's inching up here off that 176.92. Good recovery there off the bottom on TSLA, but still very much a down day, 1 4/5 in the negative. Let's go ahead and put in an alert for TSLA at that high 180 area. We'll see if we can get an alert there to be alerted of the move up. So packing my patience on that. Nothing showing up on my scanner new in small cap gapper world. I've been keeping an eye on this CNSP. It's been the #1 name, but it's been doing volume the wrong way. It's been going down rather than up, but it's the volume leader right now. This one was a multiple halter to the upside, looking to close that entire move down into 360. So we'll have to see how this one ends up panning out. Not much for me else to talk about. Still in this Meta trade, still looking for some sort of entry here on one of these names, Adair.
Yeah, I just went red in Nvidia. We got into 131.10s, and I said so long to the short. And the thing is too, I'm really happy I got it where I did though, and this is why I think one of my favorite things about trying to scalp the book more lately has been you really learn to trust yourself. If you see something in the book and the tape that looks weird, you gotta run with your tail between your legs like a scared squirrel or something, or a dog, I don't know. But here we go on Nvidia. We're out now. If we bounce off the 98, maybe we'll take a scalp long, but slightly red on this name. Still up on the day though, and still, of course, always bullish positivity. It's that, I know trading can be kind of a, it can get, you're alone, you're in your head. The markets are not on your side, so it's always nice to have people who are in this chat, in this community, and that's why I always try to be positive. Also, thank you so much to D-Lo for the $5 Canadian dollar super chat there. Neil, this is addressed to Neil. So when you look left, you really disregard all that chop from April 22nd at the $6 level, rather than just most recent left where it bounced out 450. So this looks like this might be related to AMC, and it is addressed to Neil Roberts. We are, pardon? Oh, it's SoFi. Sorry, it's SoFi and not. Let's actually look at SoFi then. Thank you, Neil, because I wasn't, with those levels, I also thought that could have been AMC. So, okay, yeah, so SoFi, not so good, I have to say here. Look at this flat bottom break that we had at that 647 level. We come lower. This is much like Tesla making a double or triple bear flag, but not having the recovery that Tesla has had. Let's take a look at the daily. At least, again, I am not Neil Roberts, but this is my take here on the daily chart for SoFi. It's not showing me very much. But yeah, basically, we had a little bit of support here, something at that 675. We've fallen off that level, lower highs here for SoFi. So yeah, not seeing a lot that I really like. Tesla, if you want to keep projecting that 179.20 and doing interesting things there, I'll hop right back in that short. I have zero qualms. I am qualmless. Also, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
I think it's kind of interesting. So you trade a lot of course, you like the small cap gappers. I was wondering, because we've had some of these that have been like multi-day stays. So like Longevron's been staying on our mind for a couple of days.
Yeah.
We've had, do you think there's a correlation between that and the meme stock runs?
I have no idea. That's a good question.
I was wondering,
yeah.
I feel like I know you're more aware of them.
It's so hard to tell what makes people want to trade. But yeah, I think the memes have kind of their own little fan base there. But the small cap gappers, I would say that, day traders wake up every day to trade these. They're around almost every day. Definitely not with the same percentage increase. So we'll see. Back to Meta at this level. I'm still waiting for a 502 break. It's been rejection after rejection of the 50 period here, but the 502 level has been defended quite well. So I tried to add again to this one. I didn't get filled, sadly. We're in the money, but it's not really breaking down with the kind of vigor that I was hoping for. So we're going to keep eyes on this one. Not much else for me to trade. It's been a very subdued day, I guess, for some of these Mag 7 names today. So packing my patience. We'll see what else we get. Let's see what else. Longeveron is still at that same area that I got out of it from. It's still rejecting off the 50 period. Bit of a dance. It's about 20 pennies worth of range. At its best, it's 25 pennies, 340 to the high side, 315 to the downside. Not much else there. KAVL is right back up again. So sadly, I got stopped out of this one, got shaken out, but right back into the highs. So maybe we'll give that one the old college try again. So I just put it in my Meta area. So now I have to put in my stop on Meta. So now we're short Meta at 50.37. So I'm going to get out at... We're going to put it at 63s, and then we'll look to cover the entire position there. 502, and then we'll say 73s for that amount. So we'll put that stop in, see what happens. Let's go back to KAVL, though, because this one's really starting to squeeze here into that $0.50. Good look for this one, as it really starting to pick up. The tape's really starting to move on this one. But the $0.50 has been a bit of a bamboozler. We've been up to the $0.50 multiple times. I'm talking about that 11:05 time slot. We were up there, rejected. We got to the 6 1/4, 6 1/3, and rejected that. So I'd like to see a 5.5 take on a closing basis before I can be persuaded to get back into this with size. So we'll keep looking at that one, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm back in GME. I know our lesson of the day was rounded bottoms, and you might look at this chart and say, hey, Adara, isn't this kind of a rounding bottom? I had that thought myself, so that's why I wanted to say it. Like, we did have slightly higher lows here, right? We're trying to skirt up. However, sorry for that being so aggressive. We had this topping tail candle here at 28.10s. which is a lower high. So that kind of made me think there is still some potential here. We break into 20s, bye, GME. But the thing is, you miss 100% of the trades you don't make, 100% of the shots you don't take. And so if you see something you like, you kind of owe it to yourself to take those opportunities. For me, on the balance of the evidence, with the fact that GME has been a little bit weaker on the day, and the fact that even when we have had these lower highs, they're still coming into that 2770 area, I still think I have a shot. And to quote Lin-Manuel Miranda's Hamilton, I'm not throwing away my shot. So we're gonna have to try to do that here for this GME. Hopefully GME doesn't rise up though, because that would be pretty antithetical to my short trade. So let's see how this goes here for my GME. I have no interest in adding to GME right now, but we're gonna try trading it for the time being. Tesla though is curling up, so I have no interest in a Tesla short. Let's look at TSLA. Oh, a great look for TSLA. Congrats to anybody who was long this name, continuing to have its little move to the upside here on the 9 EMA. Like I said though, 179.30 to 40, that's a level I find really fascinating for a rejection. So Tesla, just because I said you look great, doesn't mean that I won't get it back in if you reject that. If you reject that, it is on like Donkey Kong. Speaking of which, let's take a look at DraftKings. DraftKings down in the day. I only pulled this up because I said the Donkey Kong thing. Oh, it was like half a chair pushback. We have these slightly lower highs here, higher lows. I like the VWAP projection, but it's not anything I'd feel comfortable trading at these levels. Well, there was something, GME I'm gonna have to get out of, but I'm gonna take a look here quickly at Adobe, because that has earnings. Also, Fabian was saying that'd be crazy, because if Obi and I were on the midday and he traded Adobe, because people like to call, Adobe, so that would have been pretty funny. That would have been like punception. Adobe really rangy. If it did not have, oh my God, the spread isn't even that bad. Adobe, don't do this to me. 15 penny spread in a range. Adobe, you're gonna make me blush. Okay, I might actually be involved in Adobe. Adobe is going on my side chart. That is for darn sure. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Just looking at Softy at this level. Looking to move back into that 443 area. Got stopped out of Meta on this one, but we took a nice little beak wetter on that one, so I didn't get too much damage, but a nice 20-period bounce and pop on MSFT. So looking for a move back up on this one. First beak wetter is at 75s. Keeping an eye on Tesla still, because if we get to that 180 area, I definitely want to look short on TSLA. It's getting back into that mid 179, so I definitely am taking note of that. I've put in an alert for the high 170s, 179.79 on TSLA, because that 180 area is of interest to me. Goggles is coming back down into the volume weighted average price at 176. That could be an interesting bounce off that level. Goggles has been quite strong on the day. It hasn't been a bad stock to trade, so we'll keep an eye on that one as well. What else is going on? Nvidia is definitely in a bit of a tighter range at the moment, 130.50 to 131.50, so a bit of a dollar range right now on Nvidia. Keeping my eye on that one. That could be an interesting one to play. Amazon is still within that range, very much tighter though. The last about 20 minutes, it got all the way up into the higher end at around this 183.47, but for the most part, it's kind of like stuck in the middle of that range. So tougher to play that one. You're gonna have to pack your patience for that name. So we'll see exactly what we get there. But Softy kind of going against me at these levels, so I'm gonna have to get out of it there. I don't really have a read well on this market, so I think I'm done trading for the day. So if anybody wants to analyze anything, I'll analyze it, but I'm not going to take any more trades.
Yeah, I like that. Right now, too, I want to address, I put this in the chat because I think, I've been short GME earlier in the day, but I think this is like the day that I guess, like the moment, because I think it started to register in the chat because people were like, short GME, like, are you all good? What is going on? So I stayed short GME. I know I said I was like going to look at it, but the thing is, I said 2820s. We could not take 2820s with the viciousness. Now we have a topping tail candle. One of my biggest Achilles heels with trading, my hamartia, my fatal flaw, to go back to like 10th grade literature class, has always been my panic selling. I panic sell like nobody's business. If you could get paid to panic sell, I'd be a millionaire. I have an issue with it. So basically now what I'm trying to do is try to curb that instinct. That being said, am I still all comfy in GME? No, I'm not. It's GME. You're never comfy. But I said the other thing too that I found was successful in my GME trades yesterday, which were both long and short, was not trading it like it's GME. Just acting like, being aware that it can run, but also it's like a dare. You trade a lot of Nvidia, you trade a lot of Tesla. All those stocks can run like crazy. You can't have some weird bias with it just because it is GME. you have to treat it like it's any other stock. So that's what I'm trying to do here with GME. So yeah, GME espresso instead of the me espresso there for Sabrina Carpenter. Hopefully we can, be carpenters ourselves and build a nice little short here. I'm just taking these range pops. What else is, if you guys want to submit any tickers like, say, GME or Microsoft or whatever, you know what to do. You want to see Sharif, who is, again, mustache is not a ticker, on the green screen. Look at your stocks. All you have to do is go in the chat right now. You have exactly 1 hour left to do it, and you're going to say, exclamation point, join. GME, AMD, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, I don't know. You pick a ticker you like. These are just some examples. You go in there right now, because if you don't vote, your voice is not heard. It's a weird, we believe in a democratic system at Trader TV Live. Also, Fed Mester speaking at 1:15. She's actually retiring on June 30th. This could be one of her last speeches. She also spoke this morning. Then we've also got Fed's Goolsby at 2 p.m. and then another Fed Cook, who is going to be cooking there at 7.
All right, good recovery here for META, looking to go to the high side. So now breaking the 50 for the first time. VWAP is hanging out right at the print that we closed yesterday, 503.60-ish area. Could be an interesting area for a long into that area or a rejection off that 503.5, 503 2/3. It's been lower highs and lower lows right now on META. So I'm not taking any more trades. Just want to put that out there. So don't send me anything that you want me to trade. If you want me to look at something for you, absolutely we'll do it. Yeah, there's Infinite Randy. Shout out to Randy. Good look there. So the NQ, I didn't even notice that the NQ is above 19.6 again, but definitely still stuck within the top end of that range at that 37, kind of 40-ish area. You've got a couple of prints north of that area, but for the majority of the time, you've really kind of been ranging sideways from this area down into, sometimes you get into that break of 19.6 into 19.5 3/4, but most of the time you are bouncing after 19.6. Most of the time, and by that I mean like 11, when we got into that area again at 12.30, those have been very good areas to defend. But we're definitely near the top end of the range right now. Keep your eye on that if you're interested in going short. Apple just took 212 again, nice recovery. First time it's been above the 10 exponential since 1135. The first time it's done that, breaking through 212 and the 10 exponential. Let's see if it rejects off the 20 exponential. That's at 212 1/4. Softy right back into the high. Should have stuck with that one, but just not my trading day. And my patience it's Friday patience today. I'm already at the beach. My mind is already elsewhere. This one moving up to the high side, looking for a 443 touch in and around that area. Meta also did stop me out sadly, but yeah, finding some resistance at that whole dollar area there. Tesla is still on its way up, but still in the mid 179s. It still hasn't triggered my alert, but I'm going to delete this alert because I'm not going to trade it. So we'll look for that 180 touch. If it does make its way in and around there, I'll let you guys know. Nvidia still very much sideways and has been since that bottom end trough that we made at 1150. The range has been essentially 130.75 and 130, kind of 50, maybe 130.25. The closing prints near the 25s. The wicks near the 50. So that is the look there. The NQ, as I mentioned, still stuck in that level. But goggles now has come down off the highs at 177. It is looking for possibly here a 176 defend where the volume weighted average price is. There is an interesting area, price action area here at 179.90, 179.80. So even if VWAP doesn't hold or the whole dollar level, there is price action support just below that area, not by much. So we'll keep eyes on all those bad boys and keep an eye on AAPL as it's broken, as I mentioned, through the 10 period for the first time since essentially a half past the hour at 11. Let's look at some of these other ones like Longeveron. This one did break through the 50. We've been talking about it using the 50 as resistance after using it as support. You got the print there into 350, but the closing print brings us right back down below the 50 again. This one looks like very much an inverse hammer candle, a topping tail at the moment. KAVL, this one also curled up decently into that 5 3/4, but right back down into 5 1/4. This one hasn't respected these indicators, whether it's the 20, the 10, VWAP. this is really gonna just like take your pick where this one's gonna bottom out. Maybe a trend line would work here because there are higher lows certainly from that initial dip that we had at 1035. So yeah, it looks very much consolidated, but when you actually look at it a little bit deeper, it is putting in those higher lows. So we'll keep an eye on KAVL. GameStop just curled back above the 10 and the 20. It hasn't been able to break the 10 and 20 for a little while now. It's been consolidative here. It looks like at that 28 1/3 to the high side of there.
Yeah, I got out of my short here, and I want to talk because I saw Michelle Hebert saying, and Dara, isn't GME forming a rounded bottom in the area of support? Why the short? So I actually did mention on the show too, I know the rounded bottom was kind of there, but for me, the rounded bottom was not a good enough reason for my purposes and how I was trying to trade it to get out of the short. Now, why? Because that 28.20 was an area of rejection. To be clear, it's still rejecting. I got out where I did because we got above that 28.20 and I said, Dara, cut the cord here, get out, bye-bye GME. I'm okay with that, but I still think we need that decisive break into that 28.30s for this to continue to curl higher. Now I just want to clarify, things can have a certain look, but you have to take it how you want to take it. Also, I was going to scalp this into 27.80s, right, 27.70s. So for my purpose, I still feel like this was a realistic approach to the trade. It just didn't work out. So I did want to clarify that. I think there are multiple ways to trade the same ticker. Happy I got it where I did. GME now pushing above that 28.30s. Like I said, to me, this is a level where we actually do see that curl up. So I just wanted to address that trade because I am aware it had a bit of a rounded bottom, but for my purposes, there were other things I liked on it. So there we go. Good times. As long as you trade things responsibly, I think good times. Also, Kyle Burnett, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Loretta, make a mester of this market one more time. I like that. I like the pun. Also, Loretta could turn this market Lored today. But also the thing is, too, is Loretta Mester, I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the last day of speeches, but again, June 30th retirement. Then we have the Cleveland Fed vice president taking over while she is gone until August. Then we get our brand new Fed, who is Beth Hammack. So shout out to new Fed Hammack that's going to be coming in soon. That'll be a good time over here. Shout out to Michelle Hebert and everybody who got that breakout here on GME. We didn't get it with a ton of viciousness, a ton of energy. We're gonna have to wait and see. I have no interest in shorting this though until I see more levels I like. Nvidia, hello, I see you. Nvidia here, that's still GME. Nvidia getting, I still like this 131 short. I'm down in this name right now, but again, if I see something I like, I absolutely will take it. Looks like this could be the trade. I want to wait till we do our lesson of the day. I do not want to be in any Nvidia, especially during the lesson of the day, but I have eyes on Nvidia. Adobe as well here. Adobe, I said I like the range, the top and churn. Then we made a slightly lower high. What we do with the 90 MA could be interesting. If we reject here, I'm absolutely going short. IWM at 198.45, a level that I like. Let's take a look here at Broadcom as well, because Broadcom had a nice broad move to the upside yesterday, and Broadcom like, oh, what? Yesterday's move wasn't good enough? How about I give you a $40 move to the upside today? Look at this bounce here. This is actually, I think, a gorgeous roundy bottom here on Broadcom. This could be textbook. Lower high, lower high, lower high, higher low. Continue to the upside, pushing off the 90 MA, near highs of day. Great look here for Broadcom. Adobe, I'm looking tasty. That Adobe potential 90 MA rejection I have on eyes on. Tesla here is getting interesting as well. Trying to push off the 90 MA. I don't have a read on this either way. I think it could be a long, but again, these aren't levels I like, so I'm going to be staying out unless I see things I like. You want to make sure you're not forcing yourself into trades that don't make sense. SPY continuing to climb a little higher here. Yeah, just. Oh, what about AMD? I haven't looked at AMD in a bit. I want to shout out Ponzi Fonzie for calling that 158 hold. We did indeed hold 158. Nice look here for AMD. Now we're trying to find a little bit of support at that chop and churn area around 158.40. Could be interesting, but I actually did evict AMD from my side charts in favor of Adobe.
All right, let's have a look and see what is moving on the day. Here is the watch list. We'll see what is green and what is red. As Adara mentioned, AVGO, great trade today, just printed highs, 17.20, almost 24, 23.96. They're down into 18s. Great look on AVGO. The other one that I kind of mentioned earlier, VFS having an outlying day, up 10%. You can see that bad boy up a decent amount there. These are the memes. You can see most of them are red. Chinese ADRs as well, all in negative territory, save and except for DIY. That is Diddy Global. DD Global, which is 21 billion. This is an ADR, obviously, and it trades on the OTC. But everything else in ADR territory is negative. So is crypto. Everything in crypto is negative. Even Microstrategies was definitely got an upgrade today after its convertible note offering of $700 million. They were up nicely in the pre-down, though. Now, Riot, the worst of the miners, down 5.5% after its acquisition of Bitfarms to expand its offering, and it was a hostile takeover from what I'm reading here. That's interesting. It looks like it had to raise a stake 14% from earlier this week. Oh, that's interesting. So looking to attempt to, buy them out with money, it looks like what's being done here. Cloud computing and IT security, not a bad look for some of these names today. Zscaler, the best of the bunch with almost 2% in the green. It had its own catalyst today, which was JP Morgan upgrading it, as well as other other rating agencies as well. It also had its own kind of technology conference earlier in the week, and they talked obviously a lot about AI, so getting some benefit from that. Snow looks like here, Snowflake, and moving in sympathy because it doesn't have a headline. Moving down here, Affirm really taking it on the chin today, 6 3/4 in the negative after running up nicely the past few days on news that it was going to have an association with Apple and Apple Pay, basically giving up the entire move there. As you can see, got up to 39s. Now we're all the way back down, trying to defend 30 with 30.95, the low of the day right now on AFRM. Upstart, faring a little bit better on the day, still down as well, 2 2/3. SoFi, I know you and Big Kyle were talking about that. Another negative 5% day as that one breaks through $7 yesterday. Now it's on the way down to 6.5. Bit of a tougher look there. Also, Robinhood in negative territory as well. Looks like all the fintech area is in negative territory. Likewise with weed, all of marijuana is negatory on the day. A bit of a mixed bag with pharma and biotech. Not really much happening in that area there. What do we got? Solar, can you be surprised? It's negative again. Even FSLR, which has been doing quite well lately, you'll be able to see the daily chart on this. FSLR has been very much the outlier in the solar world. And I submit to you that it's likely due to the fact that they create their solar panels and their capacitors in the United States, and that'll exempt them from the 100% tariff that is coming to the solar panels and electric vehicles that are made in China. So FSLR, even though it's been up big lately, down almost 6% on the day today. Spotify, as you can see there, a decent move, 2 3/3%. Not really seeing anything specific with Spotify aside from this Guggenheim price target upgrade. Didn't have eyes on this in the morning. It's a $50 price target upgrade from $350 into $400. Decent day there for Spotify. But yeah, mixed bag today, mostly red. And then Shopify. How can we forget the Canadian company Shopify? Shopify is at day's high. It just printed 68.21 right now. It has been up and to the right, this stock. It's been anything off the the red line, which is the 50 period here on Shopify. This one had multiple upgrades this morning. Here it is. Why is it trading higher? Friday, Evercore RSI. Mark Mahaney upgraded the stock from in line to outperform in a price target of $75. That's a decent premium from where it's trading at. He noted the 30% pullback in the stock from the 52-week high has provided an attractive entry opportunity for him. So he's looking to buy that up, and so are other people because this thing is up and to the right today, Adara.
Yeah, Shopify.
Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify. Yeah, Shopifying. Also, we have to vote, guys, as is people in the world, but also for tickers. If you want to go see your ticker be represented on the big screen, and by the big screen, I mean Sharif on the green screen. And Obi and Neil will chat about it. And you have 46 minutes left to do so. You go in that chat right now. You go !join, space, $ Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, GME, SoFi, IBIT. I don't know. You guys know what tickers you want. You put those in the chat right now. I always feel like an auctioneer when I do this segment. But yeah, let us know what tickers you're looking at, whatever tickers you're fancy, and then you might be able to have your ticker seen on the screen. But again, no Sharif's mustache, not a ticker. Thank you so much to Big Kyle for the $2 super chat. Etsy down, just shy of 2% again today, ... or ... either way, there's periods. Let's take a look here at ETSY. Oh, It's a flat bottom break. It looks like we're setting up here. Lower high, lower high. Now we're seeing this 90 MA and VWAP, tip top, tip top. Yeah, this short here at 59s is it's a gorgeous flick here. Shout out to you, Big Kyle, for mentioning this one. I think the top and turner on VWAP right now, 90 MA gives me a bit of skepticism. But I think the fact that we have had what looks like we're coiling towards this breakdown of 58.60, I don't think is a bad look at all. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Yeah, Etsy, Etsy sells a lot of things on their website, but right now their stock is selling off. We did have a bit of a coil higher here, but now we're breaking down, making a lower low and trying to break below this previous low, going back to early May here around 59.20. So keep an eye on ETSY, Etsy, getting a little bit messy. Tesla and Nvidia both having topping tail candles around interesting levels here, that being 131 for Nvidia and around that 179.40 previous support there for TSLA. Also, let's look at GME. GME did have that move up, and like I said, I am not rushing to short GME. I am not inherently bearish on GME. I just like shorting stocks in general, and if I see technicals I like, I'll get involved. GME doing a bit of a chop and turn here at VWAP. Around this level, I like around that 28.28. Now, we did have this coil up here, and I was really curious to see what we do at that 28.60, 28.80 area, because that was a bit of a chop and turn area for us earlier. What we did was we had this big old topping tail candle. We're trying to find support here at the 90 MA. Again, no interest in rushing into this relationship with GME. GME is a little bit tumultuous, You want to make sure you buy the dinner first and everything. Go on a couple dates, see how it's going before you put a ring on it. But this GME could get a little bit interesting for me here, but it's not something I'm going to be rushing into in any way. I also liked, shout out to Obi, because I was looking at this Amazon over here, and Amazon's an interesting Amazon for me. And by that I mean we're getting a little bit of a range. I always forget I have the 1 minute candle for Amazon in my side chart for some reason, and I trade on the 5, so that's kind of weird. But yeah, look at Amazon in the 1 minute. This is super rangy. It's not perfect, mind you, but got that 182.70, 182.90. I might scalp this later. I think this could be an interesting look there. We'll have to see which Wazos this Amazon would like to go. I also want to shout out to Sheree for calling out this Amazon range earlier, because I definitely agree. It is present. Anything else you're looking at before?
Yeah, Meta just rejected off the volume weighted average price. We were talking about this VWAP area being an interesting area for a short, because it also was the area where we closed yesterday, 503.5 and 2/3, generally that area. It's also a consolidation area top that we got into at that area earlier on, or that time slot, between 11:15 to 10:30. So it was an area top there. Does it reject again? Good recovery today from Meta on the bottom there, defending 500 after it had weeks of trouble with 500 after that earnings report. You can see possibly here a bit of an inverse head and shoulder on the 5. So if we get that break above the VWAP or the closing print here, I would be kind of weary to continue to try to short this, as it could be reversing to the high side here. It's only marginally negative on the day, essentially flat, 5 or 0.09%. Also, Softy broke the 20 again, but it's had this kind of propensity to break the 20 and not respect it, but continue to trend higher as well. So careful with that. I'm not basing anything off the 20 today on Softy, but the 20 is featuring here with Apple as it broke the 10 for the first time since 11:35. And then, the deeper retracements, as we've been talking about, come into the 20 on a trending stock, and this one absolutely did 212.25, and now it's giving you 50 pennies because it's down to 211.75. So AAPL headed right back down again, Adara.
Yeah, I was just looking at that AAPL. That's an interesting little level there, interesting Apple to bite at. Also, those videos of that Craig guy who was announcing Apple Intelligence, like running around the stairs, is so funny. They were talking about that in that the Compound What Are Your Thoughts podcast, how the videos of that guy just like running like crazy. Yeah, shout out to Craig of Apple. Also shout out to our podcast, which you can watch every single Saturday at 10 a.m. It is called the Freedom and Wealth Podcast. It has its own channel. That's how special it is. You get to see Sean and Brendan. They're going to be talking about freedom and wealth and how to achieve and attain both of those things. So shout out to that for sure. Let's take a look here at the rounding bottom pattern, though. So this pattern is going to be a chart pattern. It's characterized by a series of price movements that graphically form the shape of a U. So you have lower highs and then some higher lows. Rounding bottoms are usually found at the end of extended downward trends, and they signify a reversal in the long-term price movement. So not only is it a change in pattern, it's a change in sentiment, which is what makes it really cool. But let's talk about understanding it. Let's put the U in the U-shaped form is going to be for understanding. How do you understand the rounding bottom? Well, first you need your U-turn shape. The rounding bottom gets its name from the distinct U-shaped appearance on the price chart. And then also your formation process matters too, because you don't just have a rounding bottom out of nowhere. You have to have your extended downtrend first. The price action will decline steadily, then reach a low point, at which point it will begin a gradual ascent in a curved formation, and it will resemble a big old bowl. Let's talk about this. Look at the lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Then, we get a higher low. We get another higher low, another higher low. We continue, then we push off this resistance area, and then it's all flying over here. To quote Rocky, gonna fly now is this rounding bottom. Why do these rounding bottoms matter? Well, they are a reversal signal for sure. The rounding bottoms can act as potential trend reversal signals to suggest a shift from a downtrend to an uptrend. They also do reflect, again, as I said earlier, it's not just a pattern, it's a shift in sentiment, right? It's a potential inflection point where the buyers start accumulating and the sellers who are dominating the downtrend are like, let me get out. What about identifying rounding bottoms? So what you want to see is a downtrend confirmation. You want to see that the downtrend has been in effect. You want to maybe do that using trend lines, moving averages, etc. Then you want to see the curved bottom. You want to see the action in your price chart reach a low point and then slowly reverse, slowly flip upwards. The curved bottom, unlike your sharp V reversal, will suggest that you've got this period of consolidation and potential buying pressure emerging. So unlike the V-shaped retracement, shout out to Randy and his coinage of the V-shaped retracement, that's going to be a lot sharper. This roundy bottom takes its sweet time. It's like, wants to prove itself to you. It's like, look at me, come involved, get English involved, I don't know. That's what you want to see there. Also, you want to see your neckline formation. So as the price climbs, it's going to face resistance at a specific price level, and this level is going to roughly correspond to the horizontal line across the top of the bottom. That's going to be called the neckline. So look at this. You've got your downtrend, then you have your rounding bottoms, higher highs, higher lows, after the lower highs, lower lows end. Then you push above your neckline, because look at this key area. You saw this form as resistance a couple times, right? Not anymore. Push above it. Nice look there. What about the neckline cup and handle? This is also interesting, right? You've got your slump. Also, they spelled slump wrong, which is kind of weird. Slump them in volume. Shout out to wherever this pattern is. Also want to shout out Sharif. Thank you so much for preparing the lessons.
No problem.
Really patient over here on how to trade. So yeah, and then once you have that slump in volume, you have this recovery, you see these higher highs, higher lows, you retest that neckline, and then you push even higher. Also, GME dropping again here, guys. We get back to that 28.30 level again. GME cannot have it, and the game stops. We know it doesn't stop the lesson. Let's talk about trading these rounded bottoms. What you want to see is a breakout here above the neckline. You want to see the decisive breakout here with the closing price definitively higher than the resistance level, which suggests a potential trend reversal. Volume confirmation is also key. You want to see that increased volume on the breakout bar compared to the preceding consolidation to strengthen your bullish signal, which will signify a surge in buying activity and potentially confirm your breakout. What about your enter your stop loss level? You want to enter the trades shortly after the breakout confirmation because you don't want to get involved until, if you don't have proof, it's going to last, right? Then you want to basically place your stop loss order just below the point of the rounded bottom. So here's one example. You get your stop loss here right below that breakout area, and then you want to be taking profit if we break back above. So I like that look. Here's some extra tips and tricks. Aren't pattern management, isn't that such a fun thing when you can measure the patterns? There are a few types of trades, like, and the bull flags are another example where you can use aspects of the pattern to measure your profit-taking potential. And that one of those patterns is, of course, going to be your rounded bottom. So the depth of the rounding bottom can offer clues sometimes about the potential upside move. Usually, your measured height of the pattern, so from the bottom to the top of the neckline, is projected upwards from the breakout point to estimate a target price for the uptrend. Your time frame awareness is also interesting because rounding bottoms can form on various time frames. They might take weeks to develop on a daily chart or months on a weekly chart. So consider the time frame when setting your trading strategy. These patterns are fractal, as Sharif always says. So whatever pattern time frame you're using, be aware of it on that time frame. Also, what about confirmation? What is it? Key. Sorry, I got aggressive. Rounding bottoms are valuable, but you always want to use them in tandem with other key indicators like the RSI or the MACD for a more comprehensive, well-rounded, pun intended, rounded bottom, trading approach. This will help gauge the momentum and potential overbought or oversold conditions, but always be aware of risk management and maybe try in the sim first before you try with the real shmoney. Also, you know what you always want to try too? Vote for the ticker of your choice. You have 35 more minutes. Go in there right now. Exclamation point, join. space, $, Tesla, Nvidia, something, Amazon, Google, gimme, IWM, AMC, AMD. With that in mind, what are you looking at?
Whatever your choice is. I think a lot of people are going to want to see Shopify because we continue to trend higher on this name, now breaking through 68. 68.21 right now is the high a day on Shopify. Great trade for whoever took that one today. Great look there. Shout out to Shopify. The other trade that I want to bring you possibly here, halted at the moment to the downside, is LRHC. This one just showed up on my scanner. It's the #1 gapper right now, having done 4 1/5 million shares, halted at 110, the high a day 125, just a skosh off the previous halt level, which is a $1.24. Right now, I'll tell you the tap, if I can find it real quick here, LRHC. The tap on this is $1.10, so it's exactly where, is this a New York stock? Let me just check real quick here. No, it's a NASDAQ stock, so we should have the tape, we should have the auction price live as it happens. So right now, I guess there's maybe not that much exuberance. $1.10 is where it's halted at. 4.22 million shares traded on the day, and the float is 6.8 million shares. So definitely on the smaller end of things. All right, let's have a look at some of these other ones that we were talking about today. The future is breaking up here aggressively, and I don't know what's going on with the future. We just broke well through the high of days. Meta's at high a day right now, 19,668. Is that an all-time high? Oh boy, let me find out. Yeah, that's an all-time high. Well, no, this is the all-time high over here, even though that happened at 8:30. That's 19,691. So that's technically the all-time high, even though that was a quick wick. But anyway, we're at day's high right now on the market, and Nvidia is awakening. It's on its way to 132. There is resistance, though, at that price action top, right at that 132, which also happens to be resistance level 2 on pivots. There's also this one over here that's moving up nicely. META finally broke through the volume weighted average price. I kind of gave you the idea that this one, I'm not going to trade it because I'm not trading anything left on the day, but this was a neckline break over here. So this one looks, for the moment, that it's a bit of a bamboozler. It breaks through 503, goes to 504 and change, and then all the way down into 503.5 again. So we'll see if this one can hold up, or if it's a quick rejection off the volume weighted average price and then we trend down again. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case with the futures at high a day, because really nothing in the Mag 7 is at high a day right now. But the futures is at high a day. That's very interesting. I haven't seen that all too much before, where the futures are at high a day, the Mag 7 are not. So more market participation today. More what do they call that? More breadth that is being participated in by the market. Tesla still very much in this range here at 179 3/4. It's been very much that way all morning long. It hasn't broken through 180 since this candle over here, where the high was 180.36, and that was 10:05 a.m. So we definitely know for a fact that 180 was being used as previous support, now being used as resistance. The topping tail, or the candle to make a new high today on the future, looking like a topping tail right now. It hasn't closed, but be on the lookout for that. Also, Google, as I mentioned earlier, at VWAP, holding VWAP quite well, hasn't broken at all. And so that 176 level and VWAP looking to keep this one from descending any further. Still up 0.5% on the day. Not too bad of a look. Let's go back into that LHRC name that we were talking about. Let's see what that one is up to. Did it move up again? Okay, so this one's unhalted right now, and it is almost at the exact same price it halted at, $1.13. It halted at $1.10. It did dip to 105 and pop into 120, and it's now finding itself somewhere in between. The volume's picking up. In the last 5 minutes, we've done over 1 million shares, so a lot of volume coming into this one, though. But it looks, hard to trade at the moment just because it can't stay open. LRHC, a midday mover. What is this one moving for? Here it is. La Rosa Holdings shares are trading higher after the company filed a request for withdrawal from its registration statement on a Form S1. So that apparently has the market very excited, and this one is moving to the high side again. Coming into that high that we just put in, 120. It's printing 119s right now. Good look for this one. I ain't going to trade it, but interesting look right there.
Yeah, it might be called La Rosa, but it's certainly La Verde. It's green right now. Apologies for my terrible Spanish and Italian knowledge. Not the best. But you know what else isn't the best is this Tesla. It's not best right now. I want to talk about this trade because I have qualms. I am filled with qualms, but I'm also not filled with a reason to leave, which is why I'm still in it. So I got short at the bottom of the range here. You might be like, Adara, why was that a choice you made? I'm asking myself that as well, but actually, no, I do know why I did it. We had these lower highs here on a candle basis, and I was like, sometimes when you have these, you can get your breakdown. You don't necessarily get back to the top. I should have waited, but the plan was always to kind of build as we got back to the top. As long as we stay below that 179.60s, and we've been able to do so thus far, I'm staying in this. I actually added because I did like that 45 level. That was, again, part of the plan was always to add. But yeah, I see it every time we get up to 60s, Tesla's like, I don't know what I'm doing here. And I mean, like, Tesla, if you want to stay below 60s, I'm good with that. I think this could be a bit of a bull flag and a breakout. I can acknowledge that this was not the type of trade I necessarily should have taken, but I have no reason to leave it yet. So alas, I will. And see, again, we get to 60s and Tesla freaks out. That being said, I can also recognize that these failures to break above 60s could also mean we get a crazy, nasty breakout when we do get above 60s, and poor me and my little short Cybertruck gets like, you know what I mean? We go to Della, who knows where. So we have to watch out for that as well. Just babysitting this TS to the L to the A. So we're going to have to see how this goes. What else? Nvidia just upside, upside, upside for NVDA. Let's see what we do here. That 132 level, that could get a little bit spicy here. Watching Tesla, did we get that move above 60s? No, we're still waffling around 60s. So just babysitting my Tessie over here. Let's see how that Tesla goes. That's TSA, which is, you know, cool agency, but not a stock. Yeah, okay, we're going to try to not panic here in this Tesla. GME, getting interesting here too. GME below one of my favorite levels on a technical basis, and that's going to be the 9 EMA. This actually could be the short. While I was shorting Tesla, maybe I should have been shorting this GME here, because look at this 9 EMA rejection. This could actually get interesting. We had the rounded bottom, but we did find, you know how we had that neckline clearance that we talked about in the lesson? We did not get neckline clearance on Tesla. We got to that previous area, 2760s, and then we said, 2860s, and then we said no. So that could be another short for me in GME, but I'm not going to rush in. I do think, though, I'm going to have to manage this Tesla as we try to continue to curl near our 179.60s.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, guys. What are we looking at here? Shopify is still moving up, guys. It's been decent. I mean, who's going to complain about this? Look, it's not moving parabolically, but every single touch off the 10 has bounced up. So if you were looking to scalp anything, I guess maybe pennies here with size, this is done well for you. And to be quite honest with you, it's had enough liquidity for you to be able to scalp with size at levels. The volume on the day, shop, not spot, shop, has done about 10 million shares, 9 1/3 million shares. So that'll be plenty for that. I don't know how much you guys are scalping, but yeah, that'll be plenty, at least for me, to be able to get in, get out. And to be quite honest, the spread isn't all that bad on it. Not for a name that I've seen be much more spready in the past. So good look for Shop here. What else we got? Meta did a bit of a topping tail candle through VWAP and then made a lower high. So that looks awfully bearish. If I was trading, I would be going short below the low of this candle at 503.18. I'd have a resting order for this to make a new low. I think that would be awfully bearish. 2 topping tail candles, one shorter than the other on that name. So Meta looking to head down, and there it goes. Just as I say that, Meta heading nicely down here, breaking that 503.25. Yeah, and headed nicely down. So that's a decent move there, because we almost touched 504. 503.75 on that last candle. Let's see where Meta could make it down to. There's price action support at 502.89, 503. Like, we could hold up at 503 over here. Look how many times we kept bouncing up. Like, look at that area over here. We crest out, then finally we break out through that 503 area. Now coming back down to test it. Well, that'll be another interesting concept to take 503 long if it was such a resistance level to begin with. So I'll be watching that to see what it does. Apple came back near low of day again, 211, 45, 30, and in that area. So that was a clean 20-period rejection on Apple for the first time on the day. It hadn't even gotten to the 20 period since before 11:35, since that big down move that it started making ever since it broke the IB low. It hasn't been above the 10. So that's a good retracement there. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for not having taken this meta trade. That would have been a decent one there, but nice red candle coming in here on META as it does reject VWAP, and I hope nobody got caught going long there because that looked really good. It looked like it was really breaking through that level. The only thing that you really could have done to defend against this kind of candle is wait till it closed. And then, there's all sorts of FOMO that you fear or you feel waiting for that candle to close because you don't want it to go up even more and get away from your entry. So the reason I say that is because, when you get these topping tail candles, you don't know if they're going to be topping tail or not until the candles close, and this one closes every 5 minutes. So tougher look. I hope nobody got caught in that. But if we do continue up, then I do hope you got caught in it. So shout out to whoever took META. Google still trending at VWAP, still not even breaking it though, and there have been no prints south of 176 over here. We've defended 176 quite well. 05s is the lowest I see. 09 on this candle. This one has 05s again. Yeah, so strict defend of the volume weighted average price, something that I haven't seen on any other name today in Mag 7 world. There hasn't been that strict level. It's been kind of zones up and down. So we'll continue to keep eyes on that topping tail candle right now on the future, even though this one's still got 4 minutes left, popping up into 668 and then coming right back down to defend 50. So that is the look there. Let's move to some of these small cap gappers. Let's see what we're doing here. Yeah, not much Longeveron below VWAP. KAVL still, really having trouble holding 5, but just barely. This is the one that I think might be interesting here. So Shopify is starting to curl a little bit. So I kept singing the praise of this one, saying, oh, how it's holding the 10. It's doing really well. Well, let's see. It's about to break the 10 right now. And now for the first time on the day, we're getting all these successive candles with lower highs. That hadn't been the case. Usually, we kind of equaled the highs of the previous candle and then continued up. Now we're kind of looking like we're putting in possibly a rounded top. The first thing I'd say is look for a retracement into the 20. So that 67.80 area could be a good dip trade if we break 68. But then if we really break it and we really keep coming down, look for that 67 defend. That's the top end of this crest over here. So 67 was a level price action resistance. You also have VWAP right in front of 67, 67.05. So this one gives up the ghost, and you guys are still trading into the afternoon, and it makes its way down here. I'd be looking to go long 67 just based on that price action support in VWAP. But we'll have to see where VWAP is if this makes it down. Right now, it's actually making me look bad because I kept saying this is topping out, and right now it's still defending the 10. So that $68 level still acting as a good price action support area. That's really all I got at the moment.
How dare Shopify make you look bad?
Oh, yeah, it's all good. Wouldn't be the only one today.
Shout out to Sharif here. I'm always so happy to be on this desk with our pal Trenda as well. Also, thank you, Sharif, for covering for me while I dealt with that Tesla. So yeah, I dealt with the Tesla, and I want to talk about the Tesla because, like I said, I don't want to say squeamish, but I feel like my approach to this trade was not the vibe. It wasn't it. You know what I mean? I should have been doing the book scalping. This I took almost purely on chart, which has never been my strong suit, right? So I got involved with what would end up being 2/3 of the total position at 179.17. This begs the question, why? So, the reason I got involved is because we had these lower highs. I thought we'd have this breakdown right here, right there. I was anticipating and I wasn't participating. Or I was anticipating. I was participating too early because I wasn't anticipating, and that was the problem. I added to the position. This was a planned addition. I was always trying to build the position at the top of this range. I said if we get above 179.60, buy. We knocked on the door of 179.60 viciously multiple times, but we didn't break above it. I ended up de-risking at 179.40s just because I thought we could have gone higher, but I had no reason to leave. I ended up saving the position. We got this flush here near 179, which is where I got out. Basically flat on this. Tesla's still my best name of the day. But yeah, I just wanted to address this because I think just because a trade looks like it could be interesting, and I still stand by the Tesla short. Like, we're below the 90 MA now. We're petering out. This Tesla is on the downside to, I think Delaware we're headed is even lower. But I just wanted to address that. We do have, I think, be cognizant of the fact that this was resistance earlier, 179.20, now becoming support. That being said, if I see something I like on the book, I will short it again, but I should not have been getting short on chart patterns. That was a mistake, and I want to address that, the mistake that I made there on Tesla. What else is going on here in these markets? Yes, sir, guys, I know I do talk a little bit quickly, but as I said, I don't mind being a bit of a speed talker because I know these markets move just as quickly. If Tesla keeps ranging, I'll keep ranging with it. Apple is, someone in the chat was saying, I think it was Neo Roberts making a pun I liked. Not Neil Roberts, but Neo Roberts, saying the Apple shorts look tasty. I agree, but I'm not taking this thing short until I see a rejection of 212.20. I think that's going to be the vibe here for Apple. Get to Apple. No, I mean, you're already Apple. You don't have to get to Apple. Get to 212.20, Apple. Then I'll take you short. Crunch on that Apple there. That's a nice look here. Microsoft just continue. Oh, Microsoft flat top break, mayhaps perchance. That's what it's looking like. Higher low, higher low. Let's see if we do that 443. Pop the top off there of that MSFT. Manuel Palma asked about Google VWAP retracement. Let's see if we can search for those levels for you there, Manuel Palma. Oh. Okay. Honestly, I like the VWAP, Manuel Palma, but that's not my favorite thing I see here. The favorite thing I'm seeing here is look at this 176.50. We pop up to it earlier, have a lower high, continue to push higher. There's also this 175.80 level, but I think the level I really like here again, 176.50. We come up there, then we come up here again and bounce beautifully at this 176.50. Then we make a double top here, 177, come right back down. Now we're trying to crack back above 176.50. I think 176.50 to me is, if we can push above that, that to me means more than this bounce at VWAP. But I will agree with you there, Manuel Palma. The VWAP bounce, higher lows intact. There's a lot of ranginess in Google. A little bit disappointed. My goggles weren't on this one earlier. Also, Tesla breaking down to the downside. Still stand by getting out of this trade. My impetus for getting in was weak and bad. And now let's just keep going, making some more trades. Apple, if you reject, I'll be taking a bite out of you. Shout out to though, because Sharif, you're always killing it with the Apple trades. I feel like Apple and Amazon are two that I find a bit harder to trade, but the Mag 7s cannot be equal.
Yeah, the Future just came back right into that high a day again, that same area that we got into, 69.25. That was the same top that we put in on the previous 5-minute candle. Or this is the 15. Actually, this is the 15. So double top on the 15 on the NQ. Let's flip to the 5 and have a look at there. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of topping tails for whatever reason at this level, 19,699. But crucially, the higher lows is what's indicative of over here. So even though you're getting the topping tails, which showing you that there's a whole lot of buying, there you go, new high a day on the Future. The higher lows really here is kind of what you have to keep your eye on when you see these topping tails, or the higher highs on the topping tails as well, and you're getting both. You're getting higher lows and higher highs, topping tails or not. So good area to move up here, and that's helping a lot of these Mag 7 names, not really Tesla or anything like that, but Nvidia. Look at the recovery here on Nvidia. It's breaking through 132. It's on its way possibly into that high a day. We're only about 50 pennies off that high a day. 132.84. We're at 132.34 right now. You see Amazon coming into that higher end of the range as well. That 183.40, 183.30 has been a good area top. Essentially all day. There have been outlying candles like these ones over here at 10.20 and 10.25, but for the most part, it's been an established range, great range. And the other one, Meta, like this one was a bit of a tough one to trade for me, definitely, and continues to be on the read because we keep topping into that 504 area. But again, crucially, we're making those higher lows. So even though you're seeing selling come in around above the VWAP area, the buying is showing you that it's stronger than the selling vis-a-vis these higher lows. So we'll continue to watch these. Softy also coming in awfully close into the high a day. Again, 443 incoming on MSFT. 443.14 is the high of day on Microsoft. So very much a higher high, higher low look on Microsoft. Apple's rejecting off the 20 period again. It's getting a nice little bounce. You can make an argument, you know, I saw some of you guys saying in the chat, double bottom on Apple, 211 and a third. I wouldn't be so quick to confirm that. What I'd want is a neckline break, and that neckline break comes vis-a-vis a $0.25 break. So we'll have to wait and see if this one can break above a $0.25 on a closing basis. I mean, we know there's probably going to be people buying this on the market close. If it's Friday, they had that big event, there's probably going to be market on close orders to go, I don't know, I'm just assuming that it's going to be long, who knows. Yeah, so that break above the $0.25 would definitely be interesting as a long, but is still resisting at the 20 exponential. Oh, wow, did Nvidia just get into high a day? No, we're still very close to high. Definitely at local highs, though. We broke the 50 penny level on a high a day, and that's really pushing the market up here. We're about to touch that 132 and a quarter. That's where 132 and a third, actually, is where the closing prints on this crest is. But the tops take us into 84. It looks like we're not going to have to wait all that long to find out if we break high a day or not, because it looks like Nvidia is on its way up. So is Apple. Unreal. Okay, here we go. So that $0.25 could be coming in quite soon here. But I got to tell you, this is a price action resistance level. We saw it before. We might see it again. We rejected off the $0.25 at 12:20. We rejected again at 1 o'clock. And here we are again. Third time, could it be a charm? If this rejects again, then this is a range trade at the bottom end of the range on Apple. Because then, you know, we're rejecting off the tops and bouncing off the bottoms. We have 2 bounces off the bottoms. And if we get here, it'll be the 3rd bounce off that top. So we'll keep an eye on AAPL. A decent week for Apple, but giving back some now. Here's a $0.25 that we're watching right now on Apple. Didn't close above there, and this candle has 4 more minutes left to close. But I gotta tell you, there's people looking to short here because there was a whole bunch of selling coming in there, Adara, as we broke into 24s, dipped aggressively into 14s. So we'll see if Apple can break out or stay in this range. Doesn't matter to me either way. I ain't trading it. But, oh, wow, Amazon right back into that top again, 183.30. We were talking about this level on AMZN. This has been an interesting level, definitely today on Amazon. The only concern I'd have is that this higher low kind of, well, it's not even a higher low. That's not a fair assessment. No, I want this 182.70 area. This was an area where we bottomed out before. So I was going to say this is a higher low relative to this, but this is a previous area bottom. But Amazon is on the way up here, and I don't know if the winds of change are coming on the future, but you know, it's not really that aggressive of a move on the future. But anyway, but it is an aggressive move on Meta. So yeah, wow. Okay, well there you go. 504.50 break, and now looks like we might head into 505. 505.18 is the resistance level on the pivots, Adara.
Yeah, I did. You know, I was going to say, I got short Apple, yay. And then I immediately fat fingered out of some of it. So slightly lost a little bit on that fat finger, but it's all good. It's all good. I like this Apple because you were saying, you know, a lot of people would probably want to short that. I did want to short on on this Apple. So we're going to have to see what we do here. I'm risking here into 212.30s. So I'm risking about 15 pennies. I'm very cognizant of this bottoming tail candle here off that 90 MA, but I think this range right now could still be intact, and I'd rather be involved. You know, and actually I'm going to add to this at 212 because I did accidentally sell half my position. So just so I have the same amount I started with, you know what I mean? That's what I want to do here. I think Apple will be biting me instead of me biting the Apple here. So we're going to have to watch that. I am in Tesla as well, which I want to talk about here. I know there's some chatter like, why are you short Tesla? Why I'm short Tesla. We're below the 90 MA. Also, I appreciate Neil was asking, like, you had a good price on the Tesla short initially. Why'd you get out? I got out because I didn't like where I get in. And like I said, I really don't feel like I got involved with this short for the right reasons that time. Now, though, I love this short. I think like that rejection of the 90 MA, that's what I needed to see to get, really toasty with it. You know what I mean? To feel really good about this curl here, this curl below the 90 MA. I want the curl, and we're going to be scalping out here at 179, just above 179s. That's where we'll start scalping. I do want my breakdown. This is exactly the same way I approached this trade earlier, is what I'm going to be trying to do here. Breakdown, taking little nibbles, but if we break down even further, I'd be pleased as punch. I think Apple is going to punch me in the face. I don't think it wants me here anymore. But you know what we want you to vote for whatever ticker you want to see the big kahunas cover on the afternoon show. How do you do that, you may ask? Exclamation point, join, space, $, GME, Meta, Amazon, Google, Tesla. You know what tickers are. Put your ticker of choice there, right there in the chat. Also, I do want to shout out our moderator, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you for doing such a great job, fostering such an awesome community, and killing it every single day. So happy to be here with Sharif and this amazing community every single day. Shout out to everyone here, just having a good time and trying to learn to trade every day. Tesla, stay below that 179.40, and I'll be able to stay inside the Cybertruck. Because the doors are open. Unfortunately, they aren't real Cybertrucks, but they are in this Cybertruck over here.
A new one is making a high here. LICY just showed up on my scanner. It's at day's high. It's fighting with 5 right now. It's almost at 1 million shares, a $4 name, $110 million market cap.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was.
$110 million market cap. The float on it is at about 16 million shares. I actually don't see any sort of catalyst of any sort, but Li-Cycle Holdings is a Canada-based global lithium-ion battery resource recovery company and pure play lithium-ion battery recycler. Okay, so definitely having issues with this $5 area here, no question about it. 498 HOD, 485 it's trading at right now. I'm not going to trade this one, but I just wanted to point it out for all the small cap gapper traders. This one showing up on my screen up a cool 36.5 points there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm keeping an eye on Nvidia. It's having trouble with the $0.50 over here. Unsurprising. It didn't really feel like a bullish day, but this one did make it generally back into the highs at around 132.5. It didn't quite, though, make it back into that 84 area. I would submit to you, though, that the majority of the shorts were going to come in at the 2/3 of a dollar, owing to where these two candles closed, and that's what looks like is happening right now as this one comes back down into 132. It could find price action support, though, at 132, owing to the 10 and the whole dollar level. So be careful. Don't get caught into this one if you are short-minded, because it could be a bear trap. It looks like a hammer candle being bought off 132 right now. Wait for confirmation, but that is a good look there for whoever wants to get short. Possible double top on NVDA. Goggles did get a nice little bounce off VWAP, so this strict hold of 176 did end up paying dividend, and I hope someone took this, because this one moved up 58 pennies off that 176. Not a bad move for Google, especially midday and with no catalyst. 176.56 is where it got up to there on that latest pump on the 5-minute chart, and it did hold VWAP quite strictly there, so great look. Wow, Meta. Meta is just bamboozling everybody. 504.75. It breaks above VWAP. It goes green on the day above 503.5, which was yesterday's closing print, right back down into that 503.5. So a $1.25 rejection there. Now, the question really is here, if you've cleared it by some distance, can you now use it as support? But I don't know if this is the kind of day we're really looking for that. It doesn't feel like that kind of day. It doesn't feel like the buyers are, out in full force, so to speak. So I'm going to keep eyes on Meta, but be wary of price action support here now that it's cleared it by well over $1 there. So decent look. AAPL finding price action resistance again at the $0.25, but it's not tanking in the same way. So I am a little hesitant here about taking any breakout or breakdown trades on Apple. I think the right trade right now is going to be a range trade with this 212.25 to the high side, and obviously that 211, if you're really lucky, and a third to the low side. That's a whole $1. They're not bad for a range trade. We'll have to see if Apple can continue to reject that 212.25, but that is a good look there for whoever's range trading that. Amazon is right at those highs, and it has been hanging out at those highs. That's funny enough. It hasn't really broken down quite yet, but it is specifically at the highs it's been at all day. In fact, the highest print on the day is only like 13 pennies higher than here. 183.54. That was the print that we got right at 10:05, but we're hanging out here. I don't know if history's any guide. I think we come all the way back down. If not all the way, then at least the VWAP here where 183 is, that whole dollar retracement possibly. AMZN definitely still within a range on the day. And nothing else for me to look at. Let's go into the small cap gappers over here. KAVL still hanging out above 5, but doing absolutely nothing, and has been doing absolutely nothing since that last little pop here at 1250, about an hour ago now. So KAVL off my possible trade list. Not that I would trade it anyway. GameStop, AMC still, well below VWAP at the moment, but definitely off the lows. And Longeveron has just been stuck in this 50-period retracement. But there have been bamboozlers. Look at these candles over here. All the closing prints south of the 50, but you would have got probably wicked out unless you had your out over here. What the hell just happened on Longeveron? Wow. Oh, that was fake. Okay. So that was a fake little candle there. I thought it dipped into 3 quicker than you say, how do you do? But yeah, Longeveron is still fine. I wanted to mention one quick thing here. Shopify Unreal. This thing has held 68 very well. It's at high days right now. Shopify has not printed anything lower than the 10 period on the day. It has been up into the dang right. Let's see what we got over here for Shop. 5 and a third is how much it's up on the day. It's printed about 10.3 million shares, so definitely not a bad look there for Shopify, as it definitely benefits from that Evercore ISI pump there.
Yeah, 5 minutes left to vote for Shop, for Spot, for whatever you'd like us to spot and talk about on the, well, not us, it'll be the big desk, but Sharif will be there on the green screen. So yeah, if you want Neil and Obi to chat about your ticker of choice, there's a way to do that. It's really easy. You just go in the chat right now. You go !join, space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. Join, space, $, ticker of choice. Also, I'm selling this Tesla short. I don't want to say I'm getting weak knee because I'm not a stand by this, but we still have these lower highs. We did have that massive push though off 179. It got out 179, wanted 178.80s for the rest of it, and Tesla said no. The reason I added is because I noticed we did have a little bit of a something here, 179.20s. That's the level I've liked, so I did add to the position. As long as we stay below these 179.40s, no pops above that with a viciousness, I'm going to stay in this trade. I'm going to start piecing out a little bit more of this here, so we're going to be going for 10s, and then for 5s, and then a piece for the dream at 179 proper. So there we go. That's what's happening here on TSLA. No reason to leave. Trying to stay patient. Apple, I still believe in this range. I'd believe in it more if we broke below this 90 EMA, which we can't do. I got out half at 212. I think we're going to get the rest out of right here because I just do not like this pop-up. If this top breaks up higher, that's going to be a bad look for me, so I just don't want to be involved in that. Tesla's still chopping, still churning, still living and learning and loving and laughing and all that good stuff. Also, I want to talk about, what did I want to talk about? Microsoft. So someone's asking, how do you identify a flat top? Because Microsoft isn't necessarily a flat top. I don't know if it was nice top necessarily or just in general. I think with the Microsoft, why I would call this a flat top is because you have higher lows throughout the day here, and you have more or less, again, it's never going to be perfect, but you've got something here around this 443. Look at these bounces here off the 90 EMA. I think that is an interesting look. So that's what I've got going on here for this Microsoft flat top. Also, I want to talk about Apple too, because Ramin was saying in my ear, she said, you should call it a poison apple, because every time you bite, you get more sick, and then you're Snow White. So shout out to Ramin for her amazing analogies. Also, I guess with the headband, I guess that's a good day to be Snow White. So thank you, Ramin, for the poison apple comparison. I enjoyed that. Also, Tesla, only in 1/5 left of Tesla. I want to address this Tesla. Someone was saying, I don't think Tesla's going to break below 178.50s if you look at the book. I'm taking Tesla as a scalp, so I was okay with that. If we get a couple more pennies here, I am pleased as punch. If we have another rejection of 179.20s, I'll continue to scalp and build that position. But right now, I just want to get out of Dodge. But instead of out of Dodge, I want to be out of my here Cybertruck. Also, Apple's interesting. Thanks again, Sharif, for pointing out this Apple earlier. Poison apple. We'll have to wait and see. I'm out of Tesla. How are you doing?
So Meta rejected again off 504.75, but crucially, it's still at that volume-weighted average price level. It really hasn't broken down, and that higher lows trend that's been in place since these double bottoms over here at 1145 and 1150 still hasn't been broken. So even though it got extended there well above the 10 period, comes back into the 10 period if you're looking at that, which is the green line, still holding generally. So let's see if this is kind of a bull trap, getting everybody long above the volume-weighted average price on Meta and then pushing it back down. We'll find out shortly because it's at a critical area. Amazon, though, finally starting to show that, maybe the selling coming in at this consolidation area top. It's around that 40 penny area to 50 penny area, kind of take your pick. This has been a rinse and repeat level on AMZ on the day, so keep your eye on that. Goggles still above VWAP, and the double top that we were saying possibly here on NVDA still hasn't manifested, as it hasn't still broken down below 132, still above the 10, but definitely didn't touch anything near the high day at 84. The future, well, or just a few points, I was about to say, off the high of day there. So keep your eye on that. What else? Daily movers. KAVL finally breaks down below 5. So I guess that was really the trade here. Umpteen amount of touches at 5, and now it's breaking down well below 5 into that 470 area, trying to, I guess, hold off the 50, but I don't think that this one is going to really have too many people buying it around here. So watch out for an aggressive retracement here on KAVL. You're already seeing it on Longeveron. Longeveron just broke the consolidation area bottom here at 3 1/5. And then broke down into 297. In fact, it actually broke $3, but on a wicking basis, trying to hold the 200 on the 5 right now is LGVN. GameStop is retracing, kind of putting in a rounded bottom, so to speak, right into that volume-weighted average price area. The closing print on Amazon is a little bit above 29. It's at 29.12s or so, give or take. So that one is making a bit of a recovery. AMC, kind of the same thing, but not coming into VWAP, coming into the 50 period. AMC did break below 5 again, so this level has been an elusive level, at least on a closing basis for the day, because it gets well above it, then it retraces all the way back down. The sellers look like they're in control right now of AMC, as it just does the dance at the whole dollar level, a little bit above, a little bit below. So good look right now on that. Back to Apple over here. What is this one doing? The double bottom, still not really manifesting as a double bottom, but showing you that a range trade really here is manifesting at this 212 and a quarter with 211 and a third to the downside. Keep your eye out though for a break of the $0.50, which is where the 50 is. If that comes into the $0.50, I personally would be gonzino on that. What else we got over here? We don't have much else to talk about. Let's see what the watch list is showing us. Let's come into the watch list over here, move up a little bit. What's going on over here? Let's see. AVGO was all the hype today. Wow, AVGO just printed another high of the day. 1734.20 just got printed 2 minutes ago there, and that is, I'm assuming, all-time highs, because that's high a day. So great look there for AVGO, whoever was trading that. Keep in mind, this one is splitting, so if you're a retail investor and you want to get in on this, this is going to be a lot cheaper very soon, so just hang out for that. What else we got? VFS still doing awfully well on the day, 10.5 in the clear on the back. That it is forecasting 30 to 4 times an increase in its U.S. market share. The company expects sales in the U.S. market to increase by 30 to 4 times this year. That's intense, but yeah, we'll root them on. VFS definitely getting a nice little bump today, sub 5 though at this level. Let's see all the Chinese ADRs with no exception. There was one exception earlier. It was DIY, and now it is also break even on the day. Everything in Chinese ADR world is red circles. So whatever yeah, that's the look there, Dara. Anything else happening here? No, I'll send it to you.
Do you have any plans for your weekend other than the beach today?
Not that I've had a chance to think about. Yeah, how about yourself?
Not much. Gonna try to get some. I'm trying to think. Do I have plans? No, I think I'm gonna try to get some writing done.
Nice.
If I can, thank you. If I can meet up with some of my friends over the weekend, that would be nice as well. Also, there was something that I wanted to say, and okay, Adobe. Adobe was today's earnings darling, and I said I liked that short rejection. Didn't end up getting involved because it's Adobe, and I would have had to have like major confidence in this. But yeah, Adobe's still kind of rangy. It's not perfect, but you get around that 526 as a top, a base of around 524. Pretty sure Obi, I think, is a way better read on this one than I do, because I know he was mentioning this earlier. Also, Fabian and I were laughing over how funny it would have been had this Adobe happened if it was, well, it was Obi and I in the midday, because it would have been Adobe and Adobe. But alas, it did not. So also I'm in the SPY. Shout out to Big Spile Burdett. Big Spile Burdett. Not sure if Big Kyle is short this name. I am, though. Why I got involved was because I liked this topping tail candle. I know candles aren't always going to be the thing for the futures, or ETFs of the futures, but I liked what I saw in the book. I thought that I had an opportunity here, so I wanted to take it. Got out 2/3 here at this 541.80. I really wanted to see breakdown below 80s. We never really got below 80s, so that's not a great look. If we push above into like 15s here, I'm gonna have to be getting out. But right now I am staying in, not adding, just trying to take advantage of some opportunities that you spy on these charts. Also shout out to Tesla. Tesla saw me leave the Cybertruck and was like, okay, cool, Adara's out. Now I can have the real drop. I was like, okay, Tesla, that's fine. But yeah, big drop here. Shout out to someone in the chat who kept talking about it's Fallen King, saying that Tesla's going to hold that 178.50. You are right, Fallen King. It held that 178.60 for now. We're still having lower lows, though. This is something lower highs, sorry. This is something I'm still interested in shorting again if we have another opportunity at 179, but I only trade on the show, so whatever trades I'm in, I'm not going to get into anything else new or exciting right now. Just watching my spy. Also, we have Robbie V saying, GME is impressive above 2870 resistance from earlier and view up and great rounded bottom. Could go positive on the day soon. Yeah, I mean, shout out to you, Robbie V. This was the level I said on GME would be interesting, the 2860, 2880, but you're right, 2870, that's definitely what the level is. Pushing higher, let's see what it does at VWAP. The next level of resistance I think could be spicy is the 29. A, it's a whole dollar level. B, it's that previous support. So let's see if GME can nudge us a little head here above that 29. Is there anything else you're looking at as we head into the rest of the day?
I'm keeping my eye on Apple over here because I kept talking about how it was making a move possibly into the $0.50. I kind of feel like the winds of change may be coming here. Look for a possible now retrace, either a rejection off the 50 or this. Well, we have a consolidation area bottom with the IB low and multiple other troughs at that 212 1/3. So 212 1/3 to 212 3/4, or sorry, 2/3 to 3/4, excuse me. I'd be looking for a rejection there first. If I don't get a rejection there, then I'd be looking at VWAP and 213, but it looks like it's on its way to that $0.50 now. It's broken above the range, not on a closing basis yet, because this candle still hasn't closed. I would submit to you that this candle is still within the range, at least. So look for a rejection initially off the 50, then that 2/3 to 3/4, and then the $13 area. That's what I'd be looking for. I wouldn't want to go long on this name on the day. It feels like, you know, the sellers have been in control. That could change come the market on close, though, because it's Friday. A lot of people could have market on close orders to get in a position on AAPL. The other one I wanted to mention, TSLA looks awfully bearish. Look at this rounded top with umpteen amount of wicks into that 179.50, 179 2/3, and then incrementally starts making lower highs. This looks like it's a rounded top in forming, I guess. I don't know exactly what to make of it, though, because it just seems like more of a range trade than a rounded top, to be quite honest with you, even though it is making that bit move down. The initial range, I would say 178.50 in the earlier part of the day was 178.50 there, so we're right there at this point, but it looks like it's continuing to make lower lows. So TSLA looks like it's on the way down. Definitely the biggest loser on the day in terms of Mag 7 Worlds, 2.25%, followed by Apple, and then followed by Amazon, who is last there. Quietly, Netflix had itself a decent day today, especially as compared to some of these other Mag 7 names. Almost 3% in the clear today on NFLX. Is that an all-time high? Let's have a look over here. Yes, that is an... Oh, nope. We have some pandemic plays. We're almost. Okay, so all-time highs on Netflix. Looks like it's at 700 and change. Looks like it's 701, $700.99 was that all-time high. That takes us back to November 18th. And that is, I think, the week that Jerome Powell said not transitory. Literally that week. So it did make all-time highs there. $700. That doesn't mean that this big break today isn't important because, well, it's 3-year highs. It's year-to-date highs, it's 3-year highs. So NFLX, 675.58 high of day. So we're looking to go possibly 680 here, Adara, but I'm going to send it to you as I'm going to make my way up to the green screen. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif, for everything, for killing it with the lessons, everything. I'm always so happy, and I feel really lucky to be able to sit in this desk with Sharif. You're going to see him in 2 seconds, though. He will be on the green screen. Also, I really did laugh here at this message from Richard V. Plans? Come on, guys. Review trades and watch videos of tape. That's all. Shout out to Richard V. Mind, eye on the prize. I got out of the SPY. Shout out to Eclectic Passion saying it turned out exactly that level I was talking about, that 542.12. My thing is, too, is we keep having these topping tail candles. I could have stayed lower, but what I said I really wanted was my 541.80 break. I wanted to see us break below that. Once we broke below that, I said, Adara, you're all good. You had what you needed to see. Microsoft, though, might be an unpopular opinion, but I think Microsoft is trying to coil higher here at that 443. We're still, for the most part, pretty much entirely seeing higher highs, higher lows. We broke below that 90 EMA here, but this is still a higher low. So let's see what we see. For now, though, we're going to have to wait and see what's going on at the big desk and with those big kahunas very shortly. But not right this second, though. Not right this second. I will still be chatting. You'll still be with me. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Hope you have an awesome day. I really want to shout out everyone in the chat. So happy to be here and a part of this community. And thank you very much to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. Hope your weekend is simply fantastic. Tesla, wow, Tesla, RIP. This Cybertruck continuing to head to the downside. Let's see if it cracks below 178. You rock, Bears versus Bulls. It's a great time over here. What a time to be alive. That apple Sharif talked about is still trying. Maybe a little bit of a poison apple. Shout out to Ramin. We're gonna have to see. We did reject that 212.50 once already. Who knows what's gonna happen next? But I know what's gonna happen next. You're gonna be at the green screen. See you guys next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, we have everybody on that side. Let's go.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone, where you get to decide what we talk about every day. Make sure to get your vote in during How to Trade on that midday show using the prompt there. I'm sure Bears versus Bulls will let you know how that works. So here are the T triple Qs. The triple Qs, excuse me. We were just at high a day as we broke above, again, that 18.6 or 19.6, excuse me, on the NQ June contract at 476 right now on the triple Qs there. Tesla, though, the first on the list, and what a move it was earlier today, definitely selling a lot of it off. Elon Musk getting what he wants, getting 77% shareholder vote in his favor to move the company from Delaware to Texas, as well as approve his $56 billion pay package. You see, though, off the lows, a bit of a sell the news event, guys. What is the look on Tesla?
Well, I should be short this right now, but sometimes things happen and you make mistakes. I'll put my hand up, and it's obviously been a sell the news event, and my only good trade on it, because I got to that last winning short at a horrible stop level, is going to actually be a long, which is strange, but sometimes that's how it is. And if you're patient about things enough, everybody, then you can wait for a key level, and then you can be fortunate that it bounces off a key level. And then if you're in a downward trend, you might be able to escape with a long that doesn't end up a disaster. So that was the case this morning off the 180 level. Double bottom on Tesla at that 180 yesterday. Obviously, it's going to be a big one coming into today. If we come to the chart, I did have it really early. This is 935. We bounced off that 180. 182 level. We got it a couple times in here. Then we played it off a 180. Thankfully, there was a decent bounce off of that 180. So both times we got moves. One was clearly better than the other. And I was just in a short trade. Now, I had the short originally here in this consolidation, probably around the same time I think Adara was trading this in the midday. I did a reload in here. And so when I added to my position, here, my idea was to adjust my stop from 180 to the lower high. That's not what I actually ended up doing. I adjusted it to the wrong level, kind of punched out, was in the middle of doing something else, getting ready for the afternoon show, realized my mistake, and then tried to jump back into the trade and didn't get it. So this is now gone without me. I can cancel my order. I'm only in a Shopify short. Obi's in I'm assuming you're in this as well, the Shopify, which I can't wait to talk about the Shopify idea because it was almost like a collabo. We kind of saw the same thing, but we saw it differently, and we'll explain that later. But they're selling it off today on Tesla. Not the best sign in the world. However, let's remember, it's still got that 168 and the 50-period moving average, which is held like an absolute champion the last little bit here. So I think next week, you're still going to have that 50-period to contend with. You're going to have the 170, the 168 to contend with. But I think it's a sell unless we're breaking back out above 180.
Yeah, I think that aggressive selling from yesterday as well kind of following through today, right? We consolidate for pretty much, what is this? The bottom is made in and around 10:30 and all the way going into the close for over 4 hours. We're just consolidating sideways, coming in today, break that low. Oh boy, did I miss that piece of price action right there? But take a look at that. It tries to bounce off the 182, can't really make it that far, only 35 pennies, and then slams right back down for some fresh lows into even prior day's high there on Tesla. So yeah, definitely a little bit potentially selling the news of the approvals and through the shareholder meeting as well. So it did kind of run up in anticipation, which is interesting as well.
No catalyst on Nvidia today, but Apple and Microsoft were going back and forth all day for the most valuable company in the world. You'll see Nvidia at local highs right now, up 1.7%, well above Apple on the day, which is negative, as well as Microsoft, even though it recovered a little bit off the bottoms right now. What is your look on Nvidia, guys?
Yeah,
Nvidia's a rocket. Absolute rocket today. Just saw that Petrobras might be. I heard that Petrobras is halted pending news. I'm not seeing any prints on it. We'll let you know if there's something to be going on there. Primary listing in Brazil, Petrobras. If you happen to be familiar with the name. So there's a couple of ways to have traded this. I think we had similar ideas, Obi and myself, although I was in a couple of open trades that I think didn't go well. Like I talked about it breaking the 130. When you zoom it back out, you're a 129.5, double, triple top, whatever you want to call it. So I was looking for the 130 break early. It didn't work. We essentially waited for the pre-market low to get tested and then had another like in and out, pretty much flat, and then jumped right back in the long and added through. Played 128 into 130. I actually added again. Well, I got out all the way and just got back in. So I was out in front of the 130 and then back in on the breakout, carried it to 132 bucks, tried a VWAP trade that didn't work. Then I was in this trade, which was a bit of I had this order in when we were up here and then I saw the market reverse. I'm like, why am I in this trade? I was telling Obi as we were getting into Shopify, I'm like, oh shoot, I'm not supposed to be in Nvidia, and then got out. I want to wait for VWAP at this point. Either that or let's see what happens if we break the high and then we can play some kind of trend back into the upside. But I don't want to be diddling in the middle with Nvidia. The trend is just clean on this. Yep. When you look at, oh yeah, we're not split adjusted there. It's still clean when you look at the upward trend since this took both these levels. Like this is the 127 effectively, or the 126 effectively when you look at it on the daily. So when you come back and go to the non-split adjusted, since you got to that previous high of 126, it double topped there, it held support afterward, and then every single day it's like a stair step up, a little bit of consolidation at the previous high, and then a break higher. So I expect nothing but dip buys in the future until you fail one of those previous day close or bottom levels.
Yeah, no, I really like the look on Nvidia, and I'm seeing something similar there as well. Kind of at post split, we kind of consolidate sideways with a high near 125s or 125s right there, and then you kind of have a strong day consolidation and a continuation today as well. So yeah, it was a solid move in the morning session. Attempted to break pre-market highs. We got up to 133s, not quite, with a 132.80s high. Nice little pullback as well right here on Nvidia, all the way back down to 129, where we saw and observed that volume kind of churning, a lot of blocks moving in this price range, and it comes right back in and catches a bid again for an attempt again at pre-market day highs now, reclaiming VWAP as well at that 131, where again we observed a lot of action at that 131 again. So yeah, let's see if it kind of pushes towards highs. The trend is very strong going into a Friday. I'm going to continue watching this. I kind of missed out on the reversion trade, and then a bit of a capitulatory move there as it kind of accelerates through 130 right onto 129. Doesn't really get there, wipes right back and reclaims VWAP for an attempt at high a day. But great price action indeed. Lots of opportunities on Nvidia today.
Roaring Kitty adding to his position overnight. Still unclear whether he exercised some of those options or added equities. In any event, it makes him one of the biggest shareholders in the name around, and that had, a lot of people talking. He sold off a little bit on the day, trying to recover right now, coming into local resistance area. Guys, what's the look on GameStop?
GameStop.
Maybe this is more of like I know I probably should be in the Tesla short, but this is like a maybe I should be in GameStop right now. Not a complete slam dunk, but we like the $28 level this morning. We talked about this having two pretty key prices. It's pretty obvious when you look at yesterday's trade. You have double top resistance early, and then you have support at 28, and then you have this high just above 30 and a half. So unless you're looking short at the top, which admittedly I was not, you wait for it to get down to that 28. Bounced the first time. We got the good scalp trade into 28.75. I think was our best fill. Tried it again. That didn't work. Could have come back to this trade. Because the lesson of the day today, and I'm not talking about mine, I'm talking about the midday show, we talk about rounded bottoms. There's a lot of ways that it can play out, but visually it's a simple thing. You essentially just start making lower lows into making lower highs, and ideally at a key level. Well, what do you see here? 28, 27.5, 27.40, 27.75, back into 28. Like once it regains, like here's this bid right here. Once it regains that 28, you've now established like 3 higher lows at a key price level. There's a long in there somewhere. It's not always the easiest thing to jump in when a stock has been downtrending, but if we like the $28 level, what more are you going to ask for to try to get something in there on GameStop? Maybe we'll play off a VWAP here. I would not be surprised if it made a late day rally because it's Friday and not much else is going on. And sometimes that's all it takes for a squeeze name to go squeezing into the afternoon.
Yeah, just reading the chat here, Sebastian's saying have a good weekend, and he's leaving for a soccer match here in Munich. So good luck with your game, and we're going to continue talking about GameStop here. His game is just about to begin, but the game has kind of paused here after Roaring Kitty kind of sold some of his options there, going sideways today pretty much. The fade was quite nice on off of 30 prior, I guess pre-market high. Couldn't really get after hours high. Couldn't really get there in and around that 30.31 mark here with a high at 30.85. And just holding that 28 going sideways right now. So, but we'll see if it kind of moves into the close. It is starting to bid back up. Bit of a hold. Yes, definitely a bit of a rounded bottom here on that 28. But bigger picture, it is kind of compressing a little bit here. So I'm curious to know what it's going to do today and going into the next few days as well as this Roaring Kitty debacle kind of unfolds further on.
Debacle.
Yeah.
Harsh words.
Second day play on along Chevron, and this one really tried to hold that 3 1/4. I was involved in this one myself. Then 3 came in the picture, and now 3 is gone, giving back a little bit of the move from yesterday. The one was a big mover on the day yesterday. Continued a little bit today. Neil, did you trade this one? Because I doubt Obi did.
Doubt Obi did. Maybe Obi likes to trade long Chevron. Long Chevron was short Chevron today. I just wasn't willing to accept it. That's the truth. Like we had some good opportunities in here, like bounce off 350. Like I said in the morning, okay, I'll play off 350 and I'll play off $3. So we played off 350, played a consolidation higher a second time, played a consolidation higher a third time, essentially shooting 1 for 3 on it. But I look at when I was getting out, and this could have been a reverse into a short, which would have mostly worked. I would have lost on this reverse into the short. But if I'm playing that same level as hey, we're failing the top multiple times, let's short it where you'd be getting out of the longs and play in the other direction, I think I would have found my way into something really good. But the bias got the best of me here on long Chevron. I think I had all of my exits. I'm really not going to complain about them. I don't how could you? This was a good out unless I'm getting back in here. That was, I think, a solid out. It holds VWAP. I can always just jump right back in. This was easily a solid out. We don't want to be holding into oblivion. And when it broke the low, that was a go zone as well at 320. So it was short Chevron, and I was unwilling to go in the other direction. You never want to call it a mistake because, hey, it was a great long yesterday. We had a couple of good ones in there today. You got to pick your spot and just go with the trend if you like it. But there's got to be some reverses in there every now and then. And you look at this on a higher time frame, that $4 level on the daily, how many times does it have to fail before you're looking short on something like this? So day 2, technically I'd almost call it day 3 because it broke $1 2 days ago. But long Chevron, day 2 of us trading it because we didn't trade it on day 1. Yeah, day 3 here for Longeveron, and should have respected that 4 as a bit of a spot that we could have reversed.
Yeah, definitely. I think I like that look as well. We were talking about this one in the pre-market today. Almost said Sean. Neil, through that $4 mark, I was like, yeah, if it's coming right back up, that's definitely an interesting look as it is pushing up and maybe accumulating more shorts as well through the highs, but clips the highs, and then yeah, fails to follow through that 4. So definitely agree with Neil on that one. Where if it's gonna fail right off of the open or in the morning session, even the midday session there, that's definitely worthy of a back through the 4, as it's showing you that it's not really gonna go, and then it pushes right back into the lower end of this trend here. Again, the trend overall still seems like it's intact for the most part, but a little bit of selling coming in as of yesterday and today, just underneath that $4 mark. So Longeveron, Shortgeveron, who knows? But we'll find out, I guess.
Last on the list here, and as you can see, well off the highs after positivity since Monday. Today, the first red day since Monday. Trying to hold up above that 210. Nice double bottom there. Presented you with a range trade during the midday, trying to break up with higher lows and higher highs right now. What is your look on Apple?
Yeah. I want those players to get taken out as well.
So, like, you know what? We'll get to Shopify. I just took some of Shopify out. Now I'm holding the last, 15% of the position. And we'll get to it because we're both short this. OB hasn't taken a fill. But let's get through Apple first. I'm going to give you my thoughts on Apple and then explain why would you want to short Shopify when it was the strongest stock in the market. Or, well, okay, it wasn't the strongest stock in the market. It was one of the strongest stocks in the market. Correction. I was also just in Apple, but I kind of defend this cover. At the time, I looked back on it and I was going to give it more room on the Apple short, but it was this double bottom and then the higher low. So it's like a tight stop. I feel like it's a bit of a reversal spot when it puts in that higher low, so I don't mind getting out the first time it retests it. There might be some re-entries off that same level as Apple has been weak today. I never really had any thoughts of shorts that weren't $215. And if you're watching at the open, you know, Nvidia was a good stock today, but the opportunity cost of being in Nvidia at the open was 100% not getting Apple 215 short at the open. And then from there, I just never found my way into it. I think it is a trend down. At least that's what it looks like to me. So I think you're looking shorts. If it's VWAP, if it's 212.5, that's going to be the play on Apple. I know you got some thoughts on Apple as well. Then we get to talk about this fun Shopify trade.
Yeah, definitely. Apple, I guess it was pointed out that it's kind of, we were talking about it earlier as well. I think it was mentioned on the midday show as well. We went over to this chart and I was just like, yeah, look at that trend down, potential flat bottom break, absolutely looking beautiful there. So I guess I did take a trade on it during the midday here. I can just pull it up right here, but not really the best position management, I would say, from myself here. I guess short on the hold of the trend here, just at the lower high, just risking slightly above, and I'm like, all right, I cover most of it into the bottom here, and I step away, just leaving just a tiny bit, just a skosh on for the rest of it, and it pretty much goes about 2 points further down off of the entry, and I was like, oh boy, definitely should have held some of it for a little bit of the move. And look at that, it's just consolidating above or in and around prior day's low. So yeah, nice little flat bottom break. The trend was quite nice, and then we did break and go sideways, but Apple downtrending a little bit on the day after that crazy move that we had over the past few days. You can see that we did accelerate all the way up to 220s and then taking some lower highs back down to revert some of that move here on a bigger picture mark on Apple.
So with all of that, I promise we talk about Shopify here. Shopify, rocket ship, all of that good stuff that we've been talking about since it got through that $60 level. Super strong name. It was even on the watch list for an upgrade today. But all good things, it's not come to an end, but all good things reverse at some point. So there's one red day on Shopify going back to May 28th. Starting on May 28th. Yesterday was your only red day. And if then, all it did, it was essentially reverse off of the 50 period on the daily. Today, you had a whole confluence of reasons why we like this short. So first, you got previous support level here at $68. You've then got the 200 period moving average just above $68. Then on top of that, now I have 2 trend lines drawn. There's a very good reason why I have 2 trend lines drawn. Because as you can see, so there's this trend line off the bottom. That $68 level comes into play. There's your 50 period, all that kind of good stuff. But you have this trend line from the open, which I typically draw, and I did draw this one for my entry on the short trade. Then you have this other trend line, which is not my trend line, it's Obi's trend line. So Obi's looking at this test of the high of the day break, and then this pullback, and then drawing this tighter trend line. So if I'm not mistaken, this broke down about right here for an entry off of 68. But the other thing it gave us was a learning experience, because if you take this early break short at 68, you end up with essentially the same price I have. But as it's gliding above this top of the trend, it then holds, kind of fails the top of it right here. An opportunity to add at about 15s with a 5-cent stop was available if you were looking at both of these trend lines, which I kind of was trading off the other one. I wait till it breaks this one for good. We short it to the first support, second support. It then rolls over. We wait for this support level in here. Now I'm holding through VWAP for like somewhere in the opening range. So when looking for a turnaround trade, if something has, I like to call it like a linear move to the upside, it's not parabolic at any point. I look for a break of the trend. This is something we even talked about with Chris Brecher on the aftermarket show a couple of times. Linear move up, break of trend line. Until that happens, wherever your trend is, both of them would have worked. Then you play it back down in. The market pulling back is certainly going to help. I'm not letting this get back above 67.60. If it wants to retest the high, I can always get back into position. So I'm now trailing this position here on Shopify, and I know you're in the same thing.
Yeah, it hasn't updated the position board for me, but yeah, I definitely had the idea of taking the break of trend, because the morning trend was quite strong. Again, pointed out during the midday show, Shopify definitely giving us a bit of a discount here with this pullback, yeah, so this is the trend line that I have. I'm like, all right, well, we broke out of the morning range highs, and then it didn't really act as a resistance. Where does it not act as a resistance? When the bid is supported. So I draw my trend line off of that action, and I'm like, okay, this is quite aggressive. There's definitely players that are getting long on this breakout trade, and it's trending very cleanly to the upside. So I want to take the trade if and when those players get taken out. And yeah, Neil is 100% right. There is a higher, higher frame or a bigger picture trend line as well, and I'm looking for those guys to get taken out as well. So that happened quite aggressively, Neil, right? When that 68 comes right back in, that sell, it goes straight down to 67.70s, 67.80s, almost within seconds. So I'm like, all right, that's confirmation that, yeah, we are taking those players out. Those players are rushing for the bid and getting out of their longs. So I'm like, all right, where are we going to revert to? Next stop, prior consolidation. Next stop, prior high. VWAP confluence as well. And then now we're kind of getting down a little bit further, giving up a lot of the move there. So I was looking for places to add on this trade. I was talking to Neil. I'm like, all right, well, I did get in, but where can I get bigger on this trade since it has such a stacked confluence? And I'm looking at it screaming at me right in the face right here on the breakdown of 67.67 or whatever, this 67.60s level right here. It attempts for a bounce. It can't really get there. And then you have a doji that just closes right there with like a 3 or 4 penny range, and then you break that consolidation. So that definitely, I missed out on the ad in that consolidation breakdown as well. But now we're at VWAP and chopping and churning in and around VWAP. So let's see whether or not we can continue further, or VWAP. You can see that VWAP has had a bid pretty much all day. Let's see if that bid stays strong. Again, Shopify, when you look at the daily chart, it is quite strong. On the daily, we've been in a multi-day or multi-frame uptrend since earnings. You can see nice little rounded bottom here. We're talking about rounded bottoms on the midday. Nice little rounded bottom post earnings, and we break through that earnings day one high as well, pushing right back into prior support levels, right? This was a support level prior to the quadunk that we had off of earnings. So I'm like, all right, maybe in and around here, 68s. Let's see if the selling kind of comes in. Is it a place where support turns into resistance? And it did kind of work out there, and the market kind of pushing right back up there. So let's see what we do with this VWAP here in and around that 67. But yeah, I got a little lucky on that trade when that trend breaks. Did not expect it to come in that hot and fast, but I guess it did. And yeah, Shopify on a bit of a discount, it would seem, off of that price action.
Hot and fast. You know what hasn't been either one of those things, but in some ways has also been very impressive. Like for a stock to not move pretty much all day long, yet be incredibly impressive is a difficult thing. Adobe is more or less that. Look where it held in the aftermarket. Look where it held at the open. Look where it held pretty much all day long. I understand it's under VWAP, so clearly you have an obvious equilibrium. You probably got some profit takers that every time it gets to VWAP, like someone's taking profit and selling it, but there's enough buyers that like what happened on their report that it's just chilling out at the $525 level. On the higher time frame, I'm going to be a fan of something like this when it holds above 520. We talked about this last night with Daniel Shea. Like if something like this holds 520, it looks really good in the 200 period. So I think Adobe's looking really good. There is this that LRHC. Remember what we were talking about?
Yes.
About that LHRC. So anyways, so this stock is going into an uphold. And as I was trading this, so as I was trading this, I was like, oh, this is just a standard halt up above $1, goes into a halt down, and I'll just short it underneath the $1 level with a stop at the halt levels, right? So I'm just going to short it in here and then stop out if it violates the halt support from before. Kind of a simple trade where I'm not really risking a heck of a lot, but if it flushes, it goes back down to 70 to 80. And then as I was getting out of the trade, I turned to Obi and said, you know what's really stupid? Well, besides myself on that trade, is I didn't really zoom out. Now, if you zoom out on this stock, what you'll see is this is not something that was trending down underneath $1. Like if this had been under $1 for months, where it's holding underneath like 80s and 70s, and you've got all kinds of price action underneath the $1 level, that's one thing to take that fail. But what you actually have here is something that failed $1 2 days ago, after having it as support, and is now breaking it back. It just failed the level and is back out above. So the risk to reward is just better for the long, in my estimation, in that situation. I've traded penny stocks back in the day, so I should know better there. I didn't even zoom out. I was like, let's just play the reopen, risk 5 or 6 cents, and see if we can't make 20. That's entirely where my head was at. When what really happens is you just failed $1, now you're right back above. Look what happens. It essentially traps everybody that's thinking like me. I get out of it, but some people probably would wait till the high of the day. I don't. But some people that would be trapped in it are thinking, okay, they're still fine, they're still fine, they're still fine. Boom, they're not. And then you get the acceleration to the upside. If you're thinking the other side of the trade with the bigger picture in mind and the wider viewpoint, which would be that it just failed $1 2 days ago, it's day one on news, you should be looking for the long in that situation. Well, instead of making a trade here, you're sitting it out, waiting for it to fail, hold $1, hold $1, hold $1, and then right here, there's your higher low. You can see it pretty clean. When it takes out that top, whether you're long at 20 or you're just a 125 long, back into like a 110, and then Bob's your uncle. But you're waiting for your spot to go into the long trade, or maybe you're just buying all of these dips with a 90-cent stop. So it's a learning experience. No matter how long you've been trading, no matter how many things you've seen, you can always do things better. So I wanted you guys to see that one. The current tap is $1.80, and it's halted at $1.80. So we're not getting any indication what the open is going to be that matters. Shop is trying to bounce off VWAP, but I also wanted to get over to Apple, which is making an attempt to break out of this channel again. So Apple's still putting in higher lows and trying to break out this top at 212.50. Really trying to break is Apple here.
Yeah, so I did kind of, maybe it was a little premature there. I gotta wait till that VWAP consolidation finishes doing its thing. But I did cover like most of it right there on the VWAP little bounce there. Because again, a little bit of confluence as well with the morning session high just at that 67 mark. And again, that's where that trend kind of breaks out and starts. But again, if we keep taking players out incrementally, where this tight trend gets taken out, this wider trend gets taken out, this consolidation gets taken out, this breakout gets taken out, this consolidation gets taken out, and now potentially, if we're going to continue in that pattern of behavior, then I'm thinking, does VWAP get taken out? Do the players who took this breakout get taken out? Or what about this consolidation down here? Now, I know that some people also like to use 2-day VWAP. So I went back another day and I'm like, all right, what's the VWAP from yesterday and how does it carry over into today? And it comes in right at 66.20s. But something to note here that was pretty strong for taking the longs there. And again, if I had seen this earlier, I might have tried the long as well. Look at this triple bottom here at 65 halves. In the pre-market, you double bottom at that price. They have a catalyst this morning, bit of an upgrade. You can see down here, it is doing some RVol in the pre-market, kind of fizzles off going into the open, sure. But that dip down to that 65 halves holds once again, and then you start breaking out and reclaiming VWAP and pushing up higher. So definitely the reason for the long, I definitely agree with that. But when the price action is telling you that, okay, it's game over, time to cash out on your Shopify long, I do want to get involved with on the other side of those players there. So a little bit of an interesting action that I'm only noticing, I guess after I've gotten into this trade. But something more for that confluence maybe later on to take even more when the breakdown does happen because of how good and how beautiful the long kind of set up on the day here. We are kind of just chopping and churning in and around that VWAP right now. But what is the next trade is what I'm asking right now.
Hopefully
I have no
GameStop.
idea. GameStop apparently says,
Well,
what's going on there?
I said hopefully GameStop because it's doing that dip and dive off of VWAP. So remember we said $28 level. We probably should have found along somewhere else, like down in here off 28 again, or maybe in here off of 40. But this 40 level, like look, you have all this chop and resistance at 40. It turns into support and it regains VWAP. Ideally, it would just straight up break it out at 29.20 now. But if it can hold above, I think there's a chance to add. So I might tight stop it here at 75 and then look for an entry off 40 and make it 2 trades. But if it does just bounce from here, get through this 29.20, I'd be looking to add to this through 29.20, maybe stop it underneath 29, then just see how far it can go. Oh, here we go. Goldcrest, thank you for the super chat there. Goldcrest Financial, thanks for the shop detail, riding 1,500 shares since 68. FYI, white shirts are very bright online. Well, your shirt's white. Actually, okay, fine, yeah, fair enough. It's like linen. It's like kind of hot today. I'm probably not even going to walk to the station. I'm going to take the subway to the station. Sometimes I'll walk down to Union Station just because it's good weather. But this will not be one of those days because I got to do the aftermarket show, and then on top of that, it's going to be pretty hot. So you're right about that. I only wear like one or this is probably the only white shirt I actually wear on this show. But good point, Goldcrest. But the other thing, I know Obi sort of talked about where to add to it. I think the most important for me is like if I look at Obi's entry, I could have been in it twice myself. Like my trend line was the entry point, but to me, the optimal trade is my entry point is the add. And like your entry is either here or you could have easily been short here. Like it rides that trend line till the high of the day, fails the high of the day, and you're in here at like 15 when it fails that high of the day, and then you're adding at 68. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I'd also like to submit that I didn't need to take this out. I do this often. Like, you know, if you've watched me trade, like I tend to be more like scalp to the level if it gets to a support level and it's a bullish stock. Like I already took some out 1-2. I don't need to make that add or cover because then I'm holding a little bit more for an extra 40 cents. And now I think 66.5. If it fails VWAP, I think it just give me the $50, end of story. At this point. So at the end of the day, I think we both learned from each other on this position because we had different entry points. Like these are different times. Like I think it's a breakdown here off this trend line from the open and Obi's in it from there. I think it's what's perfect about that is there's something for everybody. I just want to quickly go over to AMD. AMD was good till it wasn't. AMD's back under VWAP. And as long as it's doing this dance, I want to respect this 50-period moving average here. It's at 159.5, so it's trying to close. Right now, it's trying to close beneath the 50-period SMA, which is in and around here. So underneath VWAP, I think, is a bit of a play. But for now, we're in GameStop. That's going to be the one. And don't forget, because it just popped up there, and it reminded me, we might be adding to GameStop any second now, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Yes.
I'll be at my daughter's gymnastics. Actually, it'll be picture day for baseball after gymnastics. But everybody else should be checking out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Episode 3 dropping at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can already see 1 and 2. Just get yourself caught up. Make sure you check out that. Scan the QR code. You want to subscribe so you're getting notifications. There's nice little snippets so you can watch all of the videos that get put out. Because sometimes it's just like the hits are good, just to whet your beak as to what is going to be going on. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun this week. It's more about broadening the perspective in the audience, because we'll talk about trading and very specific things to trading, whereas the podcast is a little bit more about just improving life in general, improving finance in general. They had a really great talk about just compound interest, something very simple that I think we should all be paying attention to. What are the traits? What are the successful traits for a trader? What are the successful traits for any side hustle? And I think that's really important, especially in today's age, where it's more difficult to get ahead, quite frankly. Like, this is one of the few generations in North America that maybe don't have it as good as the generation before them, so therefore requires a little bit more financial knowledge, I think, to get ahead. With that, let's get to Adair at the desk.
Just to be aware here, we do have Fed's Goolsbee making some comments here over the past, I really started speaking at 2 p.m. here, some new comments coming in, including Fed's Goolsbee saying that the pain is rising in various parts of the economy, and also that if they keep making progress on inflation, the rates can come down and a recession may be avoided. Noting, though, that apparently there are certain areas where he feels there have been a bit of a downturn, particularly manufacturing and agriculture. Again, though, a lot of these Fed speakers, including Loretta Mester this morning, mentioning specifically being concerned about the labor side of things still being strong. So just be aware, Fed's Goolsbee coming in a little bit hawkish here, guys.
So we've got some Fed speakers saying some things. Let's see if that brings in any sort of volatility into the market here. I'm kind of just waiting and watching. GameStop pushing 29.29 there, Neil. So
all we need to do is change that to like
to a cat.
To a cat? Well,
yes.
no. First step would simply be changing the thing to say GME and then changing it to a cat. We got to keep it simple first. But we're upside. We're going to ring the register on a GME. I said we'd play VWAP. I did make an ad at 29.20. So if you kind of like try to think of this, if you think of it as two separate trades, it's more simple. It's like long here, taking some out here, and then taking some out at 29.50, and add at 29.20, where I'd like to cover it above the 50 level, and then play into 30, if that all makes sense, right? So if I had to stop before at 75, I'm now looking to stop it underneath 29 even. So there you go. So that's the idea for GameStop. Like to see us make one of those late day rallies, but I respect the fact that above 30, that's been a short till it's not, and I haven't been shorting it up there. So whether or not you like a short in a stock, if I think that's a level that if I was flat, I'd consider short, that's an area that I'm taking profit. So if we do get up to that 30 level, I'd look for a fail break and get the last out somewhere around there. So hopefully it does its thing. I've liked all week long, and maybe the last couple of weeks, if you've been watching the show, any day that it wants to give us one of those late day rallies, it did a little one yesterday, 2 days ago, was fantastic. Last week, if you go back to when it made the parabolic moves, they were really good in the afternoon. Like you'd get any higher lows, any VWAP holds were just great trades. So I'm looking to see that continue. If it ever gets through 33, 34, then some fun things can really happen. But until then, I think you're going a little bit station to station here on our friend Jimmy, as I like to call it, or there's a lot of people like to call it GME, Jimmy. Yeah. Amy, on the other hand, which is AMC, that's what the kids call it. I think that's a bit of a nothing burger for myself. And apparently you should be short Apple again.
Yeah, well, I guess...
Did you take this? I talked myself out of making this short in Apple because I'm like, oh, it could break out to the upside with the market, and then it's just an easy short again. So...
Yeah. Lots of ranges going on that one there. But market's kind of chopping sideways here. I mean, the NQ. ES a little bit more of a trend to the upside, it would seem. But again, well, I guess NQ as well. Let's be real. Look at the bigger picture. It is kind of trending up off of that open. But before we continue talking about that, we're going to pass it over to Adara.
Keep an eye on the DXY here as comments from Fed's Goolsbee continue. Fed's Goolsbee actually mentioning the dollar here. I just have the 5-minute chart up. Fed's Goolsbee saying that as these European countries cut their rates, we could see a bit of an increase for the DXY. So just something to note here. Fed's Goolsbee saying that these cuts from rates in other countries could be bullish for the dollar, guys.
Yeah.
So Thank you, Adara. I gotta be real. Like we're actually talking through this Shopify because we happen to be in the same position. So what's interesting, it doesn't happen very often where you have two people that were in the same position and got into it in a different way and have a different perspective on it, which is exactly what is the case here between the two of us. Because I was basically saying I agree. Like this is an ad in here for sure, but I was like I don't know if I would be adding here off of VWAP. I'd probably be looking for something maybe like popping back in to like this 40 level or something. But yeah, like Obi was saying, good add to this one. I'm still holding out for 66.5, and we're in GameStop. Tam Panda just said, look at Broadcom.
Okay.
So look.
Day 2 earnings?
Yeah, I mean, Broadcom, I'm not going to, it's an absolute monster. You got the split. The split's going to happen. It'll be glorious when we get to trade this at $175 or maybe at this time. By the time it gets to the split, we could be trading at $200 for all I know, the way that this thing is going. But we don't, it's $17.50. So in terms of risk to reward, it's really difficult for a day trader to trade this the way they would normally trade. It's just it. Like I've told the story before. The one time that I traded Amazon when it was like $2,200 and had a trade that was right, but I still lost anyways because I just didn't manage the risk properly. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. There's plenty of other names I can trade with setups like that that'll be fine. But fresh highs, all-time highs for AVGO. It's an absolute home run. We thought this one was going to give us the split. It did, and now you're $250 higher from where this sucker broke out. So congratulations to everyone that's in it. I won't be trading it, that's for sure. What else we got?
AVGO yesterday. Yesterday was day one earnings, right?
Yeah.
So I was watching it, and I was like, it was actually one of my top ideas from yesterday, and I realized how difficult it can be. And I'm like, am I really going to take this? I'm going to take very small size and just try to take that rep. And I was like, all right, we broke through here. I'll pull up the chart while I'm talking about it. And I did have a plan to take it through 1700 there. And some interesting price action definitely occurred yesterday off of the open at that 1700. So we'll go down to the 1 minute chart here. Maybe actually even, you know what? To kind of illustrate this, I got to pull in one of my own charts. Here, I will pull in a 5-second chart on AVGO. So let me just do that real quick. 5 seconds, and we'll go over to yesterday. So, okay, cool. So I was looking for a hold above that 1700 and a push back through, right? So is it, it's maybe day 3. Okay, so yeah. So right here, off of the open, where is that 1700? Bing, 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 bing. So, okay, so right here, right? So you drop down off of the open. Now remember, this is a 5-second chart. Each bar is 5 seconds long. And I'm like, all right, we fail off of the open. I'm looking for a dip to get bought. You know, it's gapped. I'm looking for the gap give and go. Trade here, back through that 17. That initial consolidation as well. Nice little whole rounded number as well. So I'm like, all right, cool. Let's wait to see something distinctly different on the bid to get us involved into this trade. So comes back in, pops up, goes about 2 points. Again, the spread on this ticker at times is anywhere between 2 to 3 points. So I'm like, all right, well, you got to give it some wide risk. That's what it deserves. It's a $1,700 ticker. And then on this reclaim right here, Neil, the bid was sitting at 1725, 1710. It would not drop below 17. It would not drop. Not for 5 seconds, but for a good, if I can get this mouse to work. What is that? How many bars is this? I just want to measure this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So right there, for a good 45 seconds, it holds above 17 with a spread of 1 point. With a spread of 1 point. So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting. I'm hesitating because I've never necessarily taken a ticker that's this expensive.
It's
but the thing is, I'm trying to remind myself, the trade is the trade. It doesn't matter the price or the spread. If the bid is holding, if it's a held bid, I want to get long, risking below that bid.
I'll tell you where the tricky part
right?
is. So in this happened to me. We had someone in the chat just saying now, they traded Broadcom, lost on it, and then went on their no-fly zone. I had the experience in Amazon when it went on my no-fly zone, and I've traded SMCI a few times, but the first time I traded SMCI, even though I made a winning trade on it, I remember I saw the setup, everything lined up, I took the trade, it was essentially a trend trade off of VWAP, And when I got into position on the stock and the way that it moved, and I had my place to add, I looked at how it moved and I looked at where I was getting filled, and I was like, that is not remotely what I was expecting to get for an execution. I got a lucky fill inside the spread. It opened up way bigger of a spread. At the time, I needed to get the fill than I was anticipating, and what I judged was, if I lost on that trade, there's a good chance I was losing twice as much as I expected in terms of slippage.
Yeah.
And then so I needed to figure out a different execution plan because I'd never traded it before. And then I came up with one. And then the next time I traded SMCI, like 2 months later, it was a little bit better of an opportunity. Yeah. If you've never traded a $1,700 stock before, you don't know till you take a fill. And I remember sometimes that's just how it is.
Yeah, I think I was the initial idea, I don't know, I still have, again, I was talking to one of our managers about this, and I was like, well, I think the appropriate stop is anywhere between 5 to 10 points. And he's like, no, you are not taking that. And I was like, okay, well, but the trade, I think, honestly deserves 5 to 10 points because when that did break, there was 400 lots. So it held that 1,700. It pops up into 05s, 07s. All of a sudden, 400 lots show up at 14, 17, 14. And I'm like, oh, damn, it wants to take that. That's the only size on the book. And something of reference, someone went in on a lit gate at 1695 with 2,000 shares. Right before that move happened and it starts holding 17, I'm like, even more confluence for the long. And I hesitate for way too long, but the trader was there, takes out that size at 14, instantly rips up to 1730s, and I'm like, oh boy, even if I risk 10 points, that's a 3-to-1 trade if I hold for that.
Too, like
right? So I'm like, okay, well and like you can see the size on the book that's going through. You can take a 1 lot, you can take a 5 lot, you can even take a 10 lot and still get filled. So I was just like, all right, well, you know what? Maybe with a little bit more risk allotment, I will eventually be able to take trades on said vehicles.
Well, you won't have to worry about it. It's going to be 170. Well, I think
exactly.
By the time we get to the split, it'll be like 180, 190 or something like that. We got. Oh, I like this one. White Nubian King. Grinder up 10%. We'll get to that in a second, but I just wanted to quickly go over to GameStop because I hit that ape thing, but it's GameStop, so we'll hit something else. So we had VWAP bounce. So here's your bounce back of regaining VWAP. We take that long. We add to it when it breaks the consolidation. When I add to it, I say my new stop is 29. When we get targets out of this trade, it bounces off 29. So I'm buying a 29. If my stop is 29 and that's a place to add on a trend, then I'm going to add on the trend with a tight stop. We then scalp out again 15 and then 20 cents, still holding for the move into 29.60. So all of that's going on in GameStop. And now I don't mind looking at anything that is up. So what was that? What was the symbol I just said I was going to look at? Now I already forget. It was GRND. It's not really moving that much. Am I wrong about that? 7%. It's not up 10%. It's only up 7%, and it's trending back down. It's kind of not really going to be my cup of tea. Got to watch out for Shopify here. So let's imagine a world in which you added to a position here. If I'm adding to a position here, which I think is a reasonable decision, like before it gets into VWAP, I'm probably trailing it to here. If this gets back above like 25, we call it looking a gift horse in the mouth. Why do I have I have to ask myself why I have a PayPal stop. I must have wanted to trade PayPal during lunch, never put the trade on, and then just canceled that stop order. I'm going to go and look at PayPal in a second and figure out why I wanted to trade PayPal. But if this gets back above, say, the 26 level, I'm just going to get out of the trade and accept the fact that this is catching a bid where there was the start of OB's trend line, which was right in here at this 66.75.
I'm expecting a bit of a bounce there.
It's funny. Like I have my target out in front of when this was breaking out from like the trend line I was using. And you're expecting a bounce there. To me, if it holds that, I'm just going to jump out of the trade. I don't know if you're still going to hold it. Now I really want to look at PayPal in a second, but Zahara wants us to look at Palantir apparently really badly, and Julia is saying Novavax. Julia, you only put it in there once. No need to spam the chat, everybody. And NVAX, I already kind of know what I'm going to say. So I'll start there while I think about Palantir. I only know this because I was looking at NVAX pretty much every single day this week. And that $15 flat break, there's nothing wrong with the V-shaped recovery, right? So looking pretty bullish today, V-shaped recovery, higher low, but then you see this flat bottom break at $15, that support level. Maybe I can do this. Let's just pull up my trade ideas if that doesn't want to go. We'll go trade ideas, NVAX, and I'll drop this down so you can see this daily chart. So what you like at the $15 level was a very, very long consolidation before it broke out. So on the way back to lose the 15, I do not like any long until probably like $11.50, $10, unless it's regaining the $15 level. Like that would be my approach. You can I guess you can day trade if you find like one of these like little double bottoms in here, so it makes a bottom at 13.5. You're long 13.6 with a 10-cent stop or something like that's good. Or like a VWAP scalp trade, those can work. But really trend-wise, until it's back above that $15 level, I'm considering it a flat bottom break and it's resistance short underneath 15 on a bigger time frame level for me on Novavax. And for Palantir, I don't have the hat because it's Sean's hat, but this is the moment. So Sean's at a tournament in Ancaster coaching his daughter's softball this weekend. But I know, like, if he was here, he'd probably slap the hat on right now for what happened on Palantir. My lesson of the day was Google and Microsoft very simplistic liquidity grab breakout trades. I don't know that Palantir was a clean breakout trade, but it was a pretty clean liquidity grab underneath the pre-market low. And then from there, what did it do? So there's your, I like the uptrend because it failed the pre-market and then immediately started making higher lows. That's trapping shorts. What does Palantir do after that? Oh, hold around VWAP, bounce off VWAP, bounce off VWAP, and now you can't get VWAP anymore, it's gone.
Yeah.
When you see a long setup or like something that makes you bullish on a stock, in this case it's the look grab underneath, you pull out the higher time frame of the chart and what do you see? Triple bottom, hold a 50 period, higher low. So the trend is still very much up since the hold of the 50 period. So you got a trend up stock that liquidity grabs underneath the pre-market low and then starts trending up. Find the long. If you're watching this stock, find the long. Long off VWAP if you like it. Bounce off of the previous high opening range top here, 23 quarters. Hold a 23 quarter, higher low, grab that long. Retest that same level, grab that long. This is exactly the kind of thing as a day trader. I wasn't watching Palantir, so I can't pretend I made these trades. But if you're watching this, that's what you like. Everything after that, I probably can't find a long in there, but that's reasonable, that's harder, that's really, really low-hanging fruit. Like right in here, see how strong this is? Like every day trader and their mother trading Palantir is probably long 23, between 23.10 and 23.15. Like I bet you if Luis in Barcelona, who owns Real Trading Office, I bet you if he's long, his group is long, they're probably longs in here and longs in there. That's how they roll. So back to some other trades. I wanted to make sure we're talking about the names you guys are mentioning. Palantir. GameStop still holding above VWAP, not breaking this 29.40, however. So I'm still going to stop it out underneath 29 at this point. My last entry was in here, and it just cannot seem to break that 40. If it breaks it, I'm waiting until 60 to get some out, but I do not want to fight it too much. If I'm long GME, what do I think about Faraday? I'll throw it to Obi. I have not looked at Faraday in a couple of days, so I'll let Obi wax poetic about why we should have more shop short.
Yeah.
As I will go over Faraday future.
That again, I'm kind of I guess reminiscing about these entries here. I had that again. Neil talked about this initial entry on the initial break of the trend, and again, another place to add. I'm realizing, as Neil said, on this retest of 20, the high of day is 21, and then this lower high is 20. So it's like in that moment, you're getting at least, sure, you might not snipe the 20, but if you're taking that retest into that prior trend right here, let me pull up the chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So entry here and then retest, and then right here, you're getting an amount maybe like in the teens, in the like 17 is the opening price, 18 is the opening price. So 17 is the opening price, 18 is the high of this candle right here that rejects it from the downside. And I'm like, all right, well, that gives you a chance to risk 3 to 4 pennies. So what is the kind of sizing you want to be using for that entry, right? So it's like, it's not very often that you can get a nice confluence and confirmation with that tight of a potential risk that's right above high of day, and then you get another add back through that 68 and then another one through here. It's like, yeah, 68 gave you ample chances to get a pretty big on this trade. So I'm like, all right, well, got to think about that one. Definitely going to be reviewing this one this weekend for sure. But before that, we're going to pass it over to Dara.
Just a quick review here of some comments from Feds Goolsby, because he said quite a few things that are worth mentioning and going over here. We did have Fed schools be generally pretty hawkish, saying that it's good that there was 1 month where inflation came down, but he wants to see more months, plural, than that. So he wants to basically see continued inflation, not going to rest on the laurels of this 1 month with lower inflation. Also saying, though, that if ongoing inflation behaves the way that it did in Q1, where we were seeing some things higher than expected, that it's going to be a little bit harder to justify cutting rates. Also clarifying that 2% is still the Fed's inflation goal, and that, quote, the Fed must keep that promise. And he's only interested in moving that goal once the 2% inflation is hit. So again, generally hawkish comments here from Fed Goolsby, just to recap some things that were said, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much there, Adara. But GameStop's trying to take that 40 level again. But my thoughts on Faraday, not a lot. Canadians love to apologize, and I'm going to be sorry to say that unless you are long at 50 cents, it pretty much, or at 49 maybe, like 49.50. I don't see what you're doing here. If it breaks 58 or 60, there might be something. I do love the fact, what I like about this setup at least is it's clearly rejecting 75 cents. I think we can all see that. But it's been bouncing off the 50 cent level pretty well without completely falling apart. So there's at least something there still as it's consolidating loosely. But until it breaks 60, 58, 60, you're either scalping off the absolute bottom or you're waiting for a break past 58, which means holding a bit above 60 cents here on Faraday. So people that might be in it, holding for a bigger move, I think you've got some support down there. I wouldn't personally ever let it break 40 cents because I don't like giving penny stocks to forever, because if you do, then you end up holding them to the OTC, which is not necessarily the best way to play it. I've made all those mistakes in my past before, like bag holding penny stocks that you were in the money deep for you, and it doesn't make any sense. So you might have something holding this 50, but there's no action on it. GameStop's moving today. AMC kind of moved a little bit earlier. So GameStop, I want this fill at the 60s. I'm actually sitting at like 60, actually at 63. But if it curls here, I'll probably just try to grab it out literally at 50. As I just should probably cancel. There's a refresher at 50. I should have just taken that 49 instead of thinking about it for a split second. So I'm just going to grab that 49 instead of like 60s, and then we'll let it run here. It's not nearly as strong as I expected. And I appreciate the super chat there, Zara. We appreciate you there. We'll always try to answer your questions best of our abilities. Some days are more active than others. I feel like on a Friday in the afternoon, the market's gliding off highs, but there aren't obvious entries. We like that Shopify. GameStop above VWAP. I'm not seeing a bunch else that I'm in love with, but we'll love answering your questions. And on the aftermarket show, stick around. Market recap. Darren and I are going to get to do some Q&A. So if you have questions you want to ask about swing trades or just general charts or just the stock, like what do you think of it? Great time to do it. Ask Adara how her trading has gone the week, or you can ask me whatever you want. We'll have some fun with it. So think of those. Stick around for the aftermarket recap show with myself and Adara at the desk. It should be a fun one. And then, of course, I see a lot of people talking about Microsoft as well.
Yep. Market's kind of strong here. Where some of the comments coming in. Ian Respeto with the super chat here. What do you think of CAT at these levels for a long hold, more downside, or looks like a bottom? So Caterpillar is what he's asking for.
Sharif actually has about this. Whoops.
Yeah, Sharif is a Caterpillar.
No, we both hold it, but he's like, I know I don't want to speak for Sharif, but he actually just left, and we have talked about the stock, so it's not like I don't know what he's thinking, but for him it's more of a trade, whereas like I own this one. Like not in like my TFSA, like I own this one in my RRSP. Like this is, I own it, I buy and hold it for longer periods of time. So I'm not really thinking about where's the optimal entry to get in and then swing it for a couple of weeks. Well, I know that's what Sharif is looking at. But if you look at a weekly chart, which is what I have my eyeballs on, this is actually something that I do want to add to, and it is the 50 period on the weekly around the $300 level. I'm just looking for any kind of a bounce off here. If it bounce off it's actually 305, and then close the week above it after testing that level, and then I'd probably buy the next week. But it's just a place to add. At this particular point, anybody with a portfolio has probably gotten ridiculously overweight in tech stocks because of the way that they've appreciated. So you can either sell those things or put new money to work in something that you think is a little bit different. So for myself, I am looking to add to my Caterpillar position. I know Sharif is looking at something similar for a swing basis, which I think is good as well. Good looking chart today. I always love when you see this, and we talked about this with Raider Trader yesterday. Like, you have a stock which is lit grabbing and then recovering, right? Like, if you want to buy a stock and you think, oh, I like this as it's coming down, then a pattern like this isn't the end of the world, because you're breaking the bottom, always finding a low and then recovering all the way. Finding a low and then recovering all the way. That is exactly what Caterpillar is doing. So it's lost a flat bottom break, but it's the second it catches a bid, it comes all the way back. Catches a bid, comes all the way back. That means there's interested buyers in the stock while it's in the downtrend. I still think you got to be patient going into the long, but I mean, come on, like, what more can you ask for? There are buyers in this stock. GME, not much change. It's still at 29.5. So we got the $0.50 here. I'm still looking for that full buck on GME, where I'm getting out. I don't need this thing failing 30 for like the third day in a row and not covering.
Yeah, I'm just watching the market here. So we did take a nice little flush down. I was watching the tape here on Nvidia. Some strong reds coming in, and then we instantly kind of rebid back up. So is that some significant buying? I have no idea, but something I do want to note here, Neil, is that Apple. We were talking about Apple with the range trade, and oh boy, look at this range that's been going on between this 12 halves and this 11 halves right here, 1180s it would seem. So it just keeps on getting knocked around. 1240s, 1230s, back down to 1170s. So scalper's paradise indeed here on Apple, not only right now and during the midday session, in the morning session as well. So yeah, there's an overall downtrend, but take a look at this action right here. So it keeps on churning. So if you're willing to kind of, get in at the or range trade, I'm not going to talk about it all, but if you're willing to range trade, this has been giving you some solid opportunities with sellers and temporary buyers kind of showing themselves as it steps down on a higher time frame. Again, let's go to like a 30-minute.
You know what?
What's going on?
Like, I look at that setup and I look at that range and I just keep thinking to myself, like, why are we so blind to see that the stops that they run are you and me? Because to be honest, man, like, we keep spending most of our lives living in a scalper's paradise, and so I think that's very fitting there.
I definitely like the scalp. I find that I like that. That was good.
I had to deal with it. I watched that movie in the theater. Coolio was like a thing. I'm so old that Coolio was a thing back when I was like a youngin'. Like, Coolio was legit. Coolio also, I'm just gonna drop a random Coolio fact. For anyone that's aware of what the, what am I, oh, hey, Ram's just kind of saying some stuff over there. No, but if anyone's ever done like the Smirnoff Ice Challenge, I'm pretty sure like Coolio's the one that made that a big deal too, because someone iced him on a stage and then it became big after that. So shout out to Coolio. But anyways, that was me interrupting you so that I could say something silly.
No worries. No, I liked it. That was good. Which movie was that again? If you mentioned it?
Dangerous Minds.
Okay, another one for my list, I guess.
Oh, you never seen Dangerous Minds?
No, I have not.
So and this is where I'm gonna get. Now I'm really gonna date myself. Oh, I just trailed at a Shopify, which is okay because it was a winning trade. But if you like Dangerous Minds, then you really should watch Stand and Deliver, which is the movie. I think it was in the 80s or maybe the late 70s. I don't want to say it's based off of, but it was 100% inspired by. And then go even further back and then watch To Sir with Love. Starring Sidney Poitier, and that is so. If you look at like basically
I gotta write all of these
so
down.
The story is you essentially have like a movie based on an absolute classic. So Sidney Poitier is just a teacher who finds a group of kids who everyone is kind of given up on, and he inspires all of them way back in the day. And then you had Stand and Deliver, which is somewhat of a similar storyline, and then they did Dangerous Minds, which is Michelle Pfeiffer starred in it. I forget the guy that started in Stand and Deliver, but fantastic movies. They're inspirational. Kind of movie that makes you want to go become a teacher or whatnot. But I don't know if I couldn't do that. I was at the Strawberry Social where I ran into.
Yes, how was that?
It was amazing. Vanilla ice cream with strawberry topping, real strawberries on top. A bunch of kids having fun playing with each other. And in my daughter's class, one of her classmates, her mother, I went to school with, and her grandmother taught me at the same school my daughter goes to when I was in grade 3. which is crazy. So I ran into her and I was talking to like my ex-teacher, who's the grandmother of one of my daughter's friends, and her husband for like 20 minutes or so. It was a lot of fun. We're eating ice cream.
Yeah.
And GameStop's at $29.80. If it fails 30, I'm getting out. Let's go.
Nice. That sounds pretty awesome there. So yeah, I guess I got some movies to watch.
Yes.
But yeah, okay. So this list keeps on growing, man. I'm like, I got all of these movies to watch, and I don't know when I'm gonna be watching them, but maybe after I retire, it would seem with this.
After you retire?
This list is getting longer and longer, Neil.
Obi.
Remember, Mateo, shout out to Mateo,
kids?
he gave me, no, I don't.
Okay, so you have time to watch.
But I gotta watch some tape though.
That's my man. My man.
All right, so.
No, I'm being dead honest, man. The guy would rather watch tape than classic movies. When I was Obi's age, I've obviously, you can tell that I've seen a lot of movies in my youth. So I probably could have spent a couple of extra hours a week not watching old movies and watching a little bit more tape. And maybe, obviously I'm still around, so I'm happy with my career, but maybe I'd be a little bit better. Let's be real. Obi's young and still got that dog in him. So there you go. Yeah, we're starting to stall out at that 30. This is where all the apes always hate me. And most of the trades are like, you should just hold it. No, I have a plan of action. I've seen this story before. The 30 level is starting to get stacked up on GameStop. So please let me show these guys here. So come to my screen. I just got out because everything from 85 to like right into the evens was just stacked offer right in front of my level. So I'm just getting out when I see that. Because I was going to get out in front of 30 anyways, or a fail of the 30 level. So if they're already stacking it up, if we do dip by 29.40, 29.20, that would be the target zone. Let's see what happens. For everyone else, it's like all diamond hands. I'm a day trader, trade that style. I'm always looking to make a trade, find a place to add, get it to target, look to see where we can re-enter the trade. Because if it dips back in, it's 305. I can just get in again. We don't have to worry about PDT here on a prop floor. So I'm not limited to the amount of trades that we can make, or nor is anybody here. Like Obi can get in and out of Shopify as many times as he wants today. You can always find a way back into the trend. So it's just my style of the trade. You want me to keep it on the level 2 of... I find not everybody can understand the level 2, and I have mine full screen so you guys can always see it there. But it'll chew through orders like that. It's just the way that it was stacking up. And when I saw that start to happen, right around my target, I just get out in front of the first one that I saw, which was at like 85. So that's why you see me getting out right here at 84. I just got out right in front of that 85 one. It ended up going to like 90, 93 here, but I'm out anyways. That was my target. We got our target. We got our dip buy. We got our first dip buy. We got our breakout trade. We got our dip buy off the 29. We got our target on the break, and then we got our target all the way up at the 30 trade. So you trade your own style, but to me, that's the entire move that I was looking for, and I got it exactly how we wanted. So that's enough for me, and we just look for another re-entry if we can. And Netflix, apparently. Your Huckleberry says not watching old movies 3 times at least. You mean you should watch old movies 3 times at least. I think that's what you mean, hopefully. Except for Tombstone. Watch that 20 times.
Tombstone, okay. I'm telling you, this list keeps on growing, man. No, we were talking about some movies I did watch, I guess, this morning, right? Chappie was great. I love Chappie. We were talking about the Tesla robots. Chappie was awesome. iRobot, obviously classic.
Yes.
We also, not really necessarily a robot movie, but more of a futuristic kind of, I guess, dystopia kind of movie. Elysium.
That's pretty good.
Solid.
Can I make
really
one
like
comment?
that. What's up?
iRobot's a fun movie, but for anybody that actually really appreciates Isaac Asimov, do yourself a favor and read the book. I will literally lend you the book if you have not read it. I have a
few of his short story books that I'm going through. Yeah.
iRobot is unbelievably good, and it's nothing like the movie, nothing like the Will Smith movie. It is absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Isaac Asimov is a ridiculously good writer, and my favorite. I've read the Foundation series, which is like a bunch. I've read it like 3 times, and every few years I watch The Wire. Every few years I read that series again. Yeah. It's what I do on the train. It's what I like. And I was asked about Netflix. And by the way, Mr. Robot is pretty good. I never finished it.
Oh yeah, I started watching it.
I never finished
it. Was good.
Mr. Robot.
It was good. I liked it. And then I kind of just fell off a little bit. I think end of season 1, maybe. I don't know. That was a few years ago, but definitely good. I heard there's more seasons now.
Yeah, it was bad timing with that for me. It was just when my daughter started actually moving around.
Okay.
So I was watching it, and then like it's like when your kid becomes a toddler, like life really, it's just your every day-to-day life really changes.
Yeah.
And I just had X amount of less time to be sitting like, there's no naps anymore, so I can't like watch a show during like when she's napping, and then that happened to be the show I was watching. That happened to be the show I stopped, and then by the time I got back into actually watching TV and movies, I was on to some other things. So the show for Foundation is pretty cool. It's not bad at all. But anyways, Netflix, I was supposed to talk about Netflix.
Yes.
Netflix, breakout, great stock. I'm in it long term, but as far as a day trade, I'm never really trading this name unless it's usually on earnings. You might have a look at it. What makes it tricky is just how much room you have to give it on every single move. This is not like Shopify, where when we're getting in, you're risking a few cents on these little bit of a dips, or something like a Palantir. Like it's loosely holding VWAP here, but on this trade, like you probably don't get in till 68, and then you're giving it $2. You got to be pretty convinced of the move when you're trying to scalp trade this. You juxtapose that, like the reason why people will trade a Palantir instead of a Netflix 10 times out of 10 is just because you can make that same trade, get the same percentage. It'll be so much more clean to read the tape and read the size is where you need to get out. You're not going to get slipped. I know that I'm risking 10 cents here to the high of the day, whereas I might be risking $2. I might be risking $3. I know my out is underneath $2, but I might not get till 270 is an out, 330 is an out. You never really know. Fanil Shah is asking me if I'm still holding on to Alibaba. I had a very specific risk plan for not Blue Ocean, Neil. Oh, goodness. On the drop down, Blue Ocean is a market that we have at Real Trading for overnight trading.
Hey-yo.
So it's actually not that bad in terms of liquidity. I know some people that have traded on it. So you see the line that I have here on my daily chart. So anyone that was following Alibaba, I had 2 entries into Alibaba, one which I think was about the same as Sean off the $70 level, and then I was an adder here above $80. The ad portion gone the second that we couldn't hold on to that line. So I'm still holding my initial position in Alibaba, but then the 80 ad that we had is out there. It's basically like 5 points worth of a hit on 76. Now, clearly I could have just taken 10% on it, but I didn't. I was holding for closer to $100. But I am still in position on it. And what's interesting about that is when it first tested the gap down at 80, where is it? I think it's like this day here. It started the week. Like right here, I'm like, okay, the $80 level is your key level to hold. It was my trade of the week, long off the 80 level. On Monday, it bounced off 80 and gave you the dollar. I day traded it for that. And then for the rest of time, $80 was a short. And when this happens, you just got to be able to flip the script. Like on that Monday, I liked 80 long. It gave you one trade for $1. And then after that, it gapped down, test of 80, fail. Test of 80, fail. Test of 80, fail. Underneath 80, there you go. And it was a gap underneath. That's the key thing. It was a gap down. You could have just waited for it to come back up. Can it hold 80? Can it hold 80? No. You're looking short. So when you got to keep price level traded in both directions, I think that's an important one.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Shopify cover here, Neil, and I'm kind of disappointed at my exit on this trade here. We were talking about how the exit can be in and around these 20s in the quarters, but I hold it another 10 pennies there. I'm just like, okay, wait, I want to wait and see, and I'm like, I only get out when I'm like, okay, the probability is really stacking up for the move to go up to the upside. I'm like, all right, well, I don't necessarily want to lose on this one, but okay, before that, we're gonna go to Dara.
Keep an eye on Zillow here. Zed, we got a bit of a topping tail candle with volume in this name. Settlement being released here between Zillow and these multiple listing services. They filed a suit with ShowingTime with regards to anti-competitive behavior in these MLS multiple listing services, as reported by REN Real Estate Network. But nice move here. Just keep an eye on Zillow with regards to that volume spike on the lawsuit settlement being reached, guys.
Okay, some breaking news on
breaking
Zillow.
news on Zillow. Not good for them. I actually didn't remember why I was going to trade PayPal. But we'll go to Zillow first. It's not moving a heck of a lot here, but the trend down is pretty clean. You can see like bounce up and then failing it immediately. If you don't break trend on good news, or on news, sorry, and then fail back underneath, that's usually a sign of short. But I'm looking and the spread is not very enticing. So remember all week we've been talking about PayPal ever since the Apple event. So Apple essentially announces that yeah, Apple Pay, you're going to be able to like just tap 2 iPhones, tap, blah, 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 and exchange money. And PayPal went in the tank that day and has been tanking every day since.
Oh, no way.
So I did remember why I had a stop order and an order route in PayPal, and that was simply I was trying to get this short off of VWAP earlier and never got into position. I didn't notice it until it failed underneath, and it was right about here. I think it was right at like 12:30 or so when it was pouncing to the upside. That was like, oh, I'm going to get in the offer up at 61. I had to stop at like 61.25 just in case it filled and I was looking at something else. At that moment, it tanked and just continues to trend down. This has been so clean to the downside. Like, what more could you ask for? You know what? As a matter of fact, if you can't guess what I'm about to write in my iPad, then you have not been watching this show. And I'm going to spoil it for you because it is this.
Is that a daily chart? Okay.
I'm literally writing $60 flat bottom break on PayPal. Well, I'm putting PYPL, and hopefully this iPad doesn't autocorrect. Like PayPal, it doesn't autocorrect when I put a symbol in. Like the nonsense that it'll autocorrect symbols to, some of them don't even make any sense when I type them in. But yeah, 60. I'm just gonna put the number there. No, don't. Well, see, Ramin just said she'll gladly turn off autocorrect for me on this. It's actually not that big of a deal, but I appreciate it, Ramin. She's so sweet. Thank you so much for that. Because of course, I didn't even think to do that myself, which is true. But yeah, you have support breaking underneath the 200 period moving average. Bad news. There hasn't even been a green day. I don't know if you get a 60 break with 45 minutes to go in the day, but I think on Friday, you're looking for trades to set up for next week anyways. I've already put into Brendan my trade of the week, which will come out in our video over the weekend and our week ahead, but or the email for the week ahead. I'd be considering this one if I hadn't already had something else, which you're going to have to check it out on the email list. So make sure you check that over the weekend. It will not be PayPal, but it is something not too dissimilar. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I guess we were talking about Shopify earlier, and I was just like, yeah, kind of thinking about this exit here. A little too late. 10 pennies too far. But again, good reason to buy, regardless of whether you're long or short. As it breaks that trend, right? We broke trend, and then now this is kind of a similar trade where it kind of reclaims VWAP, and it breaks that trend, reverting the reversion, and definitely strong reason to buy showing up above the 20s and 30s, holding right now. But again, we're testing these 60s where we kind of broke down from that range being 80s to 60s, so about a 20 penny range here on Shopify. I don't know if it's me kind of staying a little biased in the direction that I wanted it originally in, but I'm going to be patiently waiting to see if it sets up for a move back down. Now again, as Neil said, only about 45 minutes left in the day here. Market's strong, closing near its highs, but sideways consolidation nonetheless. Something I do want to note here is that Apple is also fading back down to its lows of its sideways chop. Some of the other tickers we were looking at today.
Not to interrupt you.
What's going on?
But that was pretty quick. I was about to talk about a super chat, and then I was gonna go over Shopify, and this happened on GameStop.
Oh boy.
So I did. Thank goodness.
Oh,
always
nice.
have a stop, people. Okay. Always have a stop. I always talk about having a stop sometimes. If I'm sitting on a bid somewhere with a resting order that I happen to like, usually you'll put a resting order for less size anyways, and then you look for places to add. But if I'm sitting on a bid or an offer with a resting stop, I have a stop order protecting me in case something crazy happens, which is exactly what just happened on GameStop. So good out. Obviously, that's going to end up looking like a fantastic out. You know, I showed you guys that level too. If it wasn't my target out there, and I was, I might have taken a piece out regardless, but because it was a target out in front of 30, and you're going to get it all out when I see that size like that, playing those games. But if it holds VWAP, I have to look for a little something else. Now I want to get to, there was a super chat there. There we go. Thank you, Zenod1066. Appreciate the super chat. It was Edward James almost. He was also in, Battlestar Galactica. He was in something else that I watched recently. The spin-off for Sons of Anarchy, I think he's in that as well, which is a pretty cool show that I stopped watching. What's it called? The Mayans, I believe it is. What else we got here talking? Yeah, we appreciate that super chat. We love you guys. All we ever ask you is A, enjoy the show, B, hopefully learn something, and then C, only because I haven't hit this one in a while.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market.
feel like Sharif's is like the most glitchy out of all of them. For some reason, I should just stop hitting the Sharif one because the Sharif one's no good. So hindsight being like a batting 1,000 or being 20/20, that out on Shopify was probably the most automatic long. And sometimes things look like this. What you can always glean or understand from like just covering a short, and that's probably the perfect place to have bought if you look at that upward trend. Your stop placement was good in that situation. Why didn't I want to reverse? Maybe it's a time of day, I would think. The overall general trend did hold. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of reasons to have still liked that for a long back in through VWAP, but there was no place to join it. If you didn't have it here or have it on the break, I don't see any really good clean place to hold it. So I got to stay away from this. I'm going to leave my trend lines in there for myself just so I can go over it on Monday, but big reversal in Shopify. Sometimes you just have to have an out there at all. Appreciate you, easy peasy. Nice call on GME. I kind of just wish I hadn't left a bit in there looking for that dip buy a second time, but it's just about pattern recognition. The reason we do all of this, the reason we go over it, is so you can see everybody's style of trade. My style of trade is going to be different from Obi's style of trade, going to be different from Sean's style of trade, different from Sharif's, different from Adara's, different from, say, Max or anybody else on the floor. And not everybody, like some people are long this way earlier. I'm just not. Every single day I'm not long it till it does the recovery all the way through VWAP, and then I'm scalping it, and usually for like $1. So we'll see what happens here. If it gets back above, I'm not sure I like it anymore. It's Friday. If it's going to reject that even dollar, that $30 level, I'm not a fan of us failing $30 twice on a Friday. So I'm not shorting it, but I'm not going to go. I don't know if I'm going long again. If it holds VWAP, I see some people saying they might go like small size. It's still a bit of an upward trend. I can't argue with that, but I won't be taking it. Not at 320. I'd like to look at something maybe in like an Nvidia if we could. And I have feelings about Shopify maybe. But that is a heck of a reversal here on Shop. I just don't know I don't know where to even get into this thing. Like now it's at a resistance spot. It's like, well, can't really get into the long when it's here. That, if anything, that's a short. So, yeah, what are we gonna do?
Tell me more, Neil. I'm thinking along the lines of.
I imagine you are.
Yes. I'm like, it's a bit of prior consolidation. I mean, now again, 40 minutes going into the close. Can I expect a lot? No, I know that. Maybe I don't, who knows, but with the limited experience I do have right now, that's kind of the way I'm thinking, and I'm like, all right, do I really want to kind of put some risk on for this? It does look nice, it does look enticing, but does it really deserve the risk as of right now? So I'm gonna be patiently waiting for something, again, distinctly different to show up that can potentially guide me in the direction of putting on some risk or not, right? There's a lot of other things that may be happening as of right now as well. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching, what you guys are trading. I know that we looked at Shopify. I'm looking at Shopify right now. Looked at Palantir as well. Palantir in a nice steady trend. We've been trading some GME and I guess eyes on AMC as well. Something I have been watching all day is also Reddit. So Reddit has been downtrending pretty much all day. RDDT is the ticker. And again, kind of, I guess I definitely would put this with, well, on my list of tickers, it's definitely along the lines of GME and Friends. We did kind of push up into the 70s and then pulling back down over the past couple of days with that 69 failure to follow through back down into 60. So it's like about a 9-point flush within the span of 2 days as of right now, holding this 60 mark. Holding this 60 mark with a low of 60.10s as of right now. So Reddit, interesting look as well. I guess DJT I got on this list as well. So bit of a downtrend, but a nice little consolidation hold for most of the day. The Quadunk only comes in the opening session here and recovers by stops, not necessarily recovers, but stops going further to the downside after 10 o'clock, and is just I guess some would call this a dead cat bounce on DJT. as well. So I don't have too much else on watch. I got some of the tech sector. ARM, of course. ARM, we were talking about that earlier, and I know we've been trading
I hate ARM.
over the past couple of days. But ARM, quite a nice. Neil saying he hates ARM. ARM wasn't too bad when it kind of IPO'd and the breakouts we were having a couple of months ago.
No, that's not why I hate it.
It was good.
I own shares of ARM on my personal account. They're doing fantastic. I shouldn't have sold half of them. That was obviously a mistake. No, I'm saying I hate ARM because I didn't trade it today. I paid for the locates, and ARM did a blown up version of what was good yesterday, just on a different level, and I just wasn't there for it, so you don't see any executions. Like yesterday, we had the fail break at the high, held VO up there, we were short there, was my best stock. And then today, when it does the same move, fails an all-time high of 164, which was the previous all-time high. It breaks down. This is a push through VWAP where it goes right to the previous all-time high and then dumps. Now, whether or not you take that trade, my style, I probably don't get that. I probably get this short because that's what I'd be looking for, to fail the high, then the lower consolidation underneath, which is also yesterday's high. And that drop is like $7 pretty clean, where you're probably getting some out there for the first $1.50. But once that breaks down, there's no reason to get anything out till it goes another 2.5. That's $4. And then your last piece, you're probably, you're for sure getting out 154. Holds it 3 times. So I should have traded ARM. It is what it is. Very frustrating. Why Brothers United? You took the long when we got out of Shopify. Somebody got it. Here, we have a key for this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, great reasons to buy, right? Great reasons to buy on the break of trend back through VWAP, back through these consolidation highs, and it's still continuing to go. So, yeah, good reasons to buy. Again, like I said, regardless of if I was long or, long or short bias, great reasons to buy, kind of showing up on the break of that trend. And now we're holding above or in and around that initial consolidation, that little bounce that didn't really follow through a 67.80. So we may as well kind of recover all the way back. I have no idea. Again, I'm watching it, not really seeing, like I said, I'm going to look for something distinctly different, not really seeing that as of right now. Let's see, Nvidia is worth $40 next to 50 max. Okay, cool. We're going to go to Dara first.
Bogan watch here in case anyone missed. We had this move down here in pretty strong volume. Reuters reporting that Boeing is telling suppliers that it's delaying its 737 production targets here now by 3 months. They're planning on reaching 42 planes a month. That's going to be as of September, according, again, to Reuters, citing sources. Boeing telling its suppliers that these production targets have been delayed here, guys.
Okay, so...
Well, of course, when you have counterfeit titanium, you're going to have issues like that. Boeing. I'm not going to do what I did this morning.
News.
If you're watching the morning show, then you have it. I already did this rant. Like I'm not every single time I do the exact same thing when we have Boeing bad news. I'm probably not going to chase that one. It's not at a very good level, I don't think. And it doesn't seem like. Cavil's halted. I was going to talk about that. Like it doesn't really seem like it cares that much. So you flush the bottom. And you were already underneath VWAP. It doesn't have the same news setup for continuation that I would have liked. And, if it does get back up to like 177, maybe I'd take a shot at it. But ultimately, Boeing down 2% already. It's a bit of a flat bottom break. I'm kind of talking myself into maybe shorting this thing, but I'm going to stay away. Cavil is halted, which I'm sure is of interest to a few people in here. Breaking out 6. This really lulled everybody to sleep, including myself, as I was trading long Chevron instead today, as you guys know. Breaking out to 650. Halt is at 678. The tap is saying 670, the theoretical auction price, but that doesn't really mean anything until it opens. NASDAQ stock here. Obviously, you guys can see $8 resistance up top on Cavil, and then you go to the daily. Not exactly my cup of tea to want longs up here. Huge failed last time it was in this price range with a nasty wick that closed the next day at like $6. Has a bad history of this. It was $1 yesterday. And the fact that you're even testing this $8, it has to reopen, possibly go into another halt, and then break out 8. So at least there might be something off of 7 if you want to risk it up here. If I had been looking at this, you can probably imagine the only trade I'd have been interested in, which is this trade to that stop. That's my style. This trade, that stop. That way, if it runs, you're already in it. and you don't have to worry about it failing back into VWAP. You take a 7 and you give a 650 stop, you might not get filled till 6:30. I'm not risking 10% at 3:30 on a Friday. That's something you can do in the morning because you have all day for it to run to 10. In the afternoon, totally different ballgame.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at this this Adobe chart here, Neil, and look at this. This is literally, I think this is like, I have no words. Look at this range. We were talking about a 2-point range on Adobe when it first started, and it's only been doing this range all day. Literally all day. Sure, the range goes from a little bit expansive to a little bit more compression down to 526s and then 524s. We were talking about 524s were being held, give or take a point, and then look at that. Nice little sideways for the whole day. Now going into the last half hour of the day, I'm curious to know, is this gonna continue? Is this a leg up consolidation doji on the day chart, and then maybe we do something like AVGO where it kind of chops sideways on day 1, and then day 2 or 3, then it starts running and does the move either way, right? Break of the consolidation range on that. So 526s are the highs, 520, I guess 522s ish. Just below are the lows in the open session with a pre-market low of 518. But interesting action indeed here on the Adobe. Now, something to note as well, the consolidation all day has been right below VWAP. So you can, at the high of the range, you have the confluence of trading below VWAP every single time for a potential reload on the short side there, and then a bit of a base happening as well. So definitely missed opportunity on my part, as this could have been churned all day long. Now, again, what's the scalability of this trade, right? So the scalability of this trade, I think, is quite nice because it is doing 4 times the daily average volume, coming in at almost 12 million. 12 million, just over 12 million shares traded on the day, and so about three times as much roughly. But again, with half an hour left to go, definitely has the potential to trade a lot more going into the close as well. But interesting price action nonetheless here on Adobe. Still watching this Shopify here. Still watching some of these other names. I don't really have too much on watch, other than kind of, again, we were talking about some of the meme names.
If you like
tickers
Apple,
in the tech sector, yes,
Apple's right
great.
there again. It's right at 212.50.
Wow.
So I was just giving you guys, I wanted to give you guys the early look on the imbalances here. Notable names for early look: Visa's a sell of 2 million shares. Spirit Airlines, 1.6 million. We got SU, TL. Nothing that big. All the ones over a million are likely to pair off. YMM, maybe not that big of a deal. So until we get to 350, I'd say it's relatively muted. There's no big cap tech names. There's no regular day trades, just names that we'd be involved in on a regular basis that I'd see on the locator. I couldn't help myself. I'm on the offer of Apple. If it breaks like 212.50, that's been the out pretty much the entire time. I have not been taking this trade. So caveat, maybe I'm bad luck. Like if you had this trade, like I was in it, and then got out when it started working, and then decided not to take it. GME was good, so I actually defend that. GME was a more simplistic trade. It's set up really nicely. But this heartbeat action that you're getting with a 50-cent range in Apple, if we can just get the 50 cents, then we'll just take half, and then we'll take the other half at the absolute bottom. I couldn't help myself with Boeing, so I did try it.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I looked back at it, and I was like talking about this as if one of the setups I like isn't right back into the previous low. And then if it turns on the bad news, it showed me a wick at that previous low. I'll jump in when it reclaims it to the bottom, give it a stop kind of back into this level in here, and all that happens, I just lost the 30 cents. But I like that trade, so I've taken it pretty much every single time on Boeing, and most of the time it's worked out. Unfortunately, it's not going to here. For anyone still trading GameStop, I think we got out of that one just in time. It did another test and fail underneath VWAP, fail underneath the $29 level. So those 30 sellers weren't joking around. It is a Friday. You're probably, as I say that, it's going to get back above VWAP here. I'm not taking this long. I remember what happened to this last couple of days. Like when it was trending up, it was a very clean trend up with higher lows. There was no pull back deeper into the original part of the move off VWAP. Like if anything, I think this could still be a reversal. It's too close to that top. When we had that big dump, that was nasty a couple of days ago. So I'm going to stay away from this. Maybe if it were to just go parabolic and take out 31, I just can't feel like that's going to happen. So we'll go back over to Apple. It's going to be the scalp trade for me on AAPL. So thanks for everyone reminding us that Apple is also barcoding, and you can just scalp trade Apple in here.
Yeah, I think again, that one definitely a lot more scalable. One of the market leaders. Oh, something to note. I was checking my phone earlier today, and apparently Nvidia is now the second largest market cap company in the world, second to Microsoft. So it's surpassed Apple as of I guess earlier today. So
that's been back and forth all week.
Has it been?
Well, because when Apple was at its highest, it kind of reclaimed, and then Apple pulled back, and there's this like jockeying, and then Nvidia got back to an all-time high.
Right.
So you have this jockeying game that's going on between the three.
It's been pushing for that all-time all-time high in both ways there. For the position in first place for the largest weighted market cap company.
Yes.
So it's definitely interesting. A lot of interest, bringing that instance, bringing a lot of interest to the ticker as well. Shopify here, a little bit of an action there. I almost queued up. I was like, oh boy, are we going to break trend? We did break trend here a little bit, just a little bit there for a second, but distinctly different. It was not, as again the bid got rushed and then instantly kind of picked back up. So let's see. I'm gonna wait. It is the first sign of selling in this strong trend that we've had here. So I'm just patiently waiting. Interesting to know that it just sold off of that prior consolidation high as well, in and around that 67.86s. So if this kind of gets a little weaker and starts to break down some of these lows and looks distinctly different in terms of the tape where sellers might be a little bit more in charge. Clearly they are not. As I'm speaking of that, I'm seeing waves of green kind of pushing into the ask. So clearly the move is not over. Definitely a little bit of a trappy action there. But again, if you're watching the tape, that selling was a little distinctly different than the selling that came in over here. So not really going to get involved with that one just yet. Like I said, a lot of interesting price action again. Thank God for whoever told me that tape seat time is a little bit valuable there. Kind of trying to find the non-random within the randomness of the tape.
Non-random within the randomness.
Of course, yeah. That's basically that's like, I guess my summary of tape reading. Cavill is open.
Oh, it's open, and it opened a bit ago, and it's now flying into that $8 level. It might go into a halt if it takes that $8 just based on where the band's going to be, if it does it fast enough. So alert to that. It is a double top in here, KVL, 64 million shares worth of volume. This thing was $1.36 at the close yesterday. And even at the open, here's where Apple just went too. At the open, you're not going to believe where you could have had this at 9 o'clock. Literally $1.01. We don't make this stuff up. It's about to take out the $8 level. Just be careful. If a stock goes into a halt after 350, it doesn't open until 4. Forget about that 5 minutes that you normally have for a volatility halt. In the last 10 minutes, it's not going to open until 4 o'clock. So if you are holding something that goes into that halt, you'll want to make sure you have access to the post-market liquidity, or at least auction keys, so that you can get out at 4 o'clock when the stock reopens. For us at Real Trading, we're day trading, so we have to get out of all our positions by the end of the day. I usually don't take those chances that when it gets to a halt band in the last 10 minutes, I'm just covering the position, because I don't ever want to get caught. It's only ever happened to me twice in my entire career, and both times I got rinsed because it gapped. I was long twice, and they both gapped down. And the last one was actually Spirit Airlines. There was deal speculation. I was in a winning long position, holding some for a bigger move up, and they halted the stock. Pending news, which was just them confirming the news that we already knew, and then it gapped down the next day when there was no actual deal, and I got burned. What else we got going on here? I know everyone's trying to do something, but let's be real. Cavill is the only thing really moving. It's about to take out this $8 level, so if it does, if it fails a halt at that $8 level, you could easily see this like rinse to the downside. But it's a big, massive double top here on KAVL.
Yeah, that Cavill, again, we didn't have too many halters today, but that one definitely, I guess, is on watch. And yeah, you're right. Apple did break out or attempt to break out, but again, something to note is that it has been making higher lows relatively to this double, not really a double bottom, but like this kind of base at that 211. We talk about that level also being a bit of a lick grab from the day before, and it did a bit of double dipping into that 211 area here as it consolidates and attempts for a pushback up into VWAP. Not only is it VWAP, it also confluences with that morning consolidation low. Again, another factor of confluence is the pre-market low as well at that 212.71. So interesting stuff indeed. But again, Neil, this thing is still continuing to barcode as the market slowly edges back up towards some of its highs on the day here. Not Spotify, Shopify still holding underneath the 68 as of right now. So the selling became aggressive in and around that 68. We know that we're only about 10 pennies away from that mark as of right now, but I do not have much else on the board here. Taking puts on the NQ was a wrong idea, saying IK. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would seem that the position may not be as fruitful as you might have thought if that was your bias as of right now, but I'm just trying to read the chart over here. What else are you guys saying? Time to pick up CELH. That's what, Celsius? All right, we're going to go to Adara first.
Let's take a look at some of the names on the S&P 500 making some larger moves to the upside or downside throughout the day. First one to watch here is going to be RCL, Royal Caribbean. A lot of these cruise lines actually trading lower, with BofA Securities chiming in saying that they think there's been modestly softer pricing in June based on some cruise prices. So keep an eye on RCL and some of these other cruise names, especially with Carnival reporting in a couple weeks here as well. Next up, we have Hasbro. This one up about 6%, still near day's highs, getting an upgrade from BofA Securities with an $80 price target and a buy rating. Last but not least here, Target, TGT, down almost 3%. We did have some softer than expected consumer sentiment data coming in actually at 7-month lows. So TGT speculating that that's the reason this one has dropped throughout the day here, guys. Quite a few names to look at.
All right, thank you. Yeah, definitely.
Well, if your target is an ugly chart, then they're absolutely succeeding spectacularly. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Target. Look, Target already hit the flat bottom break, and I was looking at a couple of names for this. We wrote down PayPal. How is this any different if it loses $140? The trend is down. The 50 period is your best friend if you're a short seller. Just nothing about this is looking good. Meanwhile, anyone that's actually looked at a Walmart chart or a Costco chart is perfectly happy. The other thing is I wanted to zoom out so you can see the 200 period moving average. You're losing the 200 period moving average. You're potentially losing 140. I don't know where the bottom's going to be. Maybe $130? You tell me. No good, no bueno, ugly, 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 and a 140 short could be in play. There's Cavill through the $8. So it's going all Superman on this stock. Through a double top at $8. This was $1 this morning. $1. $1. And this is not 6 o'clock in the morning. That's at 9:12. This was going through $1 here. So there's that $8. Remember what I've always said at this time of day? It's 3:40 and 20 minutes to the close. I am not taking massive breakouts at ridiculous highs at this time of day because your risk to reward is really skewed against you. I know it looks so good. That same trade at like 1 o'clock or that same trade in the morning can be a little bit different. But here you're seeing it, like reject that $8 level. It might go into a down halt, be careful for that. If it can make some kind of a bounce, good luck to you. But it's the entire reason why I don't take those breakouts. They get really nasty and it's really tough to place your stops. And the spread here is actually much bigger than you'd expect for this cheap of a stock. It's actually 10 to 15 cents at times. So Cavill, this is the reason we didn't take it. It's similar to the reason why near the end of the day, I didn't try getting back into GameStop. Too big of a failure at that $30 level, and now look at the nonsense that you're dealing with off of VWAP. Like if you're trying to get that same kind of a long, it's just stopping you out. You could maybe hold something to 28.50, but with only 15 minutes to go, not my cup of tea. So we'll be happy with Shopify. We'll be happy with GameStop when we had it. Apple, unfortunately, the second I told you I was bad luck. Didn't I say I was bad luck? I said I was bad luck.
That wick is a little, 212 halves, I guess. again, Shopify is.
If I wasn't
is
having
coming
a good
in.
day, then I'm like, that's the kind of thing that will just tilt you.
Yeah, so I guess. You know what? Speaking of tilt, it was just like I've been trying to work on again not getting tilted when I miss the move before the move kind of comes in, and I'm just like, okay, well, gotta do better at, like, I don't know, maintaining that mental. But it's a work in progress for sure. But yeah, no, that definitely would have maybe been a little bit of a cause for tilt, as it starts to work, it pops up, and then it continues to work after stopping you out, coming right back in to 212s, over about 50 pennies back down off of some of those highs. It's okay, Neil. Next trade. What's the next trade? Again, maybe not today, but maybe on Monday. Who knows?
I already have a couple of things we like. I mean, we just saw that target. If it can't hold 140, that looks pretty good. We mentioned PayPal if it can't hold that $60 level. Obviously, I'll probably have eyes. You're not going to stay away from GameStop. Let's be real. There's been good opportunities in this. If you're just patient, whatever style of trader you are in momentum, at some point during the day, and whether you like the meme stocks or not, I don't care what you think of Warren Kitty. I don't care what you think of the long-term case for GameStop. I don't care what you think of this whole saga. If you are a momentum trader, at some point it sets something up which is pretty straightforward. If you like taking shorts, well, okay, here's a fail, monster rally to the upside, a fail of the high, trend down. Double top, failed break, trend down. Buy the dip, higher lows, rounded bottom, VWAP hold, all that. There's just a million different ways that you can trade this because it's moving and it's in play. That is the key. The stock is in play. Until it stops being in play, we're going to be involved in it. Ed George saying, SoFi, please. Do we have to look at SoFi? I try not to look at this chart as often as I can. No, I'm joking around. SoFi really badly needs to hold on. I think I said this in the midday show when I was asked a question about this. It was a super chat. SoFi needs to hold $6.40. Because the further you go left, you then see nothing until you get to 440. Nothing. This is a pretty big line in the sand for SoFi. It's getting smoked today, but that 5% is a drop in the bucket to the pile of excrement that it has been recently in a very clean downward trend. Sometimes trading is not that difficult. See that? I haven't even done this, and probably because I drew the same line on a firm and I have no trouble looking at that. But this, I'll just avoid it because I hate the stock. Short the pops. Look at this. This is a big move up and then a rejection of that high. This is a big move up, and then look how quickly it rejects it. Look how quickly it rejects each of these highs, and then it just did it again 2 days ago. 2 days ago, right? Like sometimes it's not that difficult. If you have this trend line drawn, which is a simple one to put on, you see it make that break. 2 days ago, you watched SoFi, this is 725, which apparently I even like 725 for some reason. There's your rejection of the high. There's your lower high. There's your trend down for 2 days in a row. The trend is your friend till the end. When it bends and Apple is tanking like you would expect it to.
Oh boy, yeah. Back into the lows there, 211 halves.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so I mean, the range is holding as of right now, but the range, the range may be broken going into the last 15 minutes of the day here. But yeah, no, it's been pretty solid day. It is kind of flushing to the downside. We've been trending up on the market for most of the day, and maybe we are taking a breather going in to the last 15 minutes of the day there. And yeah, it's been a wild ride today. A lot of great opportunities. Had a show. I guess the midday show was about rounded bottoms. Nice little pattern. You can see it on multiple time frames as well. But yeah, I think it's definitely something to watch for. Again, I think Michael Noss also talks about his smiley face, which I think is pretty much very similar. You get a nice little curve. Again, if you look at some historical charts, that definitely is an interesting pattern that may or may not show up over time. Kind of just a nice little increasing bid and then expanding volume going into the break as well. So interesting stuff. Indeed. What have you guys traded today? I know people were trading Palantir, and oh boy, look at this one, Neil. Straight trend to the upside, straight up. Palantir planting its feet in the morning, holding VWAP and continuing for the trend. But again, this name has kind of sold off over the past couple of days as well. And yeah, so it is pushing up. Jag coming in with the jokes. But yeah.
No, what you guys didn't hear was on the trading floor, the old slap that ask, which is your line.
Yes.
Colby. That's what they've been doing on
Palantir. When there's a thick bid, I mean, not a thick bid. When there's a thick ask, right? When there's a thick ask and it gets taken out, I'm like, damn, they just slapped that ask. That's definitely worthy of execution at times. I don't know, man. But yeah, anyways, we were talking about rounded bottoms. Have you taken a walk outside? Definitely, it's definitely summertime. There, hot weather, beautiful weather, and yeah, definitely going to be enjoying it this weekend. Do you have any weekend plans?
Oh, I absolutely do have weekend plans. Well, okay, it's Father's Day this weekend, so my plans are probably not going to be as exciting as yours clearly are going to be. As you can clearly tell, Obi's got fantastic plans this weekend. Me, I am going to have dinner with my pops, with my family on Saturday, and then on Sunday, there's some surprises they got from. We're going to the Jays game. It's Junior Jays Sunday. You know, my daughter absolutely adores, she loves the Jays, and she loves the Junior Jays Sunday, so we're going to do that as well. And then I got a bunch of other stuff we have to do. She has dance on Sunday, we still have to do that. It's picture day for baseball and gymnastics tomorrow, so we got to handle that as well. Hopefully at some point during all of that, I'll get to watch a little bit of the new Star Wars. I asked for small things, and I'm eating a whole bag of ketchup chips tonight for movie night. I'm not eating a few of them. Trust me, I'm going to open that bag, and I'm not even going to put it into a bowl. I'm eating every single last one of those ketchup chips. Costco bag. No, wait. First of all, my family's not a. Ram's in my ear saying, "Is it Costco? Or is it No Frills?" Neither. I'll let you guess, but we don't have a Costco membership. Before we get to, it's 350. Let's get to the imbalances really quickly. Whoa, Nvidia, 3.8 million to buy. What? 3.5 million to the buy on Nvidia? Whoa, what? You know what is that about? So what else is there? You know what? Who cares? Nvidia, 3.5 million to buy on Nvidia. It's not really moving that much. Do I take a 320, 132 break on an imbalance? Let's see. Gimme. Maybe give it to the 20s. An imbalance that big is worth a 20-cent shot. So I'm just going to go for it. Give it like 20 cents. I have 3.8 million on a Friday. That's a lot. 3.5. I keep saying 3.8. 3.5 million to the buy side. There's nothing else. Apple is a 1 million buy, so that's also a buy. The SPY, that can't be right. The SPY is a 388 million to buy overall. When Apple's 1.1, Nvidia's 3, nothing else in here. Intel's a small buy. So it's really just those two. That is pretty significant. Now the problem with this is it's paired 6.8 already, so you have 10 million of open interest, and it's paired 2/3 of it. So I already don't like it as much. So unless it grows, you got 4 minutes for it to do something, because that's probably going to pair off huge in the next couple of minutes before we get to 355. You should already be trying to chew through. This is a brick wall at this 32. Spider sense is telling me get out of this. If it's not going, if that imbalance isn't it taking it higher, just get out. It doesn't even make any sense. You have a brick wall into 32. You have a huge buy and balance that they're basically selling it right off. None of that makes sense. I'm not going short this into a buy and balance, but I don't need to be in that trade. That's the kind of thing where you see it, you hit it, you should be at that 50 level, and then pressing the high of the day, scalp in, scalp out, and that's it. It's got to work right away, or it makes no sense to be in it, and that was the right call. All that happens there is you lose 6 cents instead of 20 because you're just reading the situation. And if it works after that, fine. But that's a pretty sizable imbalance for Nvidia, 3.5 with 10 million total look there. It was just that in Apple. Apple was there for $1 million a second ago. It's clearly already paired off.
Yeah, I'm just watching that Nvidia as well. Not really moving around on that imbal. Interesting stuff indeed. But I guess there isn't too much else on New York or NY that I'm seeing. Shopify is still holding sideways. Look at that bid back up, Neil, on Apple. Low of the range, sustains, and it bids right back up to about 50% of the range there, maybe potentially pushing up towards the highs there. So the range trade stayed on, even going into the imbal. And again, what's Apple's imbal here? I am seeing it as, not really seeing it just yet, but I have a better filtered imbalance locator back at my desk here for the Mag 7, but I'm not really seeing Apple up here in the top, at the top. So it definitely may not be that big.
Obi, they're
So
selling the
what's going
living
on?
crap out of this 132 level. This is really bizarre. This is really bizarre on Nvidia.
Okay.
Like, you have that big
pull it
buy
up.
and bounce, and it's not like it's random. Like, they've been selling the 130.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? Like, every now and then you look at the imbalance, and Hey Davis made a really good point. He's like, he's like, this is why Neil's a seasoned trader. I have no reason to be in that Nvidia trade. I had a reason to get into it, but remember, you're getting into it late when you're a human trader, and Algo makes this trade here and can scalp it into that level. By the time I'm realizing what's going on and getting to that level 2 because I'm not on the stock, I'm punching an even dollar break looking for the push higher. But when it doesn't go right away, you zoom back out and you realize that they've been selling 132 the entirety of the afternoon. So into that imbalance, if they're still selling it, that pairs off, you could be back in view of. I'm not shorting the stock into a massive buy and balance. I'm pretty much never doing that, but sometimes the best thing you do is get out of Dodge. Ike Anderson, a few people have kept saying buy the Penn dip. I actually didn't realize Penn did this today. Because I promise you, if I'd known Penn was down 10% and double bottomed at exactly $17, I'd have been long 17 and 17 and a half. Down 9% and getting its you know what. After it looked like a good long just a couple of days ago, double bottom here, higher low off of VWAP. This looked like it was going places. And all of a sudden, rejection at the big 19 level and right back down. That's a big fail for Penn. But let's see. I'm just going to track Nvidia. I just want to see what's going on with it. It's still holding 130, 180. So, yeah, it was probably a good out. At this point, I'm expecting, I want to stick around at 355 before I head on up to the desk for the market recap show. I want to see what happens to this number at 355 here. Nvidia went from 3.5 million to, oh yeah, look what you don't see here anymore. No Nvidia.
Yep.
Paired off 100%. Yeah, nice try, Nvidia. See? We might have made the worst. I'm only laughing because Apple's right back at the same level. And we might have made the worst possible exit here on Apple for a small hit, but at least we got out of Dodge on Nvidia for what probably could have been worse. Apple right back up to the top.
Yep.
If you don't like 211.30 on Monday, then you haven't been paying attention to Apple this afternoon. 211.30, triple bottom on Apple. It's not going to go green today. But yeah, I'd say it's holding the line down here after that pullback a couple of days ago. 211, that's 211.50 yesterday, 211.30 multiple times in here today. That's a pretty significant level. You always like those big consolidations after a monster move up and a retraction. And Apple's showing you one here. I got to get to the desk. It's been an absolute wild one, but stick around. We've got the aftermarket recap show as usual. I'm at the desk with Adara. We're going to go over some questions, just get them in. We'll have a little bit of fun. We'll go over some trades, probably talk a little bit about Nvidia and why there's now a gigantic size on Apple at 212.50 for reasons. There is. Trust me. And we'll have some fun with it. So we'll see you guys all at the desk. I'll leave you, Obi. Thanks for filling in for my man Sean. We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
But I'm going to head on to the desk. Thank you. Appreciate that. Everybody, happy Father's Day as well. Although I'll say the same thing at the desk in 5 minutes.
All right. So yeah, it's been quite a wild day today. So with only about 4 minutes left, I'm going to quickly review my trades, what happened today off the open during the midday, and then maybe some more during the late day session here. Again, I think that somebody in the chat was saying, "Oh, market is dead after 10 o'clock." Well, I don't know, man. Maybe you're not looking close enough, or maybe that playbook is not as developed just yet. So there's always opportunity, in my opinion. Just got to get a little gooder is always my thing here. So yeah, let's see what we did off of the open there. We talk about that Nvidia trade off the open. 130 break. Does a lot of volume at that 129. I can definitely be getting involved on the lick grab of the pre-market low. Breaks that pre-market high, or with some umph, breaks that 130 as well. 130, kind of that double top consolidation. Yesterday's highs there, breaks it in the pre-market, trades down on lower volume, and then breaks it again in the open session. So definitely looking to exercise on that price action there. Gets up, starts holding the trend with a lot of volume churning, so we kind of add on the way there, and a bit of euphoric action pushing up into the 133. So I'm like, all right, thank you. That's kind of good for me right there. Attempt an add again. Maybe not the best decision, but when it comes right back in, I do take the whole thing off. Nice little reversion though, off of that 133 failure to follow through, all the way back down to 29s, where we saw all of that volume kind of churn, and reverted right back up to the highs there. So Nvidia was quite a ride there. Again, giving both opportunities for longs and shorts. Now Shopify, we talked about this one as well. Shopify, nice strong trend throughout the day, and then when that trend kind of breaks and cracks, just looking for players that may have been offside. This was an aggressive trend off of the morning opening range high break as well. Take it down for a reversion to VWAP as well. So I guess the last one, Apple, I did have just a bit of a range trade. I had intended it to be a range trade, but then it did break down with a flat bottom break, lower highs coming in, take it onto VWAP. The bottom breaks. I cover pretty much everything right on top of that 213, and then as it kind of flushes down. I am not really here to participate in the breakdown. That is definitely a miss and a fumble from me. Can be doing a little bit better there as the range lows and day lows crack. It goes about 2 points below that VWAP hold and starts to chop sideways just above lick grabs prior day's low in and around that 211. So I'm like, all right, that's good enough right there. Nice little range push or range break to prior day low lick grab, and then it kind of consolidates sideways, giving you further ranges on the day there. So that was kind of my day today. Hopefully you guys had a great day as well. Again, P&L, red or green, did you follow your process? That's what makes it a green day. Do not forget that. And with that, without any further ado, let's go to the countdown timer there. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara. All right, so it's been an awesome day, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Again, midday as well with Sharif and Adara. Thanks again for the lesson on rounded bottoms, right? So a nice little trade on multiple time frames. Make sure you tune in for that at 11. Now, again, something else is the new podcast as well, right? So that drops tomorrow at 10 a.m. Freedom and Wealth with Brendo and Sean himself. With that, so without any further ado, hopefully you guys have a good weekend. Happy Father's Day again. I'm going to pass it off to Adara and Neil at the big desk. Have a good one.
Thank you so much there, Obi. We've got the market recap. I'm here with Adara in what has been a pretty interesting week here. You know, you saw there in the afternoon, we chopped, we churned, all that good stuff, and the market pretty much did all of that. It's been a ridiculous week, whether you're talking about Apple and their event, which was completely insane in terms of price action, turned Apple from that normal boring stock that glides to one that just flew. And whether it's up or down for 2 or 3 days in a row. You had Nvidia trading post-split. That came up the top of the board. A lot of traders that are not involved in Nvidia now are absolutely loving it. So that's been a lot of fun. Then, of course, you had Tesla, Elon Musk. Pay that man his money. Get that man paid. That's whether he gets it or not. Now, all of a sudden, the shareholders certainly backing him. Tesla, unfortunately, under pressure after that it wasn't necessarily the best, but he's at least probably happier than he was yesterday, is my guess. And he's so energetic as well when he was talking at that call. We did have some Fed talk as well. Blah, 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 the Fed. They don't want to move the goalposts on their inflation targets. Normal, boring Fed speak. I think we've crossed the point where the Fed matter more than the earnings. It's just not true. When you see what the market reaction has been to good tech earnings, those names get rewarded regardless of how hawkish any of the stance might be. Adobe and Broadcom absolutely blew it out this week. If you're looking at what does a beat look like, just pull up those 2 earnings reports, and that's all you need to watch there. And only because you put this in the bottom of the note here, we have to mention that Boeing has gone yet another week without bad news. Or with bad news. This time it was counterfeit titanium. Counterfeit titanium investigation and pushback production targets. Counterfeit titanium. Figure it out, Boeing. Figure it out.
To be fair, Airbus is also getting investigated for this counterfeit titanium. I think that the production target being pushed back 3 weeks for 737, also not a good look. Yeah, I did have to include it in the note because it came in late in the day. Industrials were rough. I was like, you know what, Boeing, we deserve to talk about your failings.
And, when we think about, as it comes up there, when we think about how you can improve your personal wealth, check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast dropping tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. One of the things that was mentioned, I believe it was in episode 2, there was a discussion between Sean and Brendan, where Sean's always sort of talked about, I buy Lululemon because my wife's in it, or I buy Starbucks because we own that. But more importantly, like buying, say, like a Rogers because they pay your bill every single month. And when you look between Boeing and Airbus, obviously Boeing's been in trouble. But I've heard multiple people I know that travel a lot because they're coming back from the West Indies and they're coming up to Canada or US to Canada, all that kind of stuff to visit family. And they've actually considered, do I even want to be on a Boeing jet? If it's a Boeing jet, do I want to be on it or not? When people start asking that question and there's only 2 options, well, it's not just 2 options to fly on in terms of the actual jet. There's 2 options in terms of stocks that you can own in that situation. And one of them is not like the other. So with that review, I want to get to the sector recap because trading was really good today. So it's a good mood, but man, this didn't look really good. And when you look at the breadth or lack of breadth in this move, silver and gold did really well. So if you're into the metals, fantastic. The top ETFs today, can't make it up. Silver 2.2%, GLD 1.3%, GDX 0.8%. If the Qs are in there at 0.5, if that's heavily skewed towards a couple of really strong names, I'm looking at you, Broadcom, 1738. 1738.
Hey, I'm like, hey, what's up, hello? Splitting in a couple weeks, I don't know.
See, now you can do it right. Me, I have a problem that I only know the dirty version of things.
Yeah, because the dirty words come up in like
I didn't even make this
there.
up. I'm not making it up. A second ago, this was at 1738. That's the reason we shout out some Fetty Wap there for you. But it's not all roses. Wheat's down, FXI's down, TAN got its butt kicked, XBI to the downside. Uranium's still making that pullback, and I want to go to this URA chart for the daily chart just for a quick second because I've been mentioning this one. Failed that breakout at the high. Well, I was looking at a weekly chart. Let's stick with that because I was analyzing it on a weekly. So you tried to close above the high in the weekly. It did not. So my condition for the break had to make a close above, could not do so, fail underneath. But that trend starting to come back in. It's not there just yet. I think one more week and you could pull back into this 327 or the 27 level. If it can bounce there, I think URA looks good on a pullback trend. One of my favorite things about taking a dip buy on a weekly or taking a breakout on a weekly is you're not generally getting wicked into it like, ooh, but it broke the high, so you're long. No, you're not. Didn't close up there. So no worries about it. That's something Michael Noss will talk about all the time. So I still think there's some upward momentum in this name. You've just seen with the Apple report, not the Apple report, the Apple presentation, you're not running these devices without more power. And then you're not making all these chips and having all these data centers without more power. Power, 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 power. This entire AI revolution is going to be based on power. And everyone's talking about fusion this and alternative energy that. I just still think there's going to be a place for nuclear and all of that. So I think uranium can hold its upward trend. Nice little dip buy opportunity coming for that particular name. However, today, I wanted to go over some trade review.
Yes.
And specifically one thing, and I'm putting you on the spot. I'm going to put Adara on the spot because she doesn't know I'm going to say this. There was a moment today on Tesla where we were both in the same position.
We were.
You did not know this.
I didn't.
And I didn't. I put something in the chat about it, and I'm pretty sure you didn't see it or you would have said
I think
something.
I responded to it on the show, but I think you weren't in your chair.
That is possible.
Yeah.
It was I'm mad at myself for getting out of it. First of all, I'll get that out of the way.
Yeah.
I kind of made a mistake getting out of this trade. We can own up to that. It was profitable on it, and it was a good short. But if you looked at what happened in Tesla today, it was clearly they got what they wanted, they gapped it up, and then it went right back to selling off, which it had been doing the last couple of sessions. And it looks like a pretty good stair step to the downside. 190s failed, then 185 failed, and then we came into today, and then you had this big $180 level, and when it failed underneath, you turn a support level into resistance. I was short underneath that trade. I know I got out because I did something, like I added to it on the way down and tightened my stop, right? So I had the short here myself underneath the 179.70. Then I added to it on the way down, tightened up a stop, and it wicked me out.
Oh, okay.
Because I wasn't giving it to the original level, which I stand by usually. If I'm going to average up into something, I'm not giving it to the original risk.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's a little bit reckless. You end up losing too much money. My question to you is, you had it dead to rights. What was your thought there? Because you had basically a perfect entry off resistance, and it did reach almost the low.
Thank you. And I actually did get back in, too. I want to clarify. But so the reason I got out in the first place, though, which I want to talk about, and I feel weird about, but I kind of stand by. So initially I got involved 172.19 or 17. I picked that level because that was kind of the bottom of these lower highs and lower lows we had forming from that 172.60 to 172.20 range. I was like, oh, if we get involved at the bottom, then if it breaks and I don't get higher, then I'm good to go. And the plan was to add at 172.50s. I ended up adding 172.45s. The reason I got out was because I wanted to see a stay below 60s. We did stay below 60s, but I just wasn't seeing anything I liked. I didn't love my initial entry point, and I got a little bit too in my head on it. De-risked half of it, 172.42, so lost a couple cents on the average, but then I ended up making money on the rest of the position because we got into that 172.10, so ended up being flat in the position. Then I got back in because I saw some more confluence. My thing, too, is I initially got involved in the position pretty much only on a chart basis. I feel more comfortable when I'm trading the book. Right? So when I see stuff in the book and the tape that I liked, again, that's when I felt way more confident getting back in there, took more size, continued to scrape the bottom as we got from like 172.20 to 172, would add, subtract as we got in there. Kind of the same way I played the Nvidia breakout, but to the downside. And then we got out below 80s and I got out. That was kind of so I was able to redeem it a little bit. But yeah, I think the issue was just the mental for me. I started to OBL was talking about the mental. The mental wasn't there for me in the first trade.
I'll tell you right now.
Sorry for the ranting.
When you don't apologize for ranting. Traders love to talk trade. When you look at those, if you're looking at tape reading, when something is like, it's not moving as much as it would have normally, right? So like, I mean, Tesla's in this like $1 range or so that entire time. Like if you like that tape reading, there was like the move on GameStop here, and I'll just go to something.
Fun.
I'll go to something that I was in that I saw. And that was essentially the GameStop in from like the 28 move and back into 29, the 29 move back into 30. If you're in a tape reading, that's a $30 stock giving you a dollar range like Tesla was, with probably 2 to 3 times as much information going through the tape because of how much of in play it is that you're gonna be able to take advantage of. And so that's 2 factors. When you guys are watching trades, when you have something that's mega in play, when you're tape reading a stock that's really churning and that's doing a ridiculous amount of volume, you get 2 to 3, sometimes 5 times as much opportunity to learn as a normal 30 minutes of watching a regular stock.
Yeah.
So when FFIE, and I was tied this conversation with Sean, when FFIE was at its height of doing volume, during lunchtime in between shows, I was just sitting there tape reading that stock. Sometimes I was trading it for small size to get reps in because I'm like, this hour is going to help me get back into that feel of trading small cap penny stocks and that kind of thing, because you don't see volume like that. Like Mullen did it a few months ago, FFIE was doing it. So if you want to trade stocks like that, you've got to be watching that tape for those hours or you're just not getting the learning experience. It's that simple. Yeah. And I tell you that everybody, like if you're trying to learn to trade breakout trades, then you're not looking at Apple at 200 or Nvidia at whichever, whatever level it's breaking on a daily basis. You're just missing reps. Whether you take the trade or not, that's the style of trade you want to be doing. You've got to watch the big ones when they are out there. But I promised, it's already 4:10, and I promised you guys and everybody out here that we would do a little Q&A, because I haven't had the chance to do it at the end of the day. So we got some Q&A. Locked and loaded. Ask us anything you want. Ask Adair any questions. Ask myself any questions. I can talk about absolutely whatever. And I'll wax poetic about movies if you want to. That's complete and utter nonsense. What I'll get into. By the way, when I was talking to Obi about that, I was like, I know Adaira's going to know these films.
Oh, yeah. It's this.
I knew it. I knew it.
With love. Lulu. Should not move over Lululemon. That was the OG Lulu.
That was the original.
Yeah,
that was the original.
Lulu.
So for anyone that doesn't know, there's a famous singer that plays in that movie. And Sidney Poitier is an absolute legend. It's just an unbelievable legend. Like, I grew up with my pops, showing me his movies. The guy was just ridiculously good, versatile. If you don't know who he is, just think of like Denzel. But back when he was basically the only trailblazer. It was a good one. But let's see what we got going here. Do you guys have a Catalyst Trading? Here, I'm going to put you on screen. Can we do that? Yeah, we can. Catalyst Trading, do you guys have a profit goal for the day? And if so, what is it? Personally, I do not, because I find the market changes too much for that. You might have a day where I'm taking breakout trades, and then a day like today where I'm trading a lot of a small, like Longeveron, and I'm trading GameStop more than I'm trading some of the bigger cap tech names. So because the style of the day is always changing, I try to trade every trading strategy on its own and then risk reward based on those different strategies. So it's impossible to have a target for that because I don't know if there's going to be a breakout trade that day. There was a run, and I remember saying this on the show, where like breakout setups on Nvidia were like 13 of 15 for me over like a 3-week period. And at that point, that was my best trade, so I'm putting the most risk toward that. But it didn't set up every single day, so I can't really have a daily target for a trade that I don't know if it's coming or not. So it's a little bit difficult, and I think you can have individual style trades where it's very consistent, and if you're doing the same thing every single day, and it's that one particular style, maybe you're going to do that. I don't personally. I think that can be a little bit difficult, but to each their own. I'm just giving you my own experience. Ari Pages, speaking of reps, how many full range of motion push-ups can you do in one set, assuming you're fresh and warmed up? I actually don't know. I haven't tried that in a while because I've been doing the Bring Sally Up challenge because I can't complete the Bring Sally Up challenge, which is it's basically 30 push-ups to the cadence. It was like Bring Sally Up, and then the down, you're holding it for a few seconds, and then 5 times you have to hold it for a longer cadence. It's like 30 push-ups where you're holding the down position.
Yeah.
So like I'm pretty sure I could do like 30 or 40, but until I can do that challenge, all I do is practice that challenge. I actually don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if you want to answer the same question there. Speaking of reps, like, what's weird, at Real Trading, they'd have all the offices worldwide. They used to do these conference calls where it would just be like the lay of the land. Maybe like it would be sometimes a compliance or new keys that we have or gateways. All the managers would come on there. And you always knew the call was wrapping up because there was this one guy in Europe who owned a trading floor in Europe, and he would ask one of 2 questions that signified the end. He'd either ask whomever was hosting the call how much they weigh or how many push-ups they could do. Okay. And then the second, I won't say his name, I don't want to call him out, Piotr, but it's just he would ask that question, and then like, yeah, the conference call is over now because he's asking the silly question.
That's a good way of like just showing it's done, yeah. Nice.
So how many push-ups can you do? Apparently that's what they want to know.
So I can do, so the thing is too, is how I do my workouts is I like to really do things in sets. So I'll do like, usually, so this morning this is what I did too. I do like my leg workout, one leg, like 20, 25 push-ups, other leg, 20, 25 push-ups. I don't know like full range of motion, but I don't do the knees. I do like the full on. So yeah, like 20 to 25. Sometimes I can do more. It really depends on the vibe, but I work out at like 5 in the morning. So
boom, that's what I like to hear. Where's the bang for that? Boom. A little bit of everything. Team PJCT. No, I do not. We just have fun reading those ads when we had them out there. Robert Vital, you're planning a trip to Canada in the middle of July. What should we do in Toronto? It's going to be hot. In the middle of summer, I'm trying to think when I don't know off top of my head when the Jazz Festival, what festivals will be on in July. You're going to be too early for the Caribbean Carnival, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. If you're doing the touristy thing, like everybody's going to come here and be like, if you've never been to Canada, you want to go up to CN Tower. I always tell people this. If you've never been and you're maybe not coming to Toronto again, then yes, it is worth going up to CN Tower. If you're here all the time, it's probably not the first thing to see. I think Casa Loma's pretty cool. I always tell people that's if you're into good architecture, that's fantastic. I think if you can just spend one day in the weekend chilling out like King West or something like that, just make sure you get a patio in. There's fantastic food everywhere. You don't necessarily have to go out and make extravagant plans. Like you can just walk up and down and find a place that looks interesting out in King West, which is pretty cool. I like to hang out there a lot.
Nice.
I'm a big seafood person, so I tell everybody you got to go to Rodney's. It's the best seafood place in the province, in my estimation.
Really? Okay.
You never been?
No, I haven't been.
I'm taking you to Rodney's. Trust me, we're going.
Excited to go.
We're going to Rodney's. No, we actually did a Trader TV a few months back. Well, maybe it was like a year or so ago. With most of the team, we went out to Rodney's.
Really?
Had
Oh,
some
that's
oysters, had some chowder. It was a lot of fun. Question for you: will you wear purple? Will you wear purple nails the next time?
They're already purple, so next time I'm not gonna. I don't like to do the same color twice in a row. They're currently purple, but I appreciate the question.
Yeah, we get some random ones there. Oh, there's a good one here. Travel Buddy, what do we think of TD stock? Yes. Thank you. Because I've wanted to complain about this stock for a while, so here's my opportunity to do so. Look, they've had some issues with some lawsuits and some legal issues for TD. Maybe I should use a weekly, not a daily chart. The banks have been in trouble, but if you were to pull up Royal's not been this bad. CIBC's not been this bad. TD has the biggest exposure to the US, so I think that distinguishes it a little bit, and it's why I've liked it in the past. But it's running into some trouble and not holding on to the levels that it did before, which is down around this $54 level. These are in US dollar prices. I mean, I own it in Canadian prices. I'll do my best to look at a US chart for you. I think this is still in the midst of a downward trend. Anybody that looks at these crossing moving averages, well, ever since it had its weekly chart death cross in here, it just continues to fade. So it doesn't look good at all. I don't know why this is cutting. There you go. It's kind of cutting it off here because that's weird. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Ever since it had that death cross, it's just continuing to flush. I think you're in the last ditch of support on the weekly here, and it is not a time to buy this stock. There are better names that look a lot better in the Canadian space. That said, I'm looking for this first sign of a rounded bottom. And if it does that, on the same level, putting in a couple of higher lows and regain that 50 period or 200 period moving average, I'm waiting to buy the stock. I own it myself, but I'm waiting to buy it. I was going to buy it at 54. I'm going to be very, very patient with it. I think you just have to let it get out of this downward trend. It's got plenty of room to catch up, which I think is fantastic for it. And long term, I think they're going to be fine. I know people that work there, and they're pretty cool. As well. They're a big sponsor of the Jays. I think they take it a bit too far at the stadium because we're a blue team and there's way too much green.
There's a lot of green
going around there. What else we have going on here? We got Matt. That's a good one. As a Canadian, what do you and other Canadians view as the best of breed Canadian bank? That's a tough one. I feel a lot of people will just simply say RBC. Whoops. Oh my goodness. I have to actually type Royal Bank of Canada.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's like
Royal
it's
Bank.
No, a lot of people, and again, you're asking like what do most Canadians think? I'm just one Canadian. I can tell you there's many that would probably tell you Royal Bank. And some of that's probably reflected in the strength that you would see relative to TD. But that's just one person's observation, and from what I hear anecdotally, right? So it's not perfect or anything else. There's no perfect answer to something like that. Here's the question. If you don't mind answering.
Okay.
We don't have many options for banks. I'm always curious, like, who do people bank with?
Oh, yeah. I am CIBC. I feel like it's very rare to find a fellow CIBCer because everyone does Scotiabank. There's a lot of TD. But, yeah, I am everything CIBC.
I have the best. So I'm CIBC, but the reason why I'm CIBC is interesting. My father worked for Nortel for years.
Oh, okay.
And that was the corporate bank for Nortel. They had a branch inside the Nortel campus, which was like, back in the day, like that campus was basically like Apple. It was like one of those like crazy campuses.
Wow.
And so inside there was the CIBC branch, and then they had like special like features and the no fee accounts there for employees, which also counted for family as well. Yeah. So I had that account, and when Nortel went under, so long as you never actually made any changes, you got all of that stuff. It just kind of stayed grandfathered. Eventually, like that, my branch didn't exist. I remember I went to do something at the bank, and they're like, "You don't have a home branch." I'm like, "Yeah, I kind of know." And like, "Well, do you want us to update it?" I'm like, "No, that's good." But he's like, "You could run into this problem or that problem." I'm like, "It's okay. I don't want you guys doing anything with this account. I just want to pay any fees ever again. But then eventually I had to give that up. But I love CIBC. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's great. I like the little penguin logo, mascot dudes. It's cute.
They're like, every page is like 25 push-ups with 1 foot in the air is impressive. I think it's impressive too, as well. Visit the museum was another good one. I forgot to mention the ROM is very, very cool. They have some new things going on there. Andrew Chow, on your days. Oh, I just lost it. Where is it? I have to search for this now, because as I was reading this one from Andrew, it just disappeared as it scrolled on me. My question is, on your days off, how do you turn trading off, or do you? Are you on your phone watching levels, or are you able to switch modes? So when I started trading for the first 10 years, the answer to that was I couldn't switch it off. And on top of that, I didn't take any vacation. One of the biggest mistakes I made in my youth was not taking any vacations. When I started trading and got success trading, from the age of like 23 till about like 30, in my early 30s, I didn't take a single vacation that wasn't somebody else's wedding or somebody else's, you're doing this because you're supposed to go. I didn't do anything for myself. And that all changed now with my wife, and I've got a better perspective and a better balance now. So right now I don't have that problem anymore. Like having a family is a big reason for that. When I get home, I'm dad. I'm able to decompress on the train ride home. If I want to go over charts, I'll do it then. When I'm at home, on Sunday, if I'm going over charts, my daughter's asleep. But I'm dad, I'm husband at home, and that's it. I find it really easy to make that switch since I now have a family. I know it can be hard, but for other people, I know it can be difficult. All of that said, when I took my wife to Paris for her for her belated 40th, we had her 40th trip canceled because of COVID. Thank you, COVID, for that. Yeah. So we went the year after. And amazingly, Nvidia had that first blowout earnings report. The first one that took it out to the moon? Yeah, we were in Paris for that, and we were at dinner, and my wife gets up to go to the bathroom, and I'm pulling out my phone and I'm checking the Nvidia earnings because it was like that big, massive $2 billion revenue, all that stuff. I couldn't help myself. I own Nvidia stock. What do you want? Everybody was checking it that day, so I think I get a pass for that as well. What else do we have going on here? Dell off. I would not buy SoFi at this personal price, my personal account. Nope. Downward trend is ugly. I don't want any piece of it.
It's a bad look on the chart.
It's a really bad stock. But I'm going to ask Adair a question if you guys don't mind.
Okay.
Because when I saw that, my first question to you, you're young, you're learning the markets. And you don't have to answer this question because I am putting you on the spot.
Okay.
Do you have an investment account?
So yeah, I have a financial advisor that I use for that. But there are certain things that I'm like, we're going to have certain conversations now that I know the market more. I'm like, there's certain things that I know I'm involved in that I'm like, so yeah.
That brings me to my second question. Is there something that you've seen, and now based on what you've learned on the show, specifically since being here, is there something that you're like, I want this in my long-term account because of what I have learned since I've been here? Just to put you on the spot for one name. You can say anything.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think the thing is, too, I think it's a bit harder because my personal style is so short term. There are things that I'll think about it, but I'm like, I know I wouldn't necessarily be able to hold that for as long as it deserves to be held. That being said, Starbucks, I haven't looked at it in like a couple weeks, but I know Starbucks has had a nice little recovery. That's one that has piqued my interest a little bit. There's quite a few names that I can't think of any like off the top other than that Starbucks, because again, a couple weeks ago, I thought there was a decent recovery, but now I'm like, maybe it's,
Oh my goodness. You know what? Usually, it's always frustrating when there's a line on a chart that's been there for a while that gets drawn on a chart, and you leave it up, and then there's like a bounce off it that's that clean. You're like, oh yeah, there's that line that got put there for some reason. No, but when you have something like that, there's never, if your time horizon is long enough, there's never a bad time to buy and hold. For sure. I think that's pretty impressive. And at the end of the day, as long as you're learning, I think that's going to be key. Some of the questions I'm not going to. Thoughts on TSM? Anyone have a six-pack? Oh, I should mention this. Next week, there's a holiday in the middle of the week next week, everybody. It's Juneteenth on Wednesday. So I'm going to say it now, and then we're going to say it again on Tuesday. We're here. Trader TV is here every single day the market is open. Wednesday, we will not be open. It is a day off for us, and I will not be doing anything but going hopefully to Canada's Wonderland.
Oh, fun.
Do you have any plans for the day off?
I need to get some errands done, like things that are, usually open 9 to 5. There's a couple, I think I need to like refresh some IDs or whatever, so that'll probably be doing then. Maybe get some writing done, and maybe try to make some plans with friends. I know I have one friend who doesn't work on Wednesday, so I'm gonna have to hang out, maybe, see how that goes.
So there's a question, what's your wind down routine? Like how do you, look, you obviously have energy. You're active, like you're working out in the morning, you're writing in your off time, you're doing everything all day long on the show. Literally, she does everything around here, like Brendan does. So like, how do you wind yourself down at the end of the day?
I wish I had a better answer than, I'm so bad at relaxing. That's the thing, is I'm very bad. It's something I need to work on. Sometimes, and I will watch, I like Law & Order. I feel like Law & Order decompresses me a little bit, so I'll watch my old 90s Law & Order, none of this new stuff, this old 90s Law & Order, go back, because you'll never...
Original or SVU?
Okay, original is my favorite. SVU, I grew up on, but I've kind of flitted away from. I want to shout out, though, the most underrated part of the Law & Order franchise is going to be Criminal Intent. Ran from 2001 to 2011. Vincent D'Onofrio. That one and the original are my favorites.
There you go. So there was a couple of good ones in there, and I paraphrased that question. I think that was pretty much what the question was there. What else do we have going on here? You guys are prop traders. I want to get to alt styles here. You're prop traders, and I am a retail trader. You really help me getting better entries and exits in my swing trades. Question: do you also trade your own stocks daily, or just company money? So I will very occasionally maybe have a swing type trade in something in my personal account. I will never, ever, and Sean says this at the same time too, we will never enter and exit in a day trade in our personal accounts in something we are day trading. Now, that is something we do. We won't even make executions in our personal accounts in the long term or swings while we are live on the show. That is our choice to do it that way. There's no rule saying that we can't do it, but we just don't do it out of sheer principle. But I had a swing trade in Tellurian in my personal account in the TFSA. That was like a dollar stock I took to 175. I missed my chance to get 50s to 95 the other day. I'll do that. Most of the things I do are more long-term. I'm trying to hold for months and years, and you've heard me talk about that. I bought some Intel at 25. I sold some covered calls in that got called away at 38, and then I sold some at $50. I bought ARM at 66. I sold half of it at $120 with the intention of getting back in. And oh yeah, checks ARM chart. I'm an idiot. It's also 4:30 already.
How did that happen so quickly?
I'm bad at that.
We just have so much fun talking about these markets. Where did the time go?
I can't shut up. I'm really bad at that, which also means we're supposed to do the roll call. Y'all know what time it is. I just said y'all. You know what's up with that. Before I do, I'm going to do that thing that I always do when I get a chance to host a show, which is starting with Ramin this time. Thank you, Ramin. Thank you to Fabian, who's already gone, making us look and sound absolutely fantastic every single day. Big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the #1 moderator in all of YouTube, keeping the chat happy, keeping us all connected, and answering all the questions that I forget all day long. Adara, I want to thank you for being a fantastic co-host, and I'm really impressed with your trading journey every single day.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for all the help that you do. Hosting this after trading, there's preparation that I'm not going to have time to do that Adara makes sure that we are able to get. So I want to thank her for that. And then I want to thank all of you out there in Trader TV land, Pitchbull, Darwin, Hold My Beer. I'm holding a beer on Father's Day for sure. William Knight, Mike Breeze, Julio Trulio, Neo Roberts, holla at your boy, Francis De La Cruz, Nephew, Weta capital P. That's a good one. That's a tough one to say. Pima Tobden Dorji. That is also a little bit difficult. Bristol as well. Ari Pages. Fat Figure. What up? We love you, brother. Aiden, Adrian, Scott Edwards, Rich Naples, Andrew Chow again. We got Michael Luis. We got Calic 8137. We've got Mr. Westermeyer. Happy Father's Day. Ari Pages. Hey Davis. You know what I'm talking about, because that's my man, Clay Davis, right there. We've got also Matt Allen, Benson as well, Team BJ, PJCT, Neil MacArthur. You may spell it with an I, but you're still a good Neil in my books. Asian Crush, Julio Trulio, French Toast 999. Now I want that on Father's Day too. We already got Airy Pages. Diet Soda in the chat. Aaron, Scott, Matthews, what up? Peanut, Sherry, Punjab Stud Farm, holla at your boy. Derek Thompson, On the Blockchains in the house. Jer Luis, Ike Anderson, Ramen Boo, French Toast again with the LOL. Akil Bay as well. Thank you to everybody out there and to every single father that watches the stream, and to everybody out there, first of all, make sure on Father's Day you give your father a call, tell him how much you love them. I can tell you from experience, and I know Sean will say exactly the same thing, our group of high school friends, one of the things that was so amazing for all of us and why we've all stayed together for all this time, and there's like 10 or 11 of us, we're all in a football pool together. One thing we have in common, like our fathers and mothers, they're like carbon copies of each other. Right. They usually all came to this country from somewhere else. They worked really, really hard and instilled a lot of values in us. And, we wouldn't be who we are without them. So like when I turn to Sean, I'm like, make sure you tell George Happy Father's Day. He's like, make sure you tell Phil. It's just, that's how we are. Big thank you I want to say to my dad for making me the person that I am today and helping with that. So make sure you all do that. Enjoy the day if you are a father. Make sure you sleep in. I'm having a big old bag of chips and a beer. Oh. If that doesn't float your boat, just make sure you have a lot of fun. The other thing you can do is check out the podcast that drops tomorrow morning, where I'm sure there's going to be some fantastic messages as well from Brendan and Sean. Scan the QR code below. Episode 3, it will be a banger. Last but not least, I forgot to say this. Next week is the semi-annual rebalance of the S&P 500. And we didn't say this on the show. So roll over your futures contracts. But Friday isn't just Roaring Kitties options expiring. It is triple witching. It is the S&P rebalance. There are going to be big imbalances. You can expect a little more action all week on the close. It's a big deal for the trading floor. It's a big deal for all traders. So we have that to look forward to. Make sure you're tuned in and locked and loaded. Get plenty of rest over the weekend. It's going to be a big week next week. And with that, Adara, thank you. Everybody enjoy your weekend. We'll see you bright and early Monday morning.
Happy Father's Day, everyone.
Happy Father's Day.